Welcome everybody. Welcome to another marathon episode of Want to See My Rod? Favorite source for questionable Montana fishing content. We are out here today at Tiber Reservoir, north central Montana. We are out here targeting northern pike, walleye, lake trout, whatever the hell wants to bite. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. This water body is known to produce very large walleye as well as pike. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Lake Lee. Welcome. Give me a sec here. We are just getting set up. I'm at work, more to shit. Well, welcome to the stream, Lee. I hope this helps the day go a little faster for you. What's up, Marcello? Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Rod and Lake Erie. Good morning, Fishing Extreme. Welcome, everybody. We're out here at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell today. We'll be out here for another sunup-to-sundown marathon. We are out here targeting walleye, northern pike, maybe some lake trout, some perch, some greenbelt. We will see. We are just leaving the boat ramp. I don't have any rods in the water yet. Unfortunately, the map that we made the last time that we were here got corrupted. I did not get it uploaded to CMap Genesis, so we're flying blind right now. Oh, you guys, we added something new. So, mods in here. Let's see, Lake Erie Lee, you're in here. You're usually in here. Type exclamation cam for like camera, space HDS, which is the graph. Type that and it'll automatically switch our camera to the graphs. We're gonna get set up here. First rod we are running a bottom bouncer, an 1.5 ounces. We're gonna start a little shallow, 36-inch leader, fluorocarbon, and we're running the Rapala F11 today, a little bit smaller. This is the brown trout, same lure we were running at. Into the net we go. Same lure we ran at, nice. Okay, so that's the graph. Our primary camera, like if we catch a fish, switch it for me to the front camera. So you would just do exclamation cam space front. Give me a sec here, we're gonna get these rigs in the water. Again, this is the, Rapala original floating minnow in brown trout pattern. I believe this is an F11. I think it's about 3.5 inches or so. Get in our botskis. Good morning, Bill Wagon. Jar Brown, Lake Erie Shree doesn't mind playing. Watch you continue to do great work. Good morning, Carl. Hello, everyone. Have a great day. I'll check back in later. All right, Bob. Thanks for stopping through, buddy. Good to see you. All right. Slow our troll down here a little bit. Good morning, Rod and Shad. What's up, Viking? What's up, Nick Fetzner? Bob S. I'm too fast. No one can keep up. Good morning. Hope you crush them today. Have fun. Check in when you can. Thank you, 88 North. Hope you have an awesome day. Thanks for stopping through. Yeah, so there's front camera, back camera, which is when we're driving. You can't really see anything when we're on the boat with the back camera. The phone holder kills it. We have back camera, front camera, HDS, which is the graph, and then bow camera. Right now I don't have a bow camera hooked up. Something I was working on yesterday. Bob asks everyone hit that like and subscribe and share. That's right, Bob. Thank you. I appreciate you. Brian Valentine, good morning, good morning. All right, so we just got our first rig in the water. Give me a second here to get our trolling motor deployed, and then we'll get our second rig in the water. So we just put down to start out with a Rapala original floater, the F11 size. That's about 3.5 inches away. All right, Lee, if you want to turn the graph screen back on, we can take a look. You guys can see what we're running right now. Going round and round. Yes, Chase, we're getting set up. Got one pike yesterday, 23 inches, so I couldn't keep it. Oh, is there a slot size there for piking? Or morning, Rod. Glad to see you at Tiber today. Are you gonna target walleye on bouncers first or stick baits? Chase. Yeah, bottom bouncers. We just put out a stick bait, Rapala F11 on a bottom bouncer. And right now we're doing another 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer with one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. This one's a popper with a slow death hook. So we're gonna run a couple of different rigs here. We are at the South Bootlegger launch today. I'm gonna get these rigs out and then we will get set up. 24 inches on most lakes. Oh, okay. All right, give me a sec here. One of you mods could type exclamation cam for camera, space HDS for the HDS graph. Morning, Rob. What's up, Jordan McKnight? Man, I have to do small roof today. God, think they went with metal. It'll go fast for me. Oh, nice. Metal does go a little bit faster, huh? Goes on the fishing rod, I think. What about the real camera that goes in the water? Fishing Extreme, yeah, we don't have that one. I can't stream that one live, unfortunately. I'm still working, trying to find a solution to be able to live stream our underwater camera. All right, let's go. Course lock. Let's mess with our frequency here. Looks like it may rain from the radar. I hope not, Marcello. Own a roofing company for 15 years now. I have no knees. Oh, I bet, Chase, crawling around on your knees up on the roof. That's rough on you. Hope the weather holds up for you, Carl. Already gusting 20 miles an hour. Good Lord. Alrighty. Oops. We're over about 15-foot bottom. We're going to start fairly shallow today. We're doing right around 1 mile an hour, 15-foot bottom. Again, you'll see that my map is blank. We are creating a new map for this area here. And I think we're hitting bottom on this guy. Bring it in a little bit. Not a fish, I promise. All right, so we're on 1.5 ounce bottom bouncers on both sides. We're over 15-foot bottom or so. This guy we are running a small Rapala or F11 original floater in brown trout pattern, tipped with Potski's fire craw gel. On the other rod we are running another 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer with a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tie with a full night crawler tipped. Help with roofing. Herniated discs in my back roofing. Other than that, I liked it. Good money. Chase, I've been roofing since I was 19. I don't roof from my knees. Learned to shingle real fast in Florida doing rate roofs. Metal roofs are top notch. Yeah, that's what I put on mine, is a seamless metal, or had put on mine. That's one of the few things on my house that I'm not doing myself. Dragging bottom a little bit here. Hope everybody's having an awesome Tuesday. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. This is Tiber Reservoir, north central Montana, also known as Lake Elwell. This water body is known for producing some very large pike and walleye. There are also a bunch of other species in here. Lake trout, rainbow trout, channel catfish, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. How's it catching? Ewas, we just got in the water, buddy. Roofed in Montana where the roof pitch is a bitch. That's why I have no knees. What's up, you brother? What's up, Concept? Hey, Justin. Welcome, welcome. A lot of 13-12 around here. Hello, good morning. What's up, Ted? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Supposedly good fried silver salmon. Would you eat catfish? Yes. Yeah, channel cat is real good. Get them 2 to 3 pound size. Get rid of the belly meat, bleed them. They're excellent eating. Yeah, we're gonna get a couple of new thumbnail pictures here. $45 degrees here in Billings. It's chilly. Yeah, it's what does it say here? It's, oh, I can't read it. $42. Yeah, it's chilly. We're panning around here. You guys will get to see the sunrise here. Somebody type exclamation cam, one of the mods, exclamation cam for camera space front, and that'll switch us to the front camera. I want you guys to practice. There's front camera, back camera, which is for when we're driving in the truck. We won't use that in the boat. HDS, which is the graph camera, and then bow, which we won't be using today. Chilly in Montucky? It is. It's rough. We got no mods. No, we got Ted's in here. He's a mod. Carl's in here. He's a mod. There you go, Carl. Thank you. Yeah, so we have, I added the functionality. I've been talking about doing it for a while now, but it's a little slow, but it seems to be working. So you can type !cam front, !cam HDS. Those are the two that we're going to be flipping back and forth between. The HDS is our graph. Going to be in the 70s today. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up. It's not going to be too bad. Appreciate all those thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us this morning. Again, this is Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. It's one of Montana's largest water bodies. It's almost 15,000 acres in size. It's a impoundment on the Marias River system. We're up here kind of by Ledger, Montana, a little north of Conrad. I like it. Heck yeah. I'm at my Washington place tonight. Now I'll be back home in Montana in a couple of weeks. Okay, we're at Washington, Chase. I went to college in Spokane. Hello from Serbia. What's up, Belgrade fisherman? What are you doing in Serbia? Light blue winds, light winds. 7 a.m. here, and I'm wearing a t-shirt and drawers, and it's starting to get warm, and you look like you're about to face a blizzard. It's Montana, man. We're always just one step away from winter here. It's supposed to warm up. It'll be low to mid 70s, I think, today. A little bit of breeze. Sunny for the first half of the day, and then starting to get cloudy midday. But yeah, it's 42 degrees right now. It's chilly. Good morning from Canada. What's up, Bill? Welcome to the stream. Jamie Williams, what speed and depth are you running? We are running just over 1 mile an hour, and we're fairly shallow right now. We're over about 19-foot bottom. We're running 1.5 ounce bottom bouncers, one with a Rapala original floater crankbait and brown trout, and the other one with a worm harness rig with a full night crawler. If somebody wants to type one of the mods, !cam space HDS, that'll switch our camera back to the split screen to our sonar and our front camera. All right, we're getting a wee bit shallow here.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Not marking a whole lot of fish out here yet. What are you fishing for? Gone Wild YouTube. We are after, primary target today is going to be walleye. There are very large northern pike in here. There are lake trout. There are rainbow trout. Ignore that. That is our bottom bouncer. I'm trying to get turned back around here. Oh, wow, we are shallow. Please don't snaggy. No snaggies, no snaggies. We're gonna have to bring that one in a second. Make sure we don't have weeds. See what happens when you take the graph off the screen. Right? 42's wild. Oh, Gloria, I know. Bear months will be here soon, I know. But we are on bottom bouncers here, so some ground contact is expected. You just don't want to be dragging your bouncers across the ground. Kind of what we're doing right now, you don't want to do. We're really, really shallow right here. We should be coming up into a little bit deeper here in just a moment. All right, I think we're good. Never caught a laker, always wanted to. Gone Wild YouTube. Yeah, I've never caught one out of here. They're not a common catch, but we do have gear today that we can actually get down to them with. The previous times that I've been here, I didn't have any Dipsy divers or heavy enough snap weights to get down to where they're at. But we will probably try for a little bit, to maybe get a laker. Right now, we're gonna concentrate on shallower water here at first light, trying to see if we can get into the walleye. Bob, hit that like and subscribe, everyone, and share. Thank you, Bob. How you doing this morning, Bob? Always good to see you in here. Tiber's my third favorite waterway. Oh yeah, Chase, what are your top two? The corner highway of 12 and 5 in Washington, far west to the middle of the state. Okay. Neens Gunda, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Thank you, Carl, for changing the camera. Tried renting a hut on Lake Simcoe for trout and whitefish. Only whitefish, okay. Last time I went to a lake, I got thrown off a tube and got lake water in my ear. My ear got infected and closed up. Had to get water picked. Never got back in the water again. Oh glory, yeah, I don't like to swim in lakes and rivers either. But that sounds like it sucked. The lakers are few and far between in Tiber. You won't get one of those this time of the year. Rod, you can run some cowbells in there and you could catch a silver salmon. Are there kokanee in here? I wasn't aware that there were kokanee in here. And yeah, Ed was telling me that October, September is really the time of the year to target the lake trout. Is Ed still working on the pickled pike, or have you tried it already? Marcello, he's out of town right now. I was gonna try and I think he's coming back into town today. He was out of state, actually. But I got everything filleted up. I have a package of a few pike fillets for him to pickle. I just got to get arranged with him to get them. What's up, SoCal? Good morning, buddy. Welcome, welcome. I live on the Tennessee River. Okay, oh glory. I lived in Knoxville for a little over a year. Chase, what the hell is that? That's what silver salmon. Well, I guess people often call kokanee silver trout. What is a silver salmon? I wasn't aware there were any salmon in here. Now, I know there's rainbow. I know that there's whitefish, channel cats. There's supposedly sturgeon in here. Fish, Wildlife, and Park lists, I think, smallmouth bass in here. Primary targets are pike and walleye. Way up north in Canada. Okay. If you look at a map, you'll see where the Tennessee River runs north and west and south. It starts running south. That's me. Okay. Good morning, you lucky Australia. What's up, Dutch? Welcome to the stream. Trying to find the motivation, and it's only going to be 98 at the lake, so I need to get out there. Man, that's what we've been dealing with, mid to high 90s the last week. Yesterday it started cooling down, and today, as you can see, it's barely over 40 degrees. Back cam view is blocked. Yeah, the back is not, that's for driving. We won't be using the back camera ignore on the boat. The 3 camera selections on the boat, which we'll only be using 2 of them today, front and HDS. We also have a bow camera, but that's for the GoPro, and I haven't got the GoPro working yet on this setup. Favorite thing to catch walleye on is an Erie Deary. I have no idea what that is, Gone Wild YouTube. We're running Rapala F11 original floater and brown trout on a bottom bouncer and a hand-tied worm harness rig in green, white, bronze spinner, and a full crawler tail tipped on it. Super Chuck, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Heck yeah, welcome to the Rod Squad. Trying to find motivation. Only 98, need to get back out there. Yeah, I know the feeling when you just can't get out there because the weather or, you know, the boat. Hang in there, SoCal, hang in there. Watch two country boy pull a 211-pound yellow cat out of the Tennessee River. 211 pounds? Yellow cat? Oh, glory, I don't know what the hell a yellow cat is. I know that they have, the big ones they have there are the flatheads. Is that what you're talking about? Silver salmon or coho, and yes, there's quite a few in there, and they're fluorescent red when you fillet them. Really? I had no idea there were coho in Tiber. Holy shit. Interesting. Been in the 110 range all week. 98's a cold front. God. It's one of the best eating fish we have in the Great Lakes. That's a big kitty. 200-pound yellow is not the record. I've never even heard of a yellow catfish. I'm assuming you're talking about a flathead. Yeah, he's talking about those. Okay, Brothers Outdoors. That's what I thought. Got 5 nice cats at Prado Chino. Nice, Gary. Congrats. It's a trolling spinner. You put a worm on the end and hook and just troll. Okay. Erie Deary. Yeah, so that's just, it sounds like a worm harness rig. I'll have to look it up. Maybe there's a specific color to it. We're running one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs right now. All right, let me slow down. I didn't mean to. I bumped our speed up as we were turning because we were dragging bottom. Let me bump our speed back down. It's a trolling spinner. You put a worm in the end, the hook, and just troll. Thank you, brothers. All right. Well, I will, fair warning y'all, this is our first time streaming from Tiber this year. We streamed from here 4 times last year, and I think 2 of the 4 we were completely skunked, and 2 of the trips we had 2 fish, 1 fish and then 2 fish. So we suck at Tiber. We're still trying to figure this water body out. But thanks for coming and hanging out. Maybe we can figure this out here together today. How long you been out? What's the score this morning? Wes, we have been on the water for like 15 minutes. I take that back, 27 minutes. We have not yet had a bite. We're looking for the fish right now. As you can see, we're not marking a whole lot on the graph here. I like the reds the most, but silvers are second, the kings are third. Okay. Stories of catfish at the dam that are bigger than Volkswagens. Yeah. What species did you catch there last year? A couple of walleye and 1 fat rainbow trout. Tennessee flathead record is 85 pounds. Josh, that's what I was thinking. 211 does not sound like a catfish caught in Tennessee. Yeah, last year we fished twice from the same boat launch here, the South Bootlegger boat launch, and then twice from the VFW boat launch down by the dam. The fish that we caught, we didn't catch anything down by the dam either time we launched from there. Both times that we did launch from South Bootlegger here, we did catch some fish. Give me a minute, I'll find the record. You can type it right here, .record space TN for Tennessee space flathead space catfish. And Rodbot will tell you what the state record for Tennessee catfish channel cat is. Ojwa, welcome to the stream, welcome. Then when I'm done, I'll stay till my next one. Give me a minute. Yellow cat, is that flathead? Because if so, world records. Yeah. SoCal, that didn't sound right to me. Morning, gang. Swing by the house on your way home for a show and tell. I should be home around 4. Okay, Ed. Yeah, I saw this morning that you called while I was sleeping last night. Or actually, I was working on the boat. I didn't see the phone. I was gonna throw the pike in the cooler to bring to you. But I wasn't sure when you were gonna be home today. Morning, gang. Ed, you'll have to text me your address. 122 pounds, 3-ounce catfish in Tennessee. How's it hanging, whippersnapper? What's up, Webb? We're doing awesome this morning. It's chilly out here. It's 42 damn degrees. It is ridiculously chilly today. Tennessee Aquarium has a 300-pound blue cat in a tank, so... Well, that's a tank fish. That's not a fishable fish. That was a blue cat. I had Stony Monument and forgot to answer the question. Oh, 2 favorite Montana water bodies. Noxon, that's southern Montana or western? I think that's south central. Second favorite is Fort Peck, okay. Yeah, I've never fished either of those. Burr, I know. I'm sticking my hands in my damn pockets. It's chilly. It's supposed to get up into the low to mid 70s today, I believe. Fort Peck is land of the giants. What's the water temperature? 67.5 at the surface. All right, y'all, I think it's time. It's been 30 minutes. We haven't had any bites. Let's bust out the fish whistle and call in the first fish of the day here today. It's about that time. Y'all are welcome to join me. But thanks for joining. We are out here at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell, fishing for northern pike, walleye, trout, whatever the hell wants to bite. We're running some bottom bouncers right now, more targeting the walleye. We'll be moving into some slightly deeper water as the sun comes up. Alrighty, that should do it. Alright, fish, did you hear me? Come get some. Alright, we're gonna let our bottom bouncer out a little bit more. This is our Rapala F11 original floater. Oh shit, we're shallow again. As I just let it out. Alright, so we found a ledge here. World record blues, 143, 300 BS. Whoa, looks like a beautiful sunrise. It is, it's really pretty here, Wub. Whistle 'em in, gonna do nylon Sunday. Got another request for smoked trout. Okay, Ed, yeah, so... Oh, we're hitting the bottom. Ed, Mia really liked the smoked trout. My mom actually loved it. She was wondering if we caught some more trout, if you would smoke some for her. She said it's some of the best smoked trout she's ever had. I enjoyed it as well. I'm still not a big fan of trout, but I do like your smoke recipe. 113 to 42 in just a few days. I'll take the 42. Right, Ann? I'm comfortable in the 42. You can always warm up. There ain't nothing you can do to cool down from 112. Glad you like the tank trout pics I sent. Brian, they were awesome. I didn't get a chance to comment on those salmon you posted. Those are freaking incredible. I've never seen teeth on a salmon like that before. Absolutely insane. Bringing it up a little bit so we're not dragging bottom. Common catfish in Vietnam can get to 600 pounds. Yeah, there are certain places that the catfish get real big. Got to study for my exam. I'll stay, may still message. All right, Gone Wild YouTube. What's up, Chuck C's? Always works here, fishy, SoCal. Fish whistle time, then I'm gonna load up and head out and get my butt kicked at the lake. Are you gonna rent a boat or fish from the shore, SoCal? Good luck either way. 113's no bueno, right? Mekong, Delta. One of these days I'll convince you to break down and get a smoker. I know. Maybe if Ed teaches me how he smokes them, we'll get a smoker. We'll see. Man, I'm so disappointed that I somehow managed to nuke my map from here. So we gotta remap all this shit. So nervous for my exams today. They're worth 45%. Oh, man. Well, good luck, Gone Wild YouTube. I hope you do well. Go get your studying done. Don't let us distract you too much. All right, some decent marks, 10 to 12 foot. Those might be walleye. Tiber used to have walleye record, I think, back before 21. That lake has spot tail shiner record. Okay. Yeah, Jeffrey Johnson, the record did used to come from here. And I know that some of the largest bags in worldwide walleye tournament history have been coming out of here the last 2 years. Earlier this year, I think the top two bags, 2-day bags of 10 fish were 141 pounds. I think was the top slot, and like 130 some pounds, so 13 and 14 pound average is what they were pulling out of here earlier this year. What are we trolling for? Brothers, walleye, northern pike, trout. We have a Rapala original floater F11, so like a 3.5 inch crankbait on a bottom bouncer on the camera on screen, and on the other side we're running a 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer with a hand-tied worm harness rig in brass, green, and white, tipped with a full night crawler. My biggest buck king salmon was 42 pounds. I pulled a couple of his dog teeth just because they were way bigger than I thought they'd be. Huge. Man, that is crazy. I had no idea that the big bucks like that. I mean, like, big teeth, solid teeth. They look like a fucking ocean fish. 1958 Westinghouse fridge makes a good smoker, better than anything in the stores. Ed, yeah, so my brother, I was talking to my mom about the smoked fish, and she was asking me if you would smoke some more for her. She was talking to my brother on the phone, and he was saying that he's got one of those old, it might be a Westinghouse. It's one of the ones that has the handle on the front that you pull out. They're kind of curved. He's got one of them in his garage or in his shed that he was going to tear down and build a smoker out of, but he never did. All right, we just bumped our speed down. We're just over 1 mile an hour. Just under 1 mile an hour. We're fishing over about 12 to 14 foot bottom. I'm not marking really much at all out here. We are moving into a spot up here ahead. You can see all those little specks. Those are fish marks from previous trips out here. So we're moving up into an area where I was marking a bunch of fish the last time. Must be nice. 100 point plus. 10 straight days. What do you mean 100 point plus, Gary? Kings can get up to 50 pound plus after 30 pounds. The natives call them tai. Interesting, Elos. I've never heard that before. You just call or show up. Smoking fish is easy. Okay, Ed. Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, she said, whatever supplies, you know, just let us know. We'll kick you down some cash. But we'll have to go catch some more fish, Ed. I don't know what I'm doing Sunday, but maybe we'll swing out there again with you if you want. When I last tournament fished Tiber, I had first day weight of 22 pounds or something like that. I wasn't even close to the top 10. I think we're 38th. Chase, yeah, so I was, I've never tournament fished, but the last couple of years I've been looking at some of the local Montana tournaments. And like the top 6 or 8 from Tiber the last couple of years have just been insane. But you can tell that there's just like there's a canyon between forward-facing sonar fishermen and not forward-facing sonar. I mean, it's like day and night. They ain't even fishing the same competition. Ed, what are you using for fish? Yeah, I think he said alder. There we go. There's a few fish. I'm going to turn our sensitivity up just a little bit more. Gerwolf crawlers. Oh, it's crawlers. I still don't understand what you're saying, Gary. Rod, good morning and good luck. What's up, Grumpy Bass? Welcome to the stream. Thank you. We're out here. We've been on the water about 40 minutes. We haven't had any bites yet. We're trolling a couple of bottom bouncers. Trying to get down and see if we can get some walleye to come out and play. Maybe we'll get a pike along the way, or shit, anything will bite on a worm. We got a small crankbait, a Rapala original floater in brown trout, F11, so a little bit smaller, an F, or a 3.5 inch, I think is about its size. Oh, here's some fish right below the surface. And then on the other side, we're running a bottom bouncer with a hand-tied crawler harness. It's kind of a variation of a Walleye popper, if you've ever seen one of those. They have a couple of floating beads in them. A spinner and a worm gone wild. So it's a brass-backed spinner with white and a pink dot on it. Some green beads and then a white pill popper in the center. And then it's got a rotating hook on the back of it, tipped with a full night crawler. Okay, it's time off to not catch the lake record. All right, SoCal, good luck. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I'll swing through later if you're still on. I like red alder, thunderstruck apricot for trout. My neighbor's apricot tree got hit by lightning 15 years ago. Thunderstruck apricot. You think it gives it a little bit of a zest there, Ed? A little zappy. The term tai has nothing to do with weight, by the way. Tai is simply a salmon that didn't come back into fresh water on the 4th year like they're supposed to. They stay out. Oh, Chase. Interesting. So it's like the second year senior. They didn't get quite enough that senior year and they just had to go back for a little bit more. After I'm done school, I want to save for a decent car, a proper boat. For tournaments, I feel like I could do decent. Yeah, tournaments sound fun. I don't know. I've never really enjoyed being all that competitive when I fish. I'm out here to relax and have fun. I've thought about it, though, maybe toying around with it. Most of the tournaments I see are you know, two-man tournaments, though, so you're kind of at a disadvantage fishing one guy on a boat. Jeff from LA watching. What's up, Jeff? Welcome. The lightning caramelized the sap. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Huh. They've been documented at 3 years extra. I wonder what triggers them to stay out there, or okay, there's some fish we're marking. They're mid column though. They're not. I guess that's only 5-6 foot off the bottom. Got no friends. Never mind. Maybe I'll just take my uncle. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Get out on the water, have some fun. But yeah, Chase, I wonder what triggers them to be like, fuck it, I'm not going home yet. I'm having too much fun here. Like, are they just on a bender out there in the ocean? They get lost. What's the fish count before I go to work? Jeff, we've only been on the water 45 minutes or so. We've not yet had a bite. We're still looking for our first fish of the day. Limiting factor of king salmon's life is when it decides to come back into fresh water. Okay. Coho salmon in here, really? I had no idea. Any particular spot, Chase, that you catch them? Or that you have caught them in the past? And I'm assuming they're like kokanee. You fish for them substantially deeper than trout this time of the year. Salmon or giants, catch them on lures. Skying on center pins. It's insane. Yeah, Brian, I was someday I gotta come fish for some big ones like that. Sounds so fun. What are you doing, trolling motor? Why are we going 3 miles an hour? We're marked at 3.1, 3.2. Y'all seeing this? I have it set for, it's almost 4 miles an hour it's now running. We're just ramping up to 100%. What's going on here? All right, I'm gonna turn her off for a second. Our trolling motor lost its goddamn mind. We're gonna give her a second and try that again. Yeah, the salmon are giants. Catch them on. I read that. Haven't had much time for fishing lately with concerts at school. I hear you, Gone Wild. Get out there when you can. No, fish them just like a trout. Okay, so they're shallower, top 20 foot of the water column, and fish them just like trout. So, wedding ring and a freaking lake troll, or Ed's rig, just a tiny little morsel. Nylon on Sunday. How many tanker bows will I catch? Oh, I think you'll easily limit out there, Ed. On this episode of Trolling Motors Gone Wild, right, Marcello? Y'all saw that, right? It just out of nowhere ramped up, and we were doing over 4 miles an hour when I shut it off. It's back. We're doing 1 now. I don't know what it was doing. Ed's rig. Want to be like you and go fishing all the time. Jeff, I wish I could get out here more often. I try to get out here at least once a week. Someday I'll be able to do it more often. But get out there when you can, enjoy yourself. There's some fish down 40, 50 foot at the bottom. We are nowhere near those. We're, in fact, now that I'm seeing where we're at, we are way too deep out here. I'm gonna turn us back around and get us into some shallower water. Big marks 50 foot. Yeah, I just saw that. I heard it surface. I don't see the swell though. Let's go get him. What's up, Spot Snatcher? Yeah, we're only running 1.5 ounce bottom bouncers right here. We would have to be almost standing still to get down to 50 foot with what we're running. We'll go deeper a little later today. I think, I could be wrong, but I think our best luck is to stay probably 25 foot less for the walleye for the morning here. Caught my first silver salmon on Tiber on a spoon drifting. Just drifting, huh? Middle of the lake. Any of the above: wedding ring, cowbell, flatfish, spoon, 5 to 15 foot of the water column. Okay, so quite interesting. Well, shit, we might have to, if the walleye won't bite and we can't find any pike, we might have to run just a trout program. It's everyone's most impressive catch for me, 18-pound carp on topwater frog. Nice Gone Wild YouTube. Biggest one that I've landed, weighed, measured, 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. I did have what would have been a new state record carp almost on the bank a couple of years ago on the Sun River. That damn thing had to be easily 50 pounds. It's the biggest pike I've ever seen. It would have smashed our state record. Ever fished Northwest Montana Thompson River Chain, Flathead Lake? Jeffrey Johnson, I did fish Flathead Lake twice last year, Flathead River, Salmon Lake. This year, the only spot that we fished so far in northwestern Montana was Swan Lake. Yellow pole, let's ride. Damn you, pike. Yeah, pike is one of my favorite species to target. And I truly believe that the next state record pike may very well come out of Tiber. It's a tough water body to fish for them in, but there have been multiple 30-plus pounders come out of here in the last few years. Worm harness and bottom walker for walleye. Messenger Mike, yeah, so that's what we're on the off-camera line. We are running a 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer. We're trying to get back into the slightly shallower water. A 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer with a crawler harness. It's one of my hand-tied. It's a variation of what's called a Walleye popper, if you've heard of them. That's just a brand name, or what the one brand calls them. We tipped with a full crawler. And on the other line, we're running just a small Rapala F11 original floater crankbait in brown trout. Also on a bottom bouncer. Playing around, seeing if we can get the walleye to come out this morning. I didn't realize we got into way deeper water than what I was looking for. Muskie is better, hate to say it, pike more common, but a big muskie. Gone Wild YouTube, we don't have true muskies here in Montana. We have northern pike and a handful of water bodies. They stock a small amount of sterile tiger muskies. I had one at the side of the boat year before last. But probably somewhere around 28 to 30 inch range, not a super big one. I did manage to get it in the damn net though, so I still have technically never caught a tiger muskie. This one is nice. My biggest pike, 43 inches, 26 pounds, out of Smith Lake, just west of Kalispell. Catching ice fishing. Jeffrey, okay. Yeah, I've never done ice fishing. I'm gonna maybe try to do some this year. It's a wonderful time of the year. The pike that come out of the... Good Lord, it's cold this morning. The pike that come out in the winter are amazing. Blew the fish whistle for you. Thank you, Carl. Coming up by a big hump. Yes. You'll see that red cross that I have marked there. The first time that I came through here, I found this hump, and it was just absolutely loaded with fish. So much so that I gave it a special mark. I don't give the big red crosses in very many places. I love Montana's beer battered fish and chips. You can draw on the table. That's funny. Yeah, so I've done a very limited amount of fishing in northwest Montana, Jeffrey Johnson. I wish I could spend more time up there. It's a 3.5, 4 hour drive to most of the places up in that region. I live in Great Falls area. Caught some hogs over the years, but I've learned through your live streams that I might actually eat Montana state record burbot. We thought it was 18 pounds. Good Lord, Chase. Keeping the eating the monsters. Yeah, I would imagine there's probably been a fair amount of record fish eaten over the years that people just had no idea or simply didn't care. Cheap scale, okay. Yeah, the first couple of years that I really got back into fishing, I used one of the mechanical hang scales. I've recently switched. I usually keep at least one digital scale in my bags. That'll weigh up to 50 pounds. The hang scales, they're notoriously inaccurate. You gotta constantly calibrate them. They stretch, they wear out. I lived in the States, always wanted to start a charter in Miami. That'd be an interesting job, Gone Wild. Bryson Johnson almost went to Holter last weekend, but got blown out by 50-mile-an-hour winds, hoping to go for kokanee. Bryson, yeah, the wind. That's why you always hear me complaining about it. There we go. There's a couple of decent marks down 20 to 25 foot. We have some sporadic marks at 15 foot. Looks like we're definitely getting into maybe a few fish here. Not on the bottom where we're trying for it, but Bryson, I don't know when the next, you gotta be very, very watchful of the forecasts there. That water body, when it gets windy, gets kind of rough. Caught 21-pound pike out of Church Slough south of Kalispell and a number 2 MEP several years ago. Dang, nice, Ed. I've heard of that, Church Slough. I don't remember who was telling me about Church Slough. Here the kokanee are massive at Holter. Bryson, some potentially state records have been caught and tossed back there in the past few years. Biggest I've ever caught out of there was like, the 3 to 5 pound range. But yeah, 6-7 pounders are apparently not unheard of there. Some of the biggest kokanee in the Pacific Northwest, from what I understand. Wind in Montana? Surely you just Chase. Right. Never. Number 2 maps. You were trout fishing, weren't you, Ed? Running a little maps. In Great Falls next week, I travel all Montana for work. Wish I could bring my boat, but it would cost too much. Shore fishing. Oh, Jeffrey, yeah, hauling around the boat's a pain in the ass. 5 pounds is huge. Yeah, the nice kokanee that come out of there. The average that I've been catching out of there the past few years has been in the 2 to 3 pound range. 18, 20 inches, sometimes a little bit bigger. It's windy here? No. Right. Steve McMahon, hey bro, good to see you. Got a lot on my plate today, unable to watch. I wish you success, get her done. Thank you, Steve. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. That's all right. Go do what you need to do. We'll be out here doing what we do. Stop back in, say hi when you can. Rugos66, greetings from Italy. Welcome. We're at Tiber Reservoir in central Montana, fishing for walleye, northern pike, trout, salmon, whatever the hell wants to bite. Oh, those breezes come up and I could just feel it in my bones. All right, so you can see the graph. This is coming up on that spot that previously I marked with a red cross. There are fish everywhere in here. Best name ever, called it the masturbator. Nice, Gone Wild. Excited to go when the wind is good, but never realized Holter is only 2 hours from me. Oh, okay. Yeah, It's worth the drive if it's near you. It can be a little rough as summer months start. There's a lot of recreational traffic there, but there is really good fishing there. Trout fishing, salmon fishing, state record walleye comes out of there. There are some really fat pike if you can find them. Bait fishing for peamouse, squawfish when I caught that. Okay, so you were fishing for bait. Huh. Well, that's an unexpected catch. Fishing for minnows and get yourself a whale. I grew up in Havre, witnessed a little wind. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Chase. Only fins, gang. What's up, Redacted? Welcome. 41 degrees this morning, seems like light years away here. I know, it was like 100 degrees a few days ago here. Like, it's just stupid. It's a lot of bait, yes. A lot of fish in there. I'm gonna let our bottom bouncer out a little more on this side. All right, here we go. That's a lot of bait. Yeah, for those of you guys just joining that are mods, again, we'll run you through this real quick. I added a feature. I've been talking about it for over a year now, to be able to switch cameras by you guys typing a command. Some mod in here type !cam space front, and it'll switch to just our front camera and get rid of the graph. The camera that we're on right now is called HDS. That's the graph name. So if you want to switch back to the graph cam, type !cam space HDS. We have a back camera for when we're driving in the truck. Don't switch to that in the boat. You won't see anything. And we have a bow camera too that's not hooked up right now. If I do a boat tour, I'll have you guys switch to the bow. But for now, you guys can switch back and forth between the HDS and the front camera if you want. So like when I catch a fish and you want to see the full screen or whatever, switch it back to the front camera. If we lose the fish or I'm dinking around and you guys want to look and see what's below, you guys can switch the HDS camera on. Tiber's loaded with Cisco's, good forage food for the fish there. Ed, yeah, I was reading about that. That seems to be, once the Cisco started taking off in here is kind of when this latest wave of massive walleye started getting produced here. At least that was the general consensus that I got out of the interview that I was watching. Jeffrey Johnson, I've never fished Fresno. I've almost gone there 3 or 4 times now. I've never actually fished it though. I hear it's pretty decent pike fishing up there, and I love to pike fish. Thank you, Lake Erie. Wish I could sit here and watch you all day, but I got to start work right now. All right, Jeff Mossman. Well, I appreciate you swinging through. We'll be here all day for another sun up to sundown marathon, so feel free to stop back through. All right, we are way too deep of water for running bottom bouncers. They just don't really make sense out here. I mean, they're basically like snap weights at this point. We're just dragging them over open basin here. I'm gonna kind of curve around this section that's mapped here and come back up. Let's get a little bit of mapping done in these shallower waters over here while we hunt for walleye. Used to be the caretaker of Fresno. Really, Chase? Well, shit. You could probably give me some tips on Fresno. That can be hard part of fishing Tiber this time of the year during mid to late summer. There's huge numbers of minnows. Yeah, I would imagine that you see a lot of bait. You're like, oh yeah, fish. But then you keep seeing more bait and more bait and more bait, and it's like, well, shit, why would they ever eat what we have down there when there's so much food for them? I feel that's kind of what we were running into at Pishkin last week with the trout and the salmon. If you go to Fresno, I can direct you to all the fishies. Heck yeah, Chase. You might just have to come hop on the boat and show us how it's done. Gotta head to the post office in half an hour. All right, Ed. Well, good to see you this morning, Ed. I should have brought the damn pike. It's sitting in my fridge. I got it vacuum sealed. Is it okay if I freeze it before you pickle it, or do you want me to keep it unfrozen? I have, out of the 10 fish, you're basically getting 3 of the fish. I gave 3 to my mom, 3 to my aunt, and 3 to you, and then I kept 1. Big mark on top, yes, I don't know what that was. That's 10, 12 foot. Pike will be our target fish, but I'll take whatever bites. All right, Jeff. Yeah, if pike are in a water, they tend to be my primary target. But this water body is really known for its walleye. So we're metaphorically putting that at the top of our list, but I don't care what we catch today. We're running any water body you're running a lure in or bait, any kind of rigging that's got pike in it, you're pike fishing. And I'm convinced more and more these days that rainbow trout will also bite at damn near anything. I've caught a couple of rainbow this year on ridiculously big crankbaits, which just kind of blew my mind. That is the only fat I'd allow on my boat. Redacted, right? What's up, Rod and everyone? Hey, Northwest VA. Welcome. No problem, I'll be back. All right, we'll be here. Oh, you'll be back in a couple of weeks. I can meet you at Fresno. Oh, okay, Chase. That's what you meant. You'll be back here in a couple of weeks. We're out here, Fort Peck. We're out here at Tiber Reservoir, also known as Lake Elwell. We are out here trying to catch some fish. We've been in the water for about an hour. I'm actually going to do a bait check real quick. We did run up a little shallow. Hopefully we're not all fouled up, but you don't get bit in an hour. Bring your rigs up. There we go. And this is why you don't run forever. We did get a little shallow back there, and we picked up the trash, so we've been dragging around a Tiber premium salad here, Lake Elwell's finest. So we should be doing this when you're running bottom bounces. Honestly, an hour is too long. So this is our Rapala original floater. It's about 3.5 inches. This is an F11 size, I believe. Brown trout. Tipped with a Potskis. Do you fish on the road? Do you fish show on the radar or just the layout? What do you mean just the layout? This is a live HDS. This is what we're seeing right now below. You have our graph, our navigation on the left panel, and on the right panel is our sonar. Yeah, we've been marking a decent amount of fish over here in the deeper water. We weren't marking a whole lot shallower, but we're turning back around and heading that way. I'm just bringing our lines in to do a check. Rainbow are crazy like that. They seem to bite anything. Good morning, the fish show up. I think your mic is off. Hold on, let me fix my mic, guys. Now mic show is on. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I'm tech dumb. What's the little crown mean? That's just there's every time you type in chat, every time you send a gift, hit the thumbs up, hit the little hearts. You get experience in live streams. And it's just basically whoever is the biggest fan gets the crowns. Whoever gets the most points during a stream. I could pick it up tomorrow, put it in non-iodized salt water, or keep them cold. Got to run into Great Falls this week. Oh, okay, and yeah, they're vacuum sealed right now in the fridge. Hello, you're muted. His mic is fine. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Gone Wild. Thumbs up. Thank you, JV Joe. What's up, JV Joe? Your voice is very low, but the clicker was loud. I was driving, just listening. Heard that reel scared me. Sorry, Spot Snatcher. Big mark down at 40 foot. Dang, look at that. Oh shit! First fish of the day, y'all! We caught her on the way in. Look at that monster! Somebody switch the camera to front for me, please. Holy shit, y'all! This has got to be a new record. PB! New PB! This one's going on Fish Brain, y'all. New PB. This is the biggest damn walleye I've ever seen in my life. All right. We got one, guys, we got one. Look at this little guy. Y'all ever caught such a big walleye? We're gonna get her back in the water. Off she goes. Let's go. What's up, Billiard? Alright, so that was ridiculous. Fish on the board. Alright, we gotta put a new crawler on here. Well, that was highly unexpected. We got him on the way up. So our hand-tied crawler harness is put a fish in the boat. Bait for nylon Sunday or right head. That had to be, I didn't throw it on the bump board, but that was probably what, 6, maybe 8 inches. Sandre and Francais yells, I only speak English. Walleye size, just missed it. Bryson, it was a freaking monster. It almost didn't fit in the net. It was about that big. Let me get this rig back up and I'll show you what we just caught that off. The walleye get really light colored through the summer. Chase, yeah, that one was very, very bland coloring. Said there were big walleye in here. I didn't think they were that big. Jordan, I told you, man. They get real big in here. 5.5 inches. You think so? All right. Ed says my 8 inches is tall tails. It was only 5.5. The uppers speak English. It's a nice Rapala walleye color. All right, so this is so we're running a 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer and a hand-tied worm harness rig. It's a bronze with a white and pink Colorado blade, a couple of chartreuse beads, a white pill popper, makes it float a little bit. And then I have, I forget who makes these hooks. It's a worm harness rig, but it's got a swivel built into it. So it kind of spins like a slow net hook. All right, we'll get that guy back out. See if we can catch ourselves another monster. Where are you fishing? Dave Delaney, we're in north central Montana. This is Tiber Reservoir, Tiber Lake, also known as Lake Elwell. I've got bass baits bigger than right spot. Rapala number refers to length of the bait in centimeters. In centimeters? Is that what it is? Okay, so the F11, I don't know what the hell a centimeter is other than it exists. We use inches over here, and I'm ignorant, so it's about 3.5 inches. I think it's a Rapala F11. Well, all right, we got our first fish of the day. Couldn't tell, are you running a stinger on that? No stinger, Chase. Just a single hook. I don't want to do my test. I want to watch some fishing. We'll go do your test. You can come back and watch some fishing afterwards. Look at that big ass fish at 30 foot. Another one at 40 foot. Let's let these guys out a little bit more. What's up, Rod? What hooks do you run? Bryson, I'll have to bust the package out. These are some newer ones. They have a built-in swivel. So it's like a slow death hook, but the hook itself has a swivel right before. So instead of having to put a swivel up line, which I do anyways, I also add a swivel up line, but it's got a built-in swivel right at the hook. So the worm just spins with the hook. 1 foot equals 30 centimeters. Whew. Almost all foreign baits has a number. It's length. Okay, well that makes it easy. 2.54 centimeters is 1 inch. 2.5 to 1. Okay, 2.5 to 1. 4.3. Okay, maybe it's an F9 then. It's about 3.5 inches. Double swivels is superior if you can get away with it. Redacted, yeah, I don't think, other than creating extra points for weeds and shit to tangle up on, I don't think more swivels really ever hurts. Yeah, I don't know if I have the package of those hooks here in the boat. I think they're in my harness tying box, which sits on my desk at home next to where my laptop is. I might have some in here. We do the metric system, we just don't know we're doing it. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know why America never moved to the metric system. Imperial system is honestly kind of dumb. Good marks at 30, 40 foot. Been seeing a lot of those here today. Never heard or seen a double swivel, so it crossed my mind. Weights were lost on the ship that sunk was on the way. When you stream, is it daily or just random? Gone Wild, so we try to stream at least once per week. It's really weather dependent here in Montana. Wind is usually something that we fight with. And this last week it's been heat. But at least once a week, tends to be weekends, but sometimes like today it's midweek. Today was just happened to be one of the nicest days so far this year. Forecast at Tiber. So we took off work to come fish. But I do try this time of the year to stream more often, sometimes up to 2 to 3 times a week. Could be those Cisco or however they're spelled. Could be. Those are some solid marks, though. I would expect. I don't think the Cisco. I could be wrong, but I don't think the Cisco get that big here. Heard a story that the check weights for metric measure didn't make it to the U.S. in a timely fashion, so the imperial system. Oh, really? Interesting. Redacted. Weights were lost. That's what you were talking about, Bryson. I trained my pike to avoid jerk baits. Got 5 in an hour on lipless cranks last night. 26 to 28. Interesting. Get them on lipless. Well, heck yeah. Sounds like you're having fun over there, Justin. Bryson beat me to it. Hate the worm harness. I only catch fish the size of spinner or smaller. Oh yeah, going wild. I don't know. Worm harness is a good rig to run because it's so multi-species. Almost anything will bite off of a worm harness. Lipless will catch trout too. Yeah, I've caught a couple of rainbows off of fat crankbaits so far this year, which is just blows my mind. I always thought rainbows were, you know, that they preferred dainty, smaller presentations. Got them out here mobbing down my, God, we caught them on a Berkley Dredger. We caught them on a big old maglip. Just tie up some huge harnesses. Back to road tripping for work. Okay, Justin. Sorry if I'm missing any chats. Again, I'm trying to get used to this new chat format with the external encoder. I'm not using the YouTube app anymore. Speaking of which, I redesigned our bottom overlay. It kind of hides behind the chat bar. What do y'all think? Does it, it cycles through various things, our catches, our targets, my social media links, some calls to action for people to like, subscribe, share. What do y'all think of it? And I moved also our weather bar at the top. How do you think the layout is out of 10? Are we at like a 6, a 7? Are we improving? Does it look better? Does it look worse? I appreciate some feedback. Throw a jerkbait for rainbows and stream. Oh yeah. Chat covers it on my iPhone. Yeah, so it does, but can you read it through there? Like on my iPhone, you can it covers it, yes, but I can still read it. Doesn't really catch your attention. I was trying to make some brighter colors so it pops, but it gets masked a little bit by the chat. Wait, looks as great. I can read it through the chat. Yeah, I might have to try and change the white text color. The white is a little hard. I think the color outline makes it easier. I don't know. I've tried somehow, still nothing. The longest I've made it was like a foot long. Caught 5 perch being 9-inch, the biggest. 9-10 inches is about the biggest perch I've ever caught as well. Shit, last week at Pishkin, I caught some of the biggest trout I've ever caught in my life.
Motion detected.
Surprised me. Coming up shallow again, yes. This is right around where we were trying to bottom bounce. I'm only running 1.5 ounce bottom bouncers. We really should be in, 10 to 15 foot of water for those to work. Every 6 beads I did a spinner. There's only so much real estate on these screens. It's just a great setup as is. Well, thanks, Redacted. I know, that's the problem is I was going to put the bar up top, kind of like below the channel name. But, oh shit, we're 15 foot. I'm dragging bottom. We found another ledge. All right, let's bring her into 45 foot. Sorry, that's not a fish, I promise. But yeah, I was gonna try and bring it up like below the channel name. But I realized that it's displayed so differently depending on the device type. iPhones look way different than here again. iPhones look way different than Androids. Like the layout is completely different, so I couldn't get a good spot. Ice fishing, I like this way, but I like seeing graph. Yeah, spot, so we can now, somebody practice and, oh dang, we're tangled up there. How the hell did we manage that? Wait, what? Weird. Okay. Somebody switch to the front camera for a second. Show as the mods are coming in, kind of demonstrate, show them how, yeah, that is freaking confusing. How to switch the cameras. Mods can switch between our different camera scenes using exclamation cam. We have a front camera, which is our main forward-facing camera. A back camera that's only used when we're driving in the truck. The HDS camera, which is our graph that was up right now or just a moment ago. And a bow camera, which will be when I have the bow camera set up, which I don't right now, or I'm doing boat tours with my other phone. There we go. Swap top with bottom so you're out of the way of the text. Bryson, I've thought about that as well. I don't know if the graph is better up top or if me up top. Putting the graph behind the text is going to make it almost completely unreadable. I don't know. All right, we went from, that is a very steep hump there. Oops. Landscape rules. Yeah, unfortunately YouTube does not, unless you're a bigger channel, they don't push landscape mode streams. We tried it. It didn't make to the feed at all. We had, instead of our typical, we normally get anywhere from 20 to 50,000 views per stream. When we did a dual stream, which is primary horizontal layout, we got 2,000 views instead for, a 12-hour stream or a 10-hour stream. So we were streaming to almost nobody. Nice crisp morning for fishing. Born, yeah, it's been nice today. It's chilly, but nice. Catch a fish within 15 minutes before I leave. Gone Wild YouTube, we're trying, man. My format looks different than last night. I'll screenshot them when I get a chance and email them to you. Thanks, Lake Erie Lee. Graph behind chat text would make graph hard to read for us. I know YouTube sucks. Looks good though. Man, look at those arcs. Yeah, there's some decent marks down there. Yeah, that's where again where we have the option of we can watch the HDS. We don't watch the HDS the whole time. If I do get a fish, mods, will you try and remember to switch from HDS to the front camera so we get a nice big full view of the action? We can show the fish in the screen better, the vertical. It'd help me out if you guys could do that instead of me having to poke at the screen here to switch them. And at some point in time, we will have other cameras around the boat that, again, if you guys want to look forward, you can switch it forward. I'm hoping at some point in time we can have an underwater camera as well. Still better than when I stream video games, I get like 10 views. Fair enough, gone. Posted some pictures or boat names, American Spirit the other day, Rod. Oh, that's what you were posting on Discord, the American Spirit. That's right. If you know that what we were seeing, let others know. I think they will appreciate it more. Put that troll cam down there to 45 and you'll see Cisco. Think so, Chase? I don't think we've ran the water wolf here yet. Man, look at those marks. Got that fish zigzagging down there. What's he doing? What's up, Riggy Bobby? Cisco here's a big grease ball lake trout. You think that's what that is down there? Oh, there's a fish just jumped at the surface. Nephew zoomed in and seen the name, I thought, Rod. That's funny, Carl. Alright, come on. Fish number 2, let's do this. And can we be slightly bigger than the last one at least? For those of you guys just tuning in, you missed our monster of the day. We caught probably the biggest walleye we're gonna catch all day. It's gonna be hard to catch bigger than a 5.5 inch walleye, I think. But we will try real hard. What's up, Simba USA? Welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's having an awesome morning. This is Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. We're out here fishing for walleye, pike, trout, salmon. We're running some bottom bouncers right now. One with a worm harness rig with a full night crawler trailing. The other is a small Rapala F9 original floater. I thought it was an F11, but somebody corrected me on the size. I think it's actually an F9 in brown trout pattern. We've caught one walleye so far. She was an absolute monster. Part of Tiber Yuan. Gentle Grizzly Outdoors. We launched from South Bootlegger boat launch. We're just kind of right out from the main inlet from South Bootlegger. Every time I fish down here, everybody just blasts past here and goes way down, kind of by that big cement building down there. I've never had great luck down there, so we're kind of dinking around over here by the South Bootlegger launch, doing some mapping. We've caught one so far, just an itty bitty phone mic. Oh shit, why is it on the phone mic? Hold on. Microphone. DJ, no. Mic 3. There we go. So that's why you guys have been complaining about the mic. We weren't actually using the right mic. We were using the phone mic. My bad. Does that sound better now, guys? Got one walligator. Yeah, she was a monster. Had my first streaming tournament, had another boater actually mention he likes how I document everything, then showed up all my spots. That's funny, Ricky. I've done really well straight north of you along the cut banks. Straight north along the cut banks. So on the north shore? No wind sound. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't paying attention. We were on the bottom mic from the... It showed Bluetooth connected, but the encoder wasn't recognizing it. I had to turn it off and then back on again for it to see it. Was it a nice sized walleye? John Joe, it was a monster. She came in at about 5.5 inches. That's why I keep it generic with my locations. I don't tournament fish, so it's not really a bother to me. The live text translation is really good. Yeah, I saw it last year. I had, and it's been a while, but I've had a couple of times where people have come in the stream and been like, I really like watching your stream, but I'm deaf. And when I can see your mouth, it's great. I can read your lips, but you turn away from the camera and I don't know what's happening anymore. Can you add captions? And I was like, I'll look into that. So now a year later, we finally have it. Isn't 5 inches big, though? That's what I keep trying to tell Mia, but she ain't buying it. I like the water slap on the boat sound, but I'm different. Spot, yeah, the ambient noises of that is rather soothing. You don't really get that through the DJI mic, I guess. Charter boat following drives me crazy. Yeah, Carl. North Shore from 14 to 20 foot of water, 0.8 to 1.5 miles an hour. Okay, Gentle Grizzly. We'll head over that way after a couple of passes here. We did hook up on one, so I don't want to bail just yet. How about time of the day, Grizzly? I'm very new to Tiber. I'm still trying to figure this water body out. We have not done well here any of our trips so far. Is it like most places, your walleye bite is kind of the morning and evening and you don't really get much throughout the day, or is there a decent walleye bite throughout the day here, if you can find them? Oh, if I find my spots, I find them somewhere else. Yeah, spot. I don't care if they find, I read that, even if he did, one of the best big lake fishing guys I know. Okay, Carl. What's up, Muddy Waters Outdoors? Welcome to the stream. Deaf, not dead. Oh, it's a little different, Carl. Deaf and dead. That changes things. Oh, that's right. You were talking about the deaf guy on your boat that turns the clicker off so he gets the fish first. That's funny. What's up, Jighead Jones? How you doing, buddy? If you guys have not done so already, y'all go check out Jighead Jones' page. He fishes from a little kayak, which I will tell you, I despise kayak. And he's probably one of the only yak fishermen that I fish or watch. Holy shit, we're shallow again. God, we keep finding this really shallow bench. But if you haven't checked out his streams, go give his page a look-see-poo. He does live streaming, and he catches more damn fish than almost anybody that I've fished with or seen on YouTube. Dude just pulls in fish after fish after fish. He also makes baits and stuff too, so go check him out though. He's a good dude. I enjoy his streams. That's at Jighead Jones. All right, hold on. We're just pulling in slightly, being as we found 8-foot bottom. He can write and fish. Hey, Rod. We did better in the morning, but it was steady all day. Okay, Gentle Grizzly. Thank you. I appreciate the tip. 14 to 20 foot of water. 0.8 to 1.5. All right. Get him a whiteboard and a marker. He can write and fish. Conrad's awesome. Can't you just download a social map? There are only a few spots here marked on the social map. I had almost all of this area down here mapped the year before last. And last year I had a foobar and lost all my maps on my card. And it was before I started uploading to CMap Genesis social map. So now I'm building new maps. Bye, Rod. All right, Gone Wild. Good luck on your test, buddy. Blue spinner blades on the crawler harness seem to be the bomb. Interesting. Blue. I do have some like blue, purple, black, like iridescent little, they're not Colorado, they're willow leaf. I wonder if those would work. How big was the walleye I missed? 5.5 inches, Jones. It's literally the smallest walleye I've ever caught trolling. And the smallest walleye I've ever caught, period. 45, and I just figured out that you can add chocolate and strawberry Nesquik powder to a bowl of cereal. Chase. Sounds interesting. Fish off the yak when there's no other option works great. Definitely worth getting a cheap used kayak for 60 bucks. Never done it. I'd drown my ass in a kayak. Ain't no way. Kokanee may be up option on Sunday, and Helena, I can hit up Winco for groceries on the way home. Oh, Helena, the regulating reservoir. Is that what we were talking about, Ed? Somebody, I was reading a post the other day. Somebody was saying that it's practically unfishable right now, that there's so much floating weed in there. I haven't been by and checked it out. Holter, I think, is probably where it's at right now for the Cokes. Weeds are bad, but the fish are huge. Floating weed hydroponics. Yeah, it's tough to troll around weeds like that. You just get fouled up constantly. Maybe you got a secret way to do it, Ed. Later, Gone Wild. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. What do we got in here? 52 people. Nice. We've caught one fish so far, one itty bitty walleye. We are headed back kind of the way that we came from. Trying to get a couple of swipes here on the map. And then we might head over to where Grizzly was recommending across the reservoir over to the north side. But I hope y'all are having an awesome day. Sorry for those of y'all that are stuck at work. We took the day off here to do some fishing. We've had a real hot week this last week, and yesterday a cold front came in. So today and tomorrow it's supposed to be chilly, and throughout the week it's supposed to start heating back up into the 90s. But hoping we could get some more fish in the boat here today. This is a new water body for me. We fished it half a dozen times or so over the last couple of years, but I am still trying to figure this place out. It's huge. It's almost 15,000 acres. It's one of the biggest water bodies in Montana. And it produces some of the biggest fish in Montana as well. Some of the biggest walleye, some of the biggest pike. Nylon Reservoir is about 90% certainty on Sunday morning. Okay, Ed. Yeah, let me know. I think Mia works on Sunday, but maybe if the weather's nice, I can swing out and join you. And now that everybody seems to be a huge fan of your smoked trout, we'll have to fill a whole cooler full of them. What's up, Dave James? Good morning, good morning. We're at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. Out here after walleye, northern pike. There's rainbow trout in here. Apparently I had no idea that there was salmon in here. Chase is saying that there's some good coho in here. It kind of blows my mind a little bit. Got 4 walleye Saturday from Lake Arthur, and a big one got away from the boat. Oh dang, Northwest PA! You got 4 though. That's a good start. I used to spot while welding. Wait. I used to spot till they started cracking down on phones while welding. Oh, okay. Rod, I'll send you a sad pic later. My bro-in-law boat rotting away. 16-foot deep V console with 30 horsepower 4-stroke on it. Oh, man. Just doesn't use it anymore, huh? My lake, 38,000 acres, 750 miles. That's huge, spot snatcher. Yeah, that's almost as big as Flathead. I think Flathead, isn't Flathead like 45,000? It's one of the largest natural freshwater bodies in western U.S. I'll check in later. Back to sorting Amazon. All right, Ed. We'll be here, buddy. All right, I need a soda. Oh, okay, so let's somebody switch it, do exclamation bow. Let me see if I can get the other camera. I'll give you guys a little boat tour. We did make some slight changes to the boat here. Let me see if I can. So exclamation cam space bow for the bow camera. Now, exclamation cam space bow. There you go. Thank you, Carl. All right, it works. So this started out, you guys started the first season we streamed, you guys sat here and it was fucking terrible. It jittered, it bounced around. My streams were basically unwatchable, right? So V2, I built a custom PVC mount, and it's got 3 layers of PVC, so it's quite stout, but it's got great vibration resistance. And that mounts onto the front of the bow down here, right? I then added 2 additional cameras to it, but then when we got the Starlink Mini, we had it originally mounted up here on the bow, and it wasn't a great signal, so I wanted to get it higher. So as a test, I put it up on our camera pole, right? And it works great up here. It's wonderful. It provides a little bit of shade for the phone, almost like a little umbrella for the phone. But when we start moving, there's so much weight to it that it starts swaying a little bit. This is meant to reduce vibration for light mounts, not for heavy mounts. So I installed a dedicated mount for the Starlink, aluminum. It's you'll see these on docks and pools. They're just a handrail. But I mounted that up here in front. I'm still waiting on the damn tube mount to come so I can move the Starlink from this pole over here. But that then also allowed me to move my cooler, or coolers. You guys probably noticed before that they were sitting in the middle of this, in front of our bench seat back there. So when Ed was on the boat last week, we were basically spooning on the front bench here. Not the greatest. I was stepping over him, tripping over him. So now we actually have moved my cooler, and we can get a second person on the boat sitting in the back seat here. Got access right next to the rod holders. So I think it should be an improvement. We opened up our deck here, so I'm not tripping over people. But then that allowed me, right now I just have it temporarily strapped, the cooler strap there. I think I like the placement of it, but I didn't want to do a permanent install of it until I decide. But yeah, so we got some new additions to the boat here. I'm excited to get the Starlink mounted up there. But all right, you guys can switch it back to the HDS cam, exclamation cam space HDS. Slick, thanks man. Spent a lot of time on stream yesterday during the test. Oh nice, Carl, I didn't realize you were in there. I think Flathead Lake is 125? Whoa, I'm off. Is it that big, Montana Slayer? Yeah, that's great. That's how you catch big fish, Little John. Sure seems better now, spooning, that's where, well, I mean, I'm sitting here and he was sitting right here, and he's a big guy. And I sit here perched on my chair. So I'm trying to go back and forth, and it was just, it's not great having somebody sitting right next to you. There just wasn't, there wasn't a good spot for him to sit on the back bench. Now there is. Sure seems better now. Yeah, it's been an improvement, I think. But that's cool. So our other phone, our other camera source works, so I can now give you guys boat tours without taking the main phone out of the holder. We can maybe show you guys releases of the fish. Just remember when we want to switch to that external camera, it's the bow camera, but it's not active all the time. I only turn that on when we need it, so I can conserve battery. All right, I need a soda. That's what I was doing. Hold on a sec. Went to get a soda and got all excited to show you guys my new Starlink and cooler setup here. That, and now the cooler up front also gives an additional seat on the boat for somebody to sit up there as well. You're right, now there's more room. There's a ton more room getting that out of the way. I used to run the cooler strapped against the side of the boat up here. Then I put the solar panels in and had to move it. So I switched it to in the middle of the, on the back bench. And it's just, there's so little room on these boats. I always get excited when I can fit another Tetris piece in and it fits. Montana, yeah, it's the biggest natural freshwater body in western United States, I think is what it is. Did we fish whistle while I was gone? We did. It's been a while. We're almost 2 hours into the stream. It's about time for another fish whistle and another fish. What's up, Papa Badger? Welcome to the stream. Did Mike switch? I hear water again. We're on. You guys hear tappy? Oh shit. No, we're on. Tappy tap tap. Test test. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear the tap on the mic. I think we're on the right mic. It shows the DJI Mic 3 connected. Fort Peck is way bigger than Flathead. Fort Peck isn't a natural water body, though. Fort Peck is a dam. It's like Tiber. It's an impoundment on the river system. Sounds good here. Redacted. It's good. Thanks, Redacted. How can you see me giving you a thumbs up? I can't. Papa Badger. I can't. Oh, good marks there. 10 foot, 15 foot. Everything's freaking suspended. There's a bait ball there, it looks like. Oh, and I did set this up too. Let's try that. So we have our other graph. So the one that we show, normally I show our nav graph, the contour map, as well as our sonar. This is the nav and the, excuse me, down scan. I think that's what this screen is called. I'm gonna pour speed up just a touch here. What are you fishing for? Walleye, northern pike, trout, and salmon. What we're running right now is more geared towards the walleye and the pike. Though we are running something that both salmon and trout may bite as well, the worm harness rig. That's the water depth you should be fishing, 12 to 25 foot. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured it is sub 25 is where in the early morning we should be targeting. We'll head into deeper water if we're not getting much here. Fort Peck over 1,500 miles of shoreline is insane. You need a big boat with a big fuel tank, right? Concept. That's huge. Everybody keeps asking me when I'm going to fish Peck, and it's like, I don't even know where to begin at Peck. It's so big. So we'll keep it on the sonar, I think, primarily. But when we see something on when we see something on the sonar that looks interesting or confusing, we'll switch over to the down scan to get a little closer look.
Motion detected in the side yard.
So the worm harness rig that we're running right now is almost certainly something that the trout would bite off of, though we're fishing a little bit deeper than what they would typically be. They also bite off of crankbaits, though. I've caught 2 rainbow this year off of crankbaits way bigger than what we're running right now. So both of them are really trout baits as well. Big lakes, you just pick an area and break that area down like a small lake. Spot, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here today. That I haven't seen before. I think we're live. Oh, it did. Okay, so it failed over to the intermission, the maintenance screen. That thing is so dumb. When I built that, I got done and I'm like, man, that is some of the dumbest shit I've ever made in my life. And I was like, launch it, let's go. We'll fix it later. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what, the encoder crapped out for a minute. That's literally the first time we've had any problem with the encoder. Not sure what exactly the issue there was. We'll be right back. Screen the test. We're live. Okay. So it recovered. How long was it on for? 30 seconds? 60 seconds? There we go. Those are some nice marks. That looks like walleye down there. Let's see if we can taunt one in here. That was cool as hell. Oh, you like that? 5 seconds? Oh, it was quick. 5-10 seconds. These are real fish. Yeah, see, this is what we've been looking for. Yeah, the way that I've got it tuned, it should within, oh, there's bottom. Within 2 to 5 seconds of an issue coming up with either the internet signal, my batteries, the phone, it should fail over to it. So it's pretty quick to dump to that when there's a problem. So you guys don't get the buffering sign for a long time. And then once the problem recovers, it takes about 8 to 10 seconds for it to come back. So overall, it should be pretty quick. Octopus or a dragon, maybe. You never know. We'll keep looking, Papa Badger. We'll see. You can switch to downscan and learn what fish look like on that when you see marks. Yeah, so on the screen that you guys don't see, that I do actually run downscan and the 2D sonar on right next to each other. So I am looking at that. You guys just can't see it. There we go. There's a nice mark at 15 foot or so. All right, we're gonna bring this up just slightly. Not even 8 seconds. Okay, so it was just quick. Well, that's good. That's what it's meant to do. As quickly as possible, fail over to it, and when it recognizes, come back. So it's doing what it's supposed to. I like the 2D sonar better, but I'm old school. Yeah, the 2D is what I look at most of the time, and when I get confused what I'm looking at the 2D, that's usually when I look at the down scan. Oftentimes it'll help me distinguish between a bait ball and, weeds. A bait ball and a tree. Still haven't gone fishing yet. Dad has dementia, so life is busy. I hear you, Papa. Well, get out there when you can, and in the meantime, thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. We appreciate your company. I like being able to see the finder. Yeah, a lot of people have been digging it. I know it kind of shoves me down behind the text, which sucks. But the testing that I was doing with the graph behind the text made it look, I mean, it really wasn't easy to decipher much of anything. Bait chop boat shows up better on trees, yeah. Yeah, they're just, it helps me clarify what I'm looking at when the 2D gets a little confusing. And I always have the side scan running on the other screen as well, but the majority of the time I have no idea what I'm looking at. Not a lot of these places have real interesting looking bottom. See, like right there, we'll switch to the 2D, and that's weeds. So on the other screen, it looks like some fish floating above, and there might be some fish floating above, but that is definitely some taller weeds. The down scan makes that much clearer. Thank you, my friend. Honestly appreciate you. Well, happy to have you, Papa. If you were a pretty girl, then I'd be a bit concerned. Dead. Papa, that is a tough deal. I took care of my aunt. She dealt with dementia. Stay strong, brother. Absolutely. It's got to be tough watching family deteriorate like that. There's some nice marks down there again. 14, 15, 18 feet. But yeah, I had been playing around trying to figure out how to add the graphs for a solid 6 months. I played around with a few different options, and I had it working. It was just really, really clunky, and it required for me to do like a screen recorder on a phone that's mirroring the graph to the phone. But I started looking at how the Lowrance app does it, and found that they expose an RTSP URL, which is real-time streaming protocol. And I'm able to just pull directly from that, just like the Lowrance app does, which made everything easier. There's less lag in it. It takes less resources for me to run it. Really, really slick way. So I'm glad I finally found a way to do it. Aren't you hot in that jacket? It is right now like 50, maybe 50 degrees. It was almost, I could almost see my breath when we got here this morning. It's Montana. We don't ever really take a very big step away from winter here. The other thing I like is Bruce has now left the chat. Ted, yes! We've solved the audio drift issue. I don't have to reset my mic a bunch of times. The stuttering that we were having, God, those last few streams that I did were so bad. YouTube app changed something in how it treats Starlink traffic, drop packets, inconsistent signal. So the new setup that I have, the encoder, seems to have solved all of those problems I've been banging my head against the wall trying to fix, and lets us get back to fishing instead of worrying about the tech side of it. Now we just get to play with it instead of trying to figure out why it's not working. It's like Alaska here in the summer. Snow feels warmer spots, right? But yeah, I'm finally stoked. I've been talking about a lot of this stuff, you guys, for better part of the last year. I've been working on putting together how to accomplish using an external encoder when we're out here in the middle of nowhere using Starlink. And we're finally putting the bits together, y'all. It's working. We got our multiple scenes. We have overlays. We got camera switchers. You guys can change the damn camera. I don't even have to touch a button. I'm still working on a couple other cool things as well that I think you guys might dig. We don't ever sit on our hands around here. We're always playing with something. There you are. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Nice, Papa. You have all the bells and the whistles. We're out here nerding out on this shit. Y'all, like I said, I work in IT development, security. I have for decades, so I'm always building shit and nerding out. And this kind of allows me to bring some of my nerd out into my merging my two hobbies and passions together: coding, development, fishing, boating. We're just kind of smashing it all together now. You guys like the camera follow there too? I thought that was kind of slick. It works better sometimes than others. I have a rod and a tackle box. I got the whistle, no bells. That happens to the best of us. We need to, let's get the whistle. What is that? Why do we have a squiggly following us at 14 feet? Is that our thermocline? All right, we've been on the water 2 hours and 9 minutes. It is time for fish whistle number 2. And then we're gonna do a bait check. Oh, buddy. Oh. We just had a nibble on our off-camera line here. We're not anywhere near bottom. Come on, little buddy. No. It's been tracking you well through the stream. Yeah, not bad. It's again, I'm still working on these layouts here, but what's the water temperature? 67.4. This is actually the coolest water that we fished in for 4 weeks. Yellow pole. Yeah, I did not bring the Ed Special today. I did bring a couple of his lures, but we left his rod at home. Rod just gives his bot commands out for free. He's a real one. Yeah, I've been sharing him with a bunch of channels. I think right now there's about a dozen channels running my Nightbot stuff. Once I get RodBot more dialed in and the quota approved, we'll let people start using that as well. Totally different depth finders than when I had mine, way more advanced. Papa, yeah, they could do some cool stuff. But no, all the stuff that I've built in the past, I usually share with people for free. They're novelty projects for me. They're not something I'm trying to make money off of, so I just think it's cool when people use it and enjoy it. Alright, we're just ticking on bottom here. What are we, over 17-foot bottom? I think we're gonna head back down. Ah, shit. We should keep making some passes here. Let's make one more pass down. I need to get a couple of passes here to get the basics of a map built from this launch, so when I'm rushing in here at the end of the night, I don't end up on a boulder. BG McHeavy, 1 walleye so far. Now this sonar aspect is kind of crazy. Some of those systems are so detailed, it looks like video. Right, Chase? Hey, Carl, Rod has the American spirit in him right now, Marcello. Figuratively and literally, in reference to your post the other day. Theoretically, how much could you charge for those commands? I don't know, Redacted. It depends on how useful people find them. I mean, the reality is this Nightbot is free. And anybody who can use it could eventually figure out how to build those same kind of commands. Your audio's going nuts? Is it me or you? Somebody let me know. Is it just Chase or is my audio tweaking? Thumbs up, thumbs down on the audio. At least not windy. We had crazy wind yesterday. David, yes, yesterday was really 40-mile-an-hour gusts here, and I think it's supposed to be back up to 20, 25-mile-an-hour gusts tomorrow. There's like just one dip in the wind for today. Good here, audio fine here. Chase, swipe maybe to the next stream and swipe back. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. How's the picture quality today? Are we? I've watched big parts of the last couple of streams that I've did with the new Moblin setup, and it seems like there really isn't much graininess. There isn't much buffering. Has the cam quality been really good compared to our past streams? Seems like the encoder setup here has fixed a lot of things we were struggling with trying to use the damn YouTube app. Pick is great. Nice. You guys have no idea how much it was bugging me with the stream quality that we were having. I'm so glad these things are finally starting to fall together. We'll keep tweaking and adding shit, of course, but we got the basics. I think we got a good setup going. Totally different stream now, right? This is what I've been wanting to do since I started. Again, it just takes me time to get the shit, wrap my head around how it works and do all the things that I have in my head to get them working. Get them implemented. You can relax now. So clear I can see the grouse drinking on the bank being a spot snatcher. You guys be counting boogies in my nose? Let me know if I got any, y'all. Don't be letting me hang out here with gremlins dangling. I like it. Well, I'm glad. I appreciate the feedback. I'm always curious to know what you guys think. I do stuff that I think looks good, but it's always nice to get opinions of other people because sometimes my perspective isn't the same as others. Really hope to catch a big one. Thanks, David. I would love to. We've caught. What are we up to? Probably four or five walleye we've caught this year. It's been a slow year. But we have not caught anything sizable yet. So it'd be nice to finally get a big walleye. What is that? What do we got coming? 8 to 12 foot. Let's switch over. What does that look like on our... Oh yeah, that's definitely fish. Big fish chasing a couple of smaller fish? Is that what that looks like to you? Yeah, it looks like kind of the downward angle one. Looks like it's chasing those two smaller marks, and then there was like a smaller mark going up as well. Another octopus. And I think I've been dialing in, trying to fix the delays between the different things. The HDS is not in real time. It's about 1 second behind our video here. So what you're seeing on the graph and the down scan is what happened 1 second ago compared to the stream, which the stream you're seeing compared to live is about 6 to 8 seconds ago, with all the different paths that we go through. You're seeing it pretty much real time. That's why, again, my responses to things are always going to be slightly delayed. What I'm saying right now gets you guys like in 6 seconds. Big wad of fish. That may be one on the bottom. Oh, I missed it. Babbling over here. Might as well have a camera down there. Papa, we're working on it. At some point, the underwater cameras that you use that would be capable of me streaming or using them as a source aren't cheap. I'm gonna have to pinch pennies for a little while to add that toy to the stream. Rapala again. BG, yeah, so we have a smaller version today. What we're running, we haven't had any bites on it. It's probably about time to switch it out for something else. We've been running it over 2 hours now. Rapala F9 original floater in brown trout. We were running the F18 for the Pike last week. All right, that ain't working. Why does it keep doing that? We'll run it down there for another 10 minutes or so. But yeah, just a little Rapala original floater. Ah, shit. Pulled it up right as we're going over fish. Alright. Actually, you answer pretty quickly. Okay. Something is chasing fish around down there. Yeah, there's definitely some activity. I was kidding, but hey, go for it. It's crazy you must have can't type a message on a phone and communicate with a guy on 110 fishing. Is the water wolf capable of live streams? Cypher, so if not running it as a lure camera. Once a camera crosses the water barrier, it's almost impossible to get a Bluetooth or a Wi-Fi signal to it. They don't travel through water. So you can run it in a vertical orientation, like on they make this little like donut that it sits in, that basically makes it float on the top of the water. Like if you were carp fishing or pond fishing. And I can take that and stream it directly to my phone, which I would then be able to feed into the encoder here. But to get one running under the water and live on camera, you have to get a wired one. You essentially, instead of running it as a lure camera, they're run almost like a downrigger. It's a steel cable that's got a cord attached to it, and you run your camera out on a steel cable and spool it out, and you run your rig off of your camera, similar to how you clip your line to your downrigger. But again, a lot of the good quality ones that are wired like that, I mean, you're looking $1,000 to $3,000 range. They're not cheap. Just got back. Any luck? Jeffrey, just the one walleye so far. It's been over an hour since we've had a bite. We're still kind of exploring out here. We're right by the South Bootlegger boat launch. I'm making a pass back this way to try and clear out some of the map in here. Rather than, most of the times that I've been here in the past, I jaunt out. I'm making, like one strip maps out into the middle of nowhere. And they're basically useless for all intents and purposes. So we're doing more strategic fishing and mapping today. We're staying kind of in the shallows for these first few hours. Anywhere from, 25 to 12 foot depth. I'm trying to map out some of this area, especially around the boat ramp. So when I do come barreling in here, there are some shallow spots. I don't want to be hitting rocks or anything. Cams are better for videos, not live. Yeah, the new format's amazing. You like it, 88? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Did someone say downrigger? Carl. One of these days I'll get one. Carl appears from the ether when someone says downrigger, right? Just whatever you do, don't say it 3 times in a row. Some Candyman type shit happens. Or, what is it? Beetlejuice. You'll spawn something terrible into the world. Do you have a Garmin? No, it's the Lowrance HDS10 Pro, networked with Lowrance Elite FS9, networked with the Lowrance Recon trolling motor. So what you guys are seeing right now is the HDS10 Pro. It's controlling our trolling motor over here. Truth, my old kayak had the Scotty mini downrigger. Was a blast. When you say the mini downrigger, just a smaller ball, smaller crank? Like, I mean, 100 foot of line, not 300. I understand addiction, so you're okay. Come on, fish. All right, so we need to swap that Rapala out, I think. What do you guys think we should run on this? We caught one on our worm harness rig, so we'll let that one run a bit longer. What do you guys think our next plan of attack for the walleye should be here? Should we try another crankbait? Should we throw on a different worm harness? Low income, high rise. Everything was scaled down. Let's try walleye, walleye, walleye. I've been to the building from Candyman. Cabrini Green. It's tore down now. Oh, okay, Carl. Interesting. I tried going to the Circus Casino to sit at the revolving bar from frickin' Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And what a disappointment that was. I wandered around in there with my drink for like frickin' 45 minutes, and finally one of the bartenders was like, "You're looking for the carousel bar, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yes, goddammit." He's like, "They tore it down like 4 or 5 years ago." He's like, "Every once in a while I see one of you confused looking bastards out here wandering around. And every time I know that's what you're looking for." I was like, "God damn it. I wanted to sit at the revolving bar." Just be careful, let slip out. Katie Kayak Dangler, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Do they pay you hump that bear? Justin, right? I read the book well before I saw the movie on that. Growing up as a teen, Hunter Thompson, I'd stumbled across him. I don't know where the hell I stumbled across him. All right, we're starting to bang bottom here. But yeah, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, one of my all-time favorite books I've ever read. And the adaptation to movie with Johnny Depp playing Hunter is, I think, one of the best on-screen fucking films made in the last 25 years. Maybe 30 years. I don't know how long it's been. I have no concept of time anymore. All right, we're turning around because we're getting way too shallow. Oh, that was just a hump. We went over a hump. We found a hump, guys. A little titty under the sea. Mini downriggers are actually really handy. Worm harness and Rapala have always been my best for walleye. VG, yeah, that's why I'm running one of both. Thompson was a real odd dude, brilliant writer. He absolutely wonderful writer. Like, I'm not... he wrote about a little bit of everything. Sports, motorcycles, music, politics. Like, he was just an interesting dude. He was a drug-addled maniac much of his career. Really bad addict and alcoholic. But man, he just had a brilliant mind. I really enjoyed, I read, I mean, he's got half a dozen novels and some smaller books. I read all that shit when I was growing up. There's another boat behind us again. Everybody just blasts past right where we're at. Nobody fishes this area. You'd think would be a sign for me to not fish this area, but we don't do what everybody else is doing most of the time, if you haven't figured that out yet. We've managed put one minnow on the boat so far, a 5.5-inch walleye. You guys, I think that was smaller than the rainbow trouts that we were catching at Newlawn. What do you think? Anybody you guys watch that Newlawn stream? I can't remember how big those rainbows were. They were pretty goddamn small. But I think our walleye today might be our new on-stream record for tiniest fish caught while trolling. Just move into shallower water and bounce the bottom if you're wanting to change things up and hook fish. You deeper than I do for the most part. Yeah, well, deeper than, I mean, we're only at 15-foot bottom right now. Just not marking a whole lot up here. We were marking way more suspended fish out over that hump kind of by at the end of this inlet. How shallow would you be fishing? You said 12 to 25. We're kind of staying in there, kinda. Max Mileblade, Death Rig, Jeffrey Johnson. Yeah, I've actually I fished with those for a few years. I make some just like that or very similar to that. We're bouncing bottom right there. Now you great for depth. Okay, so you like this really shallow stuff. Well, sorry to say, we're headed back out into slightly deeper. Though I guess we could turn around there. Let's follow that. Let's follow this contour over. We'll get a pass closer to this shore. There they are, 13 foot. Oh shit, I missed them. Wasn't paying attention. Brilliant minds sometimes need to be quiet. It's a drugs and alcohol do that. Yeah, Papa. So fish away and catch the big one. Enjoy your day, my friend. Know you're blessed to be where you are. Thanks, Papa. Appreciate you stopping in. We'll be here all day. Swing on through again. All right, so we're turning. I'm gonna kind of try and follow that 12 to 15 foot contour if it exists over there instead of going back out into deeper water. Come on, stop going the wrong way, trolling motor. I really should bust out the dongle. Whoa! We either just got smacked or we had a fish. I think we got another minnow, boys. Is he on here? I don't feel him now, but I'm pretty sure we just got tapped. That was outside rod, not inside rod, so we definitely weren't setting it down. Oh, weird. I might bring this back in to make sure we don't got another minnow on there. Y'all know how the little walleye can be. Sometimes you can't even tell they're on your damn line. Nope. He got half our worm. So just a short strike. Let's put a fresh worm on this, guys. Our spinner here doesn't do... Whoa, real shallow. These slow death hooks are meant to have a, you know, a half or a full crawl or something hanging off the end there to spin. All right, we're bouncing bottom there as well. You mapped a nice hump. Yeah, we found a little bump there, it looks like. Maybe something real flashy. My dad said walleye have been really finicky. Oh, we're bouncing bottom on that guy. All right, we're a little bit more shallow than I'm trying to be. So what we're running here, and this is what we've caught one off of, and we just missed another bite off of. It's one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. It's a little Simon 4.5 brass blade, Colorado blade, white with pink dot. Couple of chartreuse beads and a white pill popper in the center. So a similar, it's like a variant of a wally popper. And it's not a slow death hook. I forget who makes this one. It's got a swivel built into it. I think it's a VMC. Running it behind a 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer. But that's what we caught one fish off of, and we did just miss. There was another smack at it. Our crankbait, I don't think has been bit yet. We've picked up some weeds on it a couple of times now. In fact, it's probably full of weeds right now. Post up on the hump, go jigging. You mapped a nice hump. I would never leave that area. Yo. Oh. I think we just got bit again here, guys. Thought it was bottom. Exactly, post up on the hump. Oh. I don't know if we hooked up, but that was a 100% a bite. I don't feel him. You ever been to CQ? I don't know what CQ is. I would think park right in those strike zones. Yeah, we can head back over there in a minute. Dang it. All right, well, let me bring it in and make sure we still have a worm, because I'm fairly certain that was just a bite. Oh, still got the worm. Guys are all drooling over the tiny hump we just found. It didn't look all that significant to me. Maybe I don't know what I'm looking at. All right, a little bit of salad. Get off of there. Damn it, it'll make me do it. I do have a couple of spinning rods here. Got one. Well, they're both rigged up with jigs and plastic right now. Should probably work just fine. This crankbait is not giving us any love here. I don't know. We've got weeds and it hooked up on itself a couple of times. That's all we've managed out of it so far. All right. Could have been bought. It might have been David. It felt. I was holding it in my hand though. It felt like a bite. Not a cat. Those yellow marks on the bottom are cats or walleye. We do have channel cats in here. I've never caught one out of here, but there are channel cats. There's supposedly also sturgeon in here. Keep mapping, there could be a better spot. Yeah, that's kind of why I hate to, until I have a area mapped fairly well, I hate stopping to jig. But we definitely can and will be doing some of that sometime today. I think we're supposed to have a really decent wind. I mean, we have a good portion of this inlet here mapped already. Would be nice to get it a little better quality, so next time we come here we can actually use the auto follow features. I have the same setup, but I got like 23 electric ones and a lot more. Oh, nice. Yeah, I suspect at this depth they probably, and I keep forgetting that the channel cats are in here. There is a real good chance that this stuff sitting at or near bottom might be channel cats as well. Channel cats will hit cranks. Yeah, I've never caught one on a crank, but I've seen them hit cranks and jigs with plastics quite a bit this last year or so. I'm jigging walleye this late in the year, but I don't know much on it. Billy, yeah, I am not a walleye expert. Jigging is probably going to be the most efficient way to catch them, or maybe the most effective way to catch them this time of the year. But again, we're multitasking here. Not only are we fishing for them, we're mapping. And I'm trying to learn these water bodies. I don't have a lot of this shit mapped, so I don't know what a lot of the bottom looks like other than looking on external maps. And one of the features that I've been really enjoying on the trolling motor is the autopilot. I basically have an Uber driver that can contour follow. And I've found that the better maps that I have, the better that feature works. So the more we map out here, the easier it gets for me in future trips to be able to use some of the functionality on the new trolling motor that we picked up. Spinnerbaits too. Most guys, I read that. Channel cats will hit, I read that. Last year, a random guy fishing with his kid next to Skipjack Cindy caught a monster cat while crappie fishing. Dude landed a tank on 6-pound mono. Nice, redacted. It's always the little kids that are getting frickin' monsters off of ridiculous shit. I'm over here getting beat up, not catching something, and you got like a 9-year-old fishing down the bank, pulling in hog after hog. Like, do I really gotta go ask the 9-year-old how to catch a fish? What the hell? Making me feel bad over here. You got a bite? No, I don't think so, Connor. I added the little banner down below our Rodbot overlay. I put in one of the slides, you'll see it pop up every once in a while. It says it's not a bite, I promise. I don't know if any of y'all caught that one yet. It made me laugh. I'm retarded though, so that doesn't really mean much. I laugh at some of the stupidest shit. But I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. This is Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. We've been out here on the water for just under 3 hours. The bite's been a little slow. We are again exploring. I don't know this water body really at all. So we're mapping, we're marking. We've caught one walleye. Our targets for today are walleye, northern pike. There are coho salmon in here, I guess. There's rainbow trout, channel cats, smallmouth bass. So there's a myriad of different species in here. Lake trout, lots of stuff. So we're trying to stick to one general area so I can get it mapped out. We can hopefully catch some fish. We're in 28, 29 foot bottom right now. Surface temperature 67.3 degrees. We're marking some marks right there at about 22, 24 foot. Nobody said it, you're trolling too fast. Are we? What do you guys think? Should we troll faster? We've been 0.8, 0.9 miles an hour. You guys think we should bump it up to like 1, 2? Or keep our slow roll here? Maybe we'll just go, we'll do 1. We'll bump it to 1. Too fast. I need to add some more emojis. There just ain't enough hours in a day, man. I got so many things I want and need to do. Pump it. 1.6, yeah, faster. You guys remember, we're running bottom bouncers here, and they're only 1.5 ounces. So the faster we go, the more drag is gonna pull them up, and the less actual bouncing of the bottom we're doing. We can let out more line to compensate, but we are also flying blind here, so the more line we let out, the more chance we have of dumping our shit on the bottom instead of just ticking off the bottom. But we'll bump it up. Let's do 1, 2. We bumped it from like 0.9 to 1, 2, so we've increased it by what, like 30%. I will also, on that note, let out just a little bit more line to compensate for our speed increase. There's some good marks from 20 to 25 foot. Let's see what that looks like on down scan. Don't look like a whole lot of anything on down scan. .9, 1.0. Yeah, we were doing 0.9 before. We just bumped it from 0.9 to 1.2. There's a nice mark sitting at 20, just right off at like 22 foot bottom. Gonna dump our speed down just a little bit to make sure that we're banging bottom around that guy. That is a solid mark there. That's a small fish? Is it? Don't tell me that. Tell me it's a monster. Come on. Run a 2-mile-an-hour drift in salt water, getting snagged sucks. Yeah, snagging shit just slows you down so much. What side of the state lake we on today? Clayton, we're in north central Montana. We're a hop, skip, and a jump away from Canada right now. Lethbridge is under 2-hour drive from here. North central Montana, this is Tiber Reservoir, or also known as Lake Elwell. We're out here looking for walleye, northern pike. It produces really big walleye, really big pike. As you guys saw earlier, we pulled a real specimen out of here, about 5.5 inches. Though they do get to be 14 to 16 plus pounds in here. They get real big. The pike get real big in here too, 20 to 30 plus pounds. There's lake trout, there's rainbow trout, there's coho salmon, sturgeon, smallmouth bass, a handful of other things in here as well. 2 to 3 mile an hour. Can't type today. You guys catch walleye trolling that fast? 2-3 miles an hour? I've always thought walleye was like super slow troll. Well, that was a waste of gas. Got all the way to the lake and they closed because of the heat. They closed the lake, SoCal? Dang, that sucks. Seems like these guys have been right off the break from top of humps. Yeah, they're hanging around those humps. This bigger hump that we're coming up here on in just a moment was holding a whole bunch of fish when we went over it the last time. Good luck with your day, brother. Hope you catch a boatload. Thank you, Clayton. Thanks for stopping through. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're just making, if you guys can see these black lines, we're just kind of making concentric. I'm going, a boat length to 2 away from our last pass. Trying to define what we're looking at. You don't really get, the more passes you make in a line, the better your contours get. The more accurate you can see what you're actually fishing over. There's good market, 20-25 foot bottom. Cranks, yes, 2 to 3, usually standard. Yeah, David, so with crankbaits. But not run on bottom bouncers. Closed lake, it's too hot, isn't the lake where people go to cool off when it's hot, right? Right, Lee? You may only swim in it when it's cold out. Yeah, 2 to 3 is what I'd troll cranks at if I were trolling for pike. Right now we're kind of, well, we are really, I'm open to anything. We're more trying to get down for the walleye. We're in a little too deep of water right here. Our bottom bouncers aren't anywhere near bottom. But we are coming up, as you can see, we're coming up on a shallow hump here again. Looks like a 14, 15 foot hump is right in front of us. That's kind of close to where we caught our first fish, is on this hump. I did not mark it on the map, I forgot. Funny thing about San Diego, it's illegal to swim in the lakes here, is it? That's crazy. Cali's so backwards on some things. Yeah, sometimes their laws and regulations get a little nonsensical. All right, maybe third time's a charm here on the fish whistle. All right, so we're coming up, I think, on the edge of a hump up here. Oh yeah, there's a, good Lord, that ain't just a hump. We got the hump of all humps. Is that a nipple? Somebody tell me that's not a nipple. We got the titty under the sea with a soft nippy up top. Because I think it drops back off right here. Nope. I thought it dropped off. I guess it doesn't. Maybe this is cliff wall? So this is what I mean. Until you get a few passes in, you have no idea what the hell you're looking at. Fish on top of it. I don't see any fish on top. There, I mean, there was that one little bush there. Can't wait to get out of this damn third world state. Well, SoCal, I mean, I know you said that the missus is, you're waiting for her to retire? Like, does that mean another decade there? Like, how long are you actually staying there? Come on, fish. All right, so that was more of a cliff edge than a hump. It just kind of drops off into a basin over there. Yeah, like 4 to 5 years. Okay. Gotta wait for the pension. That makes sense. Keep on structure scan, may tell you a fish from weed. I never really play with that, the structure scan feature. What do we got here? Come on, fishy, fishy. $18 to retire from CHP, and he's gonna come in Georgia. Nice spot. Yeah, I can't see that shit with the sun glare. Jippy, nice. What are you ugging about, Chase? Don't you have map on your other unit, or is that top part showing both graphs? I can put map on the other unit, but the trolling motor, the graph that I'm showing right now, the HDS10, is the one that has to, is the one that controls the trolling motor. And in order for a lot of the features on the trolling motor to work, you have to have the graph, the navigation up. So yeah, that's all one graph. That's just split screen on the HDS10 Pro. On the other screen, I have down scan, 2D, and side scan running. And I'm recording the sonar on the other unit. I then take and upload that to CMAP Genesis. There we go. We're starting to get into some more fish in the upper part of the water column here. Just some itty bitties. But there's some fish at least. They'll pull you over for going 58 and 55 on the freeway if you're pulling a trailer. Dang. Snatch your bills. Oh, okay, Chase, okay. Should always call this for some days. It's like car hit bear, car hit deer, rocks and road. Getting the real exciting stuff, huh? So some little stuff in 5 to 10 foot. Something sitting down there at the bottom at 25. There's another mark at like 12. There's some sporadic stuff here and there. That bigger hump where we're marking all those fish is coming up here. That's that whiter spot in the upper left-hand corner. Big time fisherman said he won't pull over trailers. It's much better than the guys around LA. Let's go. We're almost at 100 thumbs up, 91 thumbs up. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. We're out here. We've got one fish in the boat, one minnow. We caught a 5.5-inch walleye, which is about on par with how we've been doing this year. We've been catching progressively smaller and smaller fish. But we're going to keep at it. This water body does produce some really big walleyes, some really big pike, as well as a variety of different species. It's a water body, though, that a lot of people fish here and a lot of people don't have great luck. You gotta know where to fish, how to fish it, and we don't know either of those things, so we're flying a little blind out here. We're learning. Decent marks, 20 to 25 foot, a handful down there, and again, some riffraff up in the top, 10 to 12 foot. I would love to catch a fat fish out of here. There are such big fish that are produced in this water. It's a big water body, though. It's almost 15,000 acres. So it's one of those water bodies that it's like fishing a new water body every little spot you go to. It's so big. It's an impoundment on the Marias River system, so there is truly, you know, a riverbed that runs down the center. Last year that we were here, we were marking a bunch of shit, you know, like 70 to 90 foot down, over 100 foot plus bottom. And I'm assuming a lot of that was the lake trout. Which, that would be awesome. We honestly should, at some point, try and see if we can pull some lakers out of here. Deepest depth, if I recall correctly from looking at the bathymetric maps, I don't have a good map on the graph recorded here. But I want to say it was somewhere between 120 and 130 foot in certain parts. Most of the river channel, though, I think is closer to like 90 to 100 foot. We're just in a very shallow little finger of on the south shore of the main reservoir. It is right where the boat launch is, this little inlet that comes in here. But I don't have it mapped well, and honestly, that's one of the first places I normally map at a water body. Real good marks here. There we go. That's fish chasing fish. Look at that sucker go down. Is he coming at our stuff? What's he doing down there? That swoop coming up and then all the way down is something chasing something down. There's some activity down at the bottom right below there as well. Streaker, yeah. She's looking nice. I always get excited when I see that. It's like, what is he following me? What's he following? What's he doing down there? What do you estimate your lure depth is right now? With the speed we're doing, 1.2 miles an hour. I have about 60 foot of line out, an ounce and a half. We're probably maybe 15 foot. I need to put on some deeper. That or slow down a little bit. The whole thing about bottom bouncers is you don't get very much drop on them unless you're just absolutely crawling. But yeah, probably about 15 foot depth with what we're running. I've got out about 60 foot of line, an ounce and a half. We could let it out further. It would go a little bit deeper, but for these lighter weights, you got to let out a ton of line to really get it to dive deep. We were more targeting the 15 to 20 foot band when I loaded these on here. We are definitely moving out of that depth right now. According to Google, the deepest part of Tiber, it's 182? Where the hell? That must be right down by the basin. I've never fished right down at the dam. But yeah, so the plan is for the early morning, which we're kind of cutting out of right now, was to fish the super shallow, 15 to, 12 to 20 foot depth. We've kind of exceeded our window, first light bite. We're now basically our morning bite. We could bring it up. What do you guys think? Should we run some crankbaits? Or at least on one of these lines, get rid of our bottom bouncers and run lead core and crank or snap weight to get down to some deeper depths. It produced a monster. Well, it did. I mean, fair point. We did get a true monster. You run Dipsy divers, I run them. Jeffrey Johnson, I do have a variety of Dipsies in here. I've not run them here before. In fact, this water body is one of the reasons that I bought them. This is my first time back here since I've had them. The last time that I was here, we were marking a bunch of shit. 40 to like 90 foot depth over 100 foot plus bottom. There were just big fish marking way down in the river channel here. And my, 4 ounce snapper weights just weren't doing it to troll through them. So I did buy the big Dipsies, and I can get down, 80 to 100 foot now on the jumbo Dipsies. So that's an idea. We could go do some deeper trolling. Though the water, this 30 to 50 foot depth that we're seeing here, we're consistently marking stuff at 20, 25, 30 foot. We could try running something down through there to see what the hell those are. Trudgeon, hey Rod, leftover pizza here. What's up, Trudgeon? I'm guessing that 184.2 was dam right after it was made. Could be Chase. Yeah, I didn't think it was quite that deep here. Where the river comes in by the dam is the deepest point. Okay, yeah, so down in the dam basin. Anything good for lunch? Nah, Bill. I run Dipsy divers with snap weight clips. See, I haven't looked into setting them up that way. A couple of people have told me that that's how they rig them, or in similar fashions to that. I run them inline. Done my exam already, graded good. 36 out of 45, worth 40%. Well, it's passing. See, like those marks down there, 40, 50 foot. If you guys can see it, those are smaller ones, but there's stuff down there deep. Surface temperature 67.9. Did we change? We have not yet, Justin. We're still trying to decide what the hell to run. Should we rig up something on lead core line? I mean, normally lead I'm running in, you know, the top 10 to 30 foot. Usually not much deeper than that. If we want to go deeper than that, we either got to go snap weights or we got to go dipsies. All right, Lee, we'll be here, buddy. Hey, how are you doing? Oh, Roy. Good morning, Rod. Good to see you. SoCal, have a great day. Hey, Roy V. Welcome, welcome. Again, I didn't want to run too deep to start out with because, again, first light bite normally is shallower other than deeper. And this area is not mapped yet for me. So we're kind of flying blind. The deeper you go, the more snaggy you start getting. A dredger? We could. The dredger's been... We haven't run that here. Let's do a perch. Let's do a... What do you guys think? The 14.5 foot dredger on lead core? So we could put it out a little deeper if we want to? Or should we go straight to the 25.5 foot dredger? $25, AISS 7 flicker shad 11. Yeah. Bigger fish look deep. I'd go straight to the deepest one. Yeah, we could run. Fuck it, let's do it. Berkley dredger, yellow perch, incoming. Or we could do a different color. We do have somebody type exclamation cam space bow, B-O-W. We'll switch to our external camera here and I'll show you guys my tackle box and you guys can pick. Exclamation cam space bow. Thank you, SoCal. All right. So these are our, this is the dredger box. This is these are almost, well, dredgers and, oh shit, I'm gonna get out of the sun here. Dredgers and dives too. These are the Who the hell makes the Rapala dives too? So these are, I think, the DT 16s. So these guys go 16 foot. They're kind of a silvery brownish. These and the rest of these are all Berkley dredgers. So we have like a kind of a fire tiger, a purple ghost, yellow perch, and these are called Shad. Those are our options: yellow perch, Shad, purple ghost, or our tiger. DT could get you some smallmouth. Yeah, I'd imagine that the smallies, the pike, the walleye. Chrome is my go-to. I don't have any chrome. Only works if you have a wrench. Yes, only the unanimously deep. They're hungry fish. Will travel pretty good distance. Use the one that's light, just like the walleye. Well, these ones look more like the walleye than anything else. Those are the 16-foot Rapala DTs. The Shad have done well on the pike. I've never caught many walleye off of them, though. HDS. We'll go with the DT here. Oh, we're way off course here. All right, let's get some Potski's fire gel on here. Are we back? Thank you guys for switching the cam. I think we're back. Oh shit, this one's got really good action at slow speeds. That's not bad. We're back. All right. Let's see the fish. We're working on it, VJ. All right. Little meme guy breaking a rod over his knee or kicking Starlink would be awesome. SoCal, yeah, we're. I'll be adding some different stuff to that. You guys dig the out of signal intermission thing? Need that for my streams. Thought I was in a game for a second. Yeah, so what we switched out to was the Rapala Dives 2 series crankbait. I don't know what that pattern's called. It's like a silvery yellow with a brownish green top. They look similar to a walleye. Just kind of a pale body and a darker top. Any idea what caused that? Not a tree? I'm not sure. That's the second time today. It might just be intermittent Starlink issues. Let me check and see if Starlink itself reported a crash. Oh. Statistics, events. 9:16 a.m. Elevated packet loss for 7 seconds. We detected a period of elevated packet loss on your network. Most users won't notice this, but you can sometimes see spikes in latency, minor interruptions, sensitive applications like gaming and video calls. Common causes include inclement weather, temporary obstructions, degradation of the Starlink network. Most of the time, there is no action required on your part. We're just showing these events so you can see what's happening. So yeah, it was a degraded signal, and normally that would have led to buffering for a period of time, which does happen with Starlink. Sometimes the satellite handoffs, when it's going from one over the horizon to the new one that's coming, there will be blips. The new fallback. Holy crap! Look at those marks right there. Wow, that's fish chasing something around. Look at those swoops and freaking. All right, we are marking that shit. You guys see those marks down at 30 to 40 foot there? Throw a spinner like a Panther Martin yellow. We haven't run a spinner yet. Concept, we could try that at some point today. Perhaps a seagull flew over, maybe. Silver or purple probably best to match Cisco in deep water. It's not a bad idea. We're back, but that feature was awesome. Thanks, SoCal. Big marks. Yeah, you guys see those? Those are chonky. More here, 40, but that was those last marks were real nice. If he throws a spindle, he'll lose a spinner. Big slime fishies in there. Line cutting teeth from hell. Right. Yeah, a lot of people don't fish in water bodies that have, 20 plus pound pike and realize how easily they can and will just shear your shit off. Did say Dipsy divers and spoons. Carl, that's not a bad idea. Again, that was kind of my plan for fishing for the Lakers here, which some of that might be lake trout. Where I was seeing them last year, or where I suspect I was seeing them, was much deeper out in the river channel. But that was also much later in the year. I think the water temperature is still cooler than the last time that I was here. Rapala, green gizzard, shad, if anyone cares. Oh, that's what the color is. Green gizzard shad. Running 45. Very cool split screen. Thanks, John. Yeah, we're messing with our stream layout here, trying to improve. But yeah, our other rig here, our bottom bouncer with the worm harness, really doesn't make sense anymore. You guys think a Dipsy and a spoon? I always run steel leader for pike because I caught way too many lures in my childhood. Yeah, I used to run mostly steel. I run heavier fluoro now. No real reason other than the steel. I hate how steel kinks. I switched to fluoro trying to get a cleaner troll. Dipsy spoon on one side, diver on the other. Okay. I run 50 to 60 fluoro liters for pike. Yeah, my smaller ones are 60 pound. I think I have 80 and 100 pound as well. I bought a bunch of really heavy shit for tiger muskie fishing, and I end up oftentimes running that for pike. Seeing 102 legs, let's go. Heck yeah. It's not going to do any worse than you're doing. Chase. I love the confidence there. Jeez, that's an ego booster. Couldn't be doing worse than you are right now. Let's see here. What were we gonna run? A Dipsy spoon. Come on, man. We put a minnow in the boat. Yeah, we lost half our worm again, so I think we've been getting pecks at this one. But that happens sometimes with the slow death. Alright, let me get out a Dipsy. That's not our Dipsy box. This is... Sorry guys, I'm just swapping out Dipsy on one of these rods. Alright, need to get a slightly longer leader. All right, then let's run a bigger, heavier spoon. I think that's what we're gonna run for a spoon. It's a Dreamweaver. I forget what the pattern's called. It's got like a pearl of moonshine on the inside. Got to run tight lines. All right, Trout John. That's funny. I better not switch the camera while he's pissing off the edge. CC Target Chase. All right. So that's what I'm gonna run behind the Dipsy, I think. And we'll tip that with a crawler. Small chunk of a crawler. Kevin's girlfriend's funny, yeah. I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about. Oh. All right, just getting a crawler to tip this, and then we'll get that second line out. Oh, I need to make sure that I have the Dipsy running the right way. Good looking lure. Thanks, Chase. Yeah, this is what I caught the lake trout off of at Flathead last year. And I'm also gonna throw a little bit of, oh no, what have I done? Where's my fire? Oh, there it is. Like, how did I lose my pot skis? All right, and then, all right, so for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, I guess we could show and talk about this a little bit. What we're running here, so we're running straight braid line. This is 65-pound test Suffolk Advanced braid. We're run down to a snap swivel, and then this connects to the Dipsy diver. The Dipsy diver is a diver, so it brings your gear down, but it also, depending on how you have the weight set on it, it's a little fin that tips the disc to one side or another. It also can act as a planer board, so it moves your bait away from the boat as well. If you want the deepest dive, you set it either dead center or close to center, and you'll get the deepest dives from them. I usually set them as a planer as well, so they move away from the boat. That helps that I don't tangle stuff when we're making turns. But let's see here. What is it set to right now? We're set as a number 3 on it's gonna dip down this way, but she's gonna drag it over this way. All right. And then it's got a little snap here, so when a fish bites on it or you yank on it, it sets it, and then you're no longer pulling the drag. It just kind of floats in line. But from there, I'm running a snubber. Normally, you'd run a little bit longer leader. I have a 36-inch leader. Most people do 4 to 6 foot. And then our spoon. Tipped with just a little chunk of a crawler. Don't hit the line with 6. Tell me how I know. Does braid go up that quickly? All right, we're gonna let this spool out while I get the line connected in, or leash connected in. All right, now I have no idea. We're just out in the middle of the abyss over here. What's the round thing? It's a Dipsy diver. What the hell is that? The kitchen sink? Yeah, so that's a way to get down in the hole. We have a whole bunch of birds up here. Somebody turn the HDS back on. I think you can see our Dipsy diver crawling down. Type exclamation cam space HDS. Never mind, I'll turn it on myself. That slow dive there is our Dipsy diver. I think. And we got something coming up to meet it right now. Oh, that'd be sweet. Just cut my line and scissors. Thank you guys. If you look with the release up from the front, the weight goes to the side of the boat you're running it off of. That makes sense. All right, so I think we're down somewhere around 30 to 40 foot with the diver right now. And then we have two colors out on this guy. It's about a 16-foot diver, so again, we're probably somewhere around 10 to 12 foot with the lead, plus-ish 16 foot from the diver. So 25 foot maybe on this diver. So 25 and 35, we're gonna call it. Our speeds are a little slow. Let's bump up to, let's start at 1.2 and we'll gradually move up from there. Big wad, just swiped for big screen while you're putting the Dipsy out. Thank you, Carl, perfect, yes. Now I just wanted you guys to see that you could actually see our Dipsy, the slow descent of it as it went out. Which is pretty cool. I never realized that before. I don't think I've seen it on the down scan. Or excuse me, the sonar. You guys, I feel like that Dipsy's gonna get bit today. The whole last time we were here, I was wishing I had one, and now we do. Pike must be hiding out in the cabbage. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of them are gonna be up a bit shallow, though they do roam out. Anywhere there's fish, they can be. But yeah, I would imagine a lot of them are probably gonna be in that 25 to 30, maybe shallower. Rigger ball go down too. Yeah, pike do like the cabbage. I think you're gonna catch Laker on stream. I hope so, Carl. They're an uncommon catch here most of the year, from what I understand. A lot of people don't even realize that they're in here. But again, I think probably the majority of the people that fish here are doing what every other boat is doing every time I'm here, which is fishing next to the bank. Spot locked or just super slow crawling, fucking casting. I don't see very many people trolling here usually. And if they are, again, they're way, way shallow. Everybody's after the walleye here. Be nice to clock a reel retrieve in mile per hour. Ever heard that happening just to compare trolling speed? That'd be interesting, Mitch. Silver Gray, someone just asked what I was listening to, and I said NPR radio. Yes, welcome to our program today on NPR radio. It is called Wanna See My Rod. We're out here trying to catch some damn fish. Silver Gray, you missed the monster we caught bright and early this morning. You know what? This happened to us the last time we were here, guys. Almost this exactly. 10 minutes into our stream, we caught a baby walleye, and then we trolled around for 14 hours and didn't get another bite. So we started today with a 5.5-inch walleye, and we're only almost 4 hours in. So we still have another 11, 12 hours to go. But she's been slow, and we are again out here in the abyss. Let's turn back around and head. Let's just not go around aimlessly. There's a whole flock of birds up here. We're gonna go see what they're looking at. Mark at 40 foot. Trying to get the drag set correctly on the Dipsy over here. Transducer on transom, so marks we see will be at 45 seconds to a minute. Story. Walleye go by moon phases. From what I've heard, full moon is the best time. Okay, so we're at the opposite of the best time right now. I think we're near the new moon. OG Fisherman 24/7. What's up, William Henley? Welcome, welcome. Remember being a kid and eating lunch. I was old enough to go to school, and my dad would always come home. All right, trying to get into this group of birds over here. Seeing what they're looking at. This is Paul Harvey good. This is Paul Harvey, good day. Yeah, I don't sound like Paul Harvey. Ooh, what did I just do? Damn it. There we go. 1.5 miles an hour. Have you heard that thing for? Yeah, I've heard that their bite is oftentimes follows the moon cycles. I don't know a whole lot about it though. Sub sandwich from the Kmart deli with banana peppers. Nice, Carl. No drunk trolling motor today. It got mad at us earlier. We were trolling at like 0.8, and out of nowhere it ramped up, and we were going almost 5 miles an hour. It just started going faster and faster and faster and faster, and I had to turn it off, and then I turned it back on, and it was normal. But other than that, no, it's been all right. We're just doing oh, what the hell is it called? Course lock right now. All right, let's go back to where those damn fish were. I don't know what the hell these birds are looking at. They're just hanging out. course lock seems to drive better than contrary. Well, a course lock just drives straight on the course lock you have. Then I incrementally, you'll see the little red and green arrows here. I'm incrementally adjusting our course lock. I can go to sleep listening to the water slap. It's relaxing. I'm gonna swap out to a new mic, you guys. Give me a sec. Alright, I think we should be good. Alright, I don't know where the damn fish are. Where are we? Sorry, we were going off of the screen there. I had a point set, apparently. Alright, so this looks like it starts getting real shallow up here. We're gonna... Dang. So I think this is the edge of the river channel, essentially, that we're running along right here. YouTube app updated today, has a few bugs, text seems to lag, then flood at times. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I had all the problems that I was having with live streaming seemed to stem from the YouTube app itself, trying to stream from it. I ditched that and I switched over to Moblin, and it's been much more stable. And then most of the time when I'm your stream way better like this. Thanks, Carl. All right, so we are, what are we over? We're still at 60, 70 foot. Again, I cut left there to try and get, we were headed up into, it gets to be like 10 to 15 foot. There's just like kind of a drop off here into the river basin. And we don't want to go too shallow because now we're dragging a Dipsy. So now we're kind of stuck to being out in deeper water instead of shallow. There's some small marks at 30 foot, small marks at 50 foot. Need to add a command for an audible sound for fish on, like a hockey goal getting scored. I could do that, yeah. So there's another thing that I was playing around with, commands that make like an actual screen animation. Kind of like how the gifts in the chat will make something pop up on screen. I can add commands that make a visualization appear. Yeah, we'll keep tweaking. I don't like to add too much at once. I'd like to make sure everything's actually functioning like I think it's supposed to before we start adding new shit. But I think most of our recent additions have worked better than expected. Big fish whistle on hookup. Heck yeah, spot snatcher. If you're gonna fish on soundbite, I vote for Sam Kennison screaming, "Eat it, eat the damn bait." SoCal. We'll take that under advisement. All right, good marks at 30 foot. We're a little bit below that with our Dipsy. I think we're at probably 35 to 40 foot with our Dipsy right now, and we are probably closer to 25 foot with our Rapala DT. Let's drop this one more color and see if we can get down into them. Let's do it 2.5 colors. We'll go 75 foot. See, because there's another one right at 30 foot. Big fish whistle on hookup. Barb and Sam Kennison have something in common there, which is washing a fish finder. Zed from Police Academy yelling fishies. Bobcat was fucking funny. That was a weird dude, man. He was funny though. Alright, come on. Don't do this to us again, Tiber. We need more than one fish. You can give us more than one fish every time we come here. Today's didn't even qualify. That is I'm not accepting that as our one fish if you're only gonna give us one fish. Who catches a 5.5 inch freaking walleye while trolling? This guy does. We do. We're out here killing it. When it's slow, you can play Living on a Prayer. Now, you got to be careful with audio because there's copyright attached to it, and YouTube will spaz and demonetize your account. But we can add some funny stuff. Rodney's round 2 on Sunday with the mailman. Ed, yeah, I think that does sound good. We'll see if we can make that happen. And I think you left earlier, you missed it. We got you a whole bench back here to sit on now. I added a rail at the front that I have my cooler strapped to, and it opened up the whole back bench. What do we got here? We're over 60 foot bottom now, so we're coming up a little shallower. I'm trying to cut through here to fix this pass on the map. Just need the yellow pulsar. We got a couple other boats out here. One guy slow trolling this hump over here, and another guy headed upriver where everybody else goes. Good morning, Mia. Hey, Rod, you back? Cool, caught. We've had one fish so far, one walleye, one itty bitty walleye. All right, we're at 58 foot, 57 foot bottom here. Not old enough to remember Woolworths, but I remember Kmart. The only thing good at Kmart was their the popcorn and the ices, the red and the blue icy. That's what I always went there for. Something coming off bottom, a little bit. It wasn't too crazy there. All right, well that's all right, let's not snag our Dipsy on the bottom there. All right. Whoa, how'd that get so shallow? That says 60 foot. What's going on here? All right, I want to bring up our Dipsy just a little bit here. All right, there we are, back on the edge again. I just turned 39. Well, happy birthday. Bottom coming up fast. Yeah, I didn't realize that I got so shallow there. Nice marks up top. Yeah, where we're not fishing anymore. Looks like Rod is testing out a new figure 8 trolling pattern, something like that. We're always on the bleeding edge over here. Come on, fishy. Where are you? Got some fish coming up at just above 40 foot. We should be right down in their neck of the woods with our Dipsy. We're running a Dipsy diver and a Dreamweaver spoon, blue, green, silver. Looks like a fun place to fish, all that terrain underway. Yeah, it's there's a lot of different bottom around here. Lots of humps and bumps and saddles and cliffs and just irritates me. I had so much of this mapped already last year before I lost my dump. Should be some walleye hiding out on the edges of all those humps. Yeah, there probably are. We're gonna run deep here for a little bit longer. We ran a shallow program for the first 3 hours. We're gonna run a little deeper program for a while. We'll switch it up. We will not do this for the entirety of the day. All right, study time for the second exam. All right, Gone Wild. Good luck. All right, there's a bit of a hump now again too. 40, 60 foot. Alrighty, we got a patch of probably looks like weeds down on the bottom there. Oh, this glare is so bad. Yeah, small patch of weeds at 55 foot bottom. One just lone patch out there. There's some fish holding at 40 foot or so. We're gonna let this Dipsy out just a little bit deeper again. All right. New lake, what's acres here? Errol, almost 15,000 acres. It's a massive, massive lake for compared to what we normally fish. Some smaller marks, 40, 50 foot, some itty bitty stuff shallower than that. There's something right underneath, 10, 12 foot. A little ball of bait, something. Let's try, let's see what our, oops. Let's switch back to our medium chirp here and see what it looks like. Oh wow, medium chirp is showing way more. Holy shit. Okay, what the hell? Is there really that much more stuff than what we were looking at? Look at all that activity. Y'all seeing this? I flipped on medium chirp and now we're over, I didn't even know. A civil war at the bottom of frickin' Tiber. Medium is usually the best view for the transducer. Lots of streams heading to the Dipsies. Is that what it is that they're coming to check out, or the rigging? Does look like it. Yeah, the medium just looked like butthole in the super shallow that we were fishing in earlier. So I switched and it looked a little better, but yeah, this definitely is, wow. I'm gonna let our Dipsy out a little bit further again. Let's reach out there and touch some of them, see what we got going on here. Fish definitely looking at the Dipsy. That's what it looks like there. For something's coming up. Tiber can produce some incredibly large waves very quickly. Okay. Yeah, it just seems like we came upon a pile of fish there. Open water at 10 kilometers. Yeah, it's coming up. Then you can see them going back down. Right. They're curious, but they don't like our spoon, I guess. What do they want from us? What should we running instead of our spoon? All right, we're coming up a little shallower here. Just grab another Akuma Magna reel combo. Nice, Northwest PA. I've never used the Magnas. Do you like them? I'm assuming you do if you just got another one. Swap out the lure to something else. You would have had something if you were pulling something they wanted. Must be nice to go fishing every day. Father time, I wish I could go every day. They didn't like something? Yeah. I mean, we could run a different style of spoon, a different color of spoon. We're running fairly deep. What do you guys think about a UV, a black and UV glow? It's it's a moonshine lure. Similar style, similar size. Yeah, moonshine makes it. They make a bunch of UV and glow stuff. A lot of spoons. Hey Rod, no salmon for the tournament settle. Oh man, that stinks, Tatum. Moonshine, I believe, are made here in Michigan. Yeah, they come somewhere from the Northeast. Throw a crawler harness. Gentle grizzly, we could. I used to go to Westport for albacore tuna. It's about those hours. Moonshine different here in North Georgia. They make a bunch of different spoons. This is, I forget what style this one is. They don't say on them. And I don't use them enough to remember what the hell any of them are called. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, about 4 inches. black with a UV circle on the front, UV with a white circle on the belly. Heading to the garage to fish whistle for you. All right, Carl. Have you done a salad check lately? I've been out. Not in a little bit, Marcello. Slaying yellowfin right now for the price I could pay a boat payment and go every day. So cal. Yo, how's it been? I can't fish. Had a deer head fall on my foot recently. Took my toe off and broke my foot. Outdoorman, dang man, that's rough. We've had a slow bite here this morning. We've caught one walleye, an itty bitty little walleye earlier this morning. We're out here in deeper water playing around, seeing what trying to see what some of these deeper marks are. We don't know if we got lake trout or walleye or what's going on down here. But I'm just about to run a different spoon through here. We've been running this one for half an hour or so. Let's go ahead and put a different one on, see if they want a UV pattern. We're gonna get some potskis on here, and I gotta get us turned because I think we're about to go into some shallow. All right, so we're running this on a Dipsy, a fluoro leader, a snubber, and we're just putting down a moonshine spoon. And we'll just let that feed itself down as we spin around here. Oops. Look at that graph. What are you seeing, Carl? Yikes, yeah they did. West Virginia, best moonshine. Here's clear. Rainbow graph. It's really rough the first day. It's like 6-foot white caps. Got anything in a tackle box that looks like a Cisco? I don't even know what the hell a Cisco looks like. We just put down, it's black and UV. It's got black with a UV eye on one side and then like UV with a white eye on the other side. Something completely different. What we just took up was this one. We just ran it through a bunch of fish. It didn't get hit. We're not going to run these for a whole length of time. We'll give them 20 minutes, half hour, and swap them out. See if we can key in on something that they bite off of. So we brought in the Dreamweaver spoon, and we just put out a moonshine spoon. Do you know what herring looks like? I mean, just silver, right? Something just thumped your rod. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. Drag set pretty loose. I don't know if something had hit it. You would hear Even the little ones usually will set off the drag when it's this loose. The other side is our Dipsy, and that is making noise because I was adjusting the drag on it. It's got a whole bunch of drag. Too deep? Maybe. They look a little like whitefish? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have some silver and black cranks. Spoon-wise? I don't know. Maybe. Whoa, look at that. What are we going over there? You guys, if that doesn't hit, I don't know what's gonna. Good God. We're running over an absolute pile of them. Come on. We just put a pretty new spoon down for you. We got a nice little crankbait over here. Take one of these bad boys for a test drive. Or not. Yeah, I did. I marked it with a big fish icon that I usually don't use unless it's a pile of big fish. So we got some riffraff here, some smaller stuff. It looks like maybe some smaller fish chasing around some even smaller stuff. There's something going down, it looks like, to check out our Dipsy again. Got that long, slow swoop. That looks like something going down to check our rigging. We might be a little bit too deep. It's another good mark coming up at 45, 47 foot. I'd have to stop and use a jigging spoon over. Just can't help yourself. Yeah, they definitely look like they were chasing something around over there. What are they not like? Are we... Let's bump our speed down just slightly. 1.28. None of y'all? Probably the Cisco you're seeing. You think so, Chase? That would make sense. Stepped out for a few, went to a local pond, got a 4-pound largie, and fired up. Heck yeah, Brian! I don't think I know I haven't caught a largie over a pound all year. I've just been catching some dinks. All right, we're gonna swoop back around and go back over that spot we just passed. Look at that freaking cloud below us. Oh, we spooked them. We went over the top and they're all going down. Was that a goddamn school of perch coming to check out our Dipsy? Look at them go down. Nah, I don't think they're going to look. I think we just spooked whatever cloud of fish that is. Fire tiger or perch pattern will do well. I'm not sure, Justin. This is a water body I am still trying to learn. Nothing really that I've tried has worked all that well here. They said we put out. All right, there's another mark right about down where they were. Solid. He's coming up. Is he following us there? That looks like something came up to check out our Dipsy. That's right about down where we're running the Dipsy. Is 40, maybe a little bit deeper. Nope, he went back down. I don't want the spoon, huh? It's interesting how many big fish, big marks we're getting. There's another one, looks like it's coming up maybe to check out our rig. They're curious. He can't, look at how far he came up to check us out. That's a real mark rod. Anything smaller is bait. Well, he thought about it. He wasn't buying though. Come on, goddammit. One of these fish has got to be willing. Throw some scent on there. I did put some Potsky's Fire Gel crawfish on there. We do have a bunch of others. I have garlic, I have anise, I have, you know, the regulars. I've been using the crawfish, the Potskis, for pike lately, and they've been digging it. I think the fish need cataract surgery more than I do, right? What do you want from us, fishies? So we're just passing kind of over that same general area where we've been running reef runner profile. We haven't run any reef runners here yet. We could. In fact, it might be time. We've been running that crank for a while. If they were going to hit it, they probably would have. Just run a threaded crawler behind that Dipsy on a 10-foot leader. Everything will eat that. It's not a, I mean, that's a fair point. I could whip up a long ass leader for it. It's honestly really not a bad idea, Chase. 4 colors and little Jimmy. Put him in, coach, put him in. Oh. Well, we went from seeing my breath this morning to now it's time to get rid of a layer here. What does the temperature say? Hold on, I'm digging treasures out of my pocket here first. Car keys, snap weight. Old fish whistle. 63 degrees it says. 64 feels like. Well, With that sun, it feels toastier than that. I can tell you that much. Oh. Where did that just go? Oh, there it is. What's up, Sage? Welcome, welcome. Give me a sec here. What's up? We got a fish, dude. How you doing? We're out here. This is Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell in north central Montana. We're out here targeting walleye, pike, trout, salmon, anything that wants to come out and play. We've caught one walleye so far today. We're running a medium diving crankbait on lead core on the rod that you guys see. We're running on the rod behind a Dipsy with a moonshine spoon. Are these fish mental? I don't know what they're all wee. They're looking at the top rig, going down to check out the bottom rig. They don't know what they want. Super slow. I think we should slow down. 1.14. 1. All right, we just dropped her real slow there. We're looking, so we're doing something right. Yeah, we found some fish that are at least not just hovering, doing nothing. Oh yeah, whatever that is down at, oh God, we got a whole pile of shit coming. Blow up one of you lines, do it, come on. Come on. Come on. Look at those fish. They came off the bottom, they're checking it out, they're riding with it. Some of them went back down. There's still some riding with it. Oh, now he's going back down. Did you flash the UV spoon before you put it down? Not with the flashlight. I mean, it's bright enough out that I normally don't have to power them up. The sun is the greatest UV flashlight we have, right? I didn't tip this one with anything. I did dip the hooks in the pot skis. Sun don't flash it enough. Even light box takes a bit to use stinger flashlight, about 4 seconds. Crawler on jig head, drop right on top of them spot, right? Yeah, I could pull it back up, and I do have a nice bright UV light here. I don't have a box, but... All right, hold on. One thing at a time here. Where's my damn lighter? Oh, man. Could have sworn. Check my pockets. There it is, there it is. Found it. I'm gonna leave y'all for a while, probably be back soon. Good luck, Broseph. All right, Chase, thank you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We'll be here for a bit. What's up, Rod? Hope the fish are biting. Thanks, Matthew Weaves. Welcome, welcome. The lead core rod, we're out about 2.5 colors and have a 16-foot diver on there. That one's probably somewhere around 25 foot. The Dipsy rod off screen is, I think, closer to 40 or 42 foot. Let's do a weed check here real quick. Feels fine, but let's just double check. We should actually swap this out for a different... In fact, let's do that. Let's do a... No. A little bit longer. Nope, nope. Let's just go to a dive stew. Or excuse me, a Rapala. Good Lord. A Dredger. Berkley Dredger. I'll get it one of these days, guys. I'm going to do our 25.5 foot diver with the Shad pattern. Oh, come on. Get in your hole. There we go. All right, wiping some of the potskis on there from the other lure. So what we're putting out there now is all right, I guess I gotta actually show you guys. It's a Berkley Dredger, Shad pattern, 25.5 foot diver. You can see this one's all eaten up. Pikes normally do real well on this. I would imagine the lake trout, if that is what's down there, will bite them as well. We've caught rainbows off of these. I'm gonna bump our speed up a little bit though. We're not trolling too fast. We need to be. We're gonna go to 1.7. That a man-made lake rod? Errol, yeah, it's an impoundment on the Marias River system here. 4-color Jimmy. Carl, he will go out at 420. I picked up some new worm harnesses also, best ones I found. Great wire harnesses hold up. Nice, PA. All mine, I just I build them myself. Wow, for the most part. 1.4, that's what I said, 1.7. Give these crankbaits a little bit of action here, and the spoon. All right, we're gonna go up just a little bit further here, touch this patch that we have not yet mapped, and then I'm gonna turn back around. All right, that's just spooling. Come on, spool. There we go. Come on. All right, we're gonna bump up our speed one more notch to get this spooling. I just skipped a live, was behind. Oh, okay, NW. Dang, that water looks smooth for the high line. Yeah, this is one of it's a freakishly calm day. It's supposed to be out here till probably about 3 p.m. or so. I think gusts are only supposed to get up to be 8 to 10 miles an hour max, though. That's why I'm here. This place scares me for a while. Sorry, Carl. Some nice marks down there, some really nice marks. It's me, it's not a fish, I promise. Trying to get enough line out there that it'll auto spool. Oftentimes you'll get hit as it's feeding itself out. Must not be biting. Yeah, we haven't had much luck so far today. Everybody else that I've seen that's been fishing has been like ultra low speed trolling. Like this guy is probably going like 0.2 miles an hour. He's just basically drifting. Check back in a bit, gotta go cut some more concrete. All right, 88, we'll be here. All right, we'll run this out 3 colors. All right, there we go, 3 colors. It's a 25.5-foot diver here with 3 colors down. We're probably somewhere between 30, 35 foot. You don't get always the full dive depth plus the lead. Look at all these swoops we're over. All right, we'll run this other spoon for a little while, and then I think we've had a handful of people just say straight worm harness or straight worm off of our Dipsy. We'll try that here in a bit. See if maybe that's what gets us bit. Oh, it's nice not having the cooler back here. I got 2 extra 2 extra slots for lure boxes. I love it. Oh my Lord, look at these fish, you guys. Found them, just trying to figure out what they want. Yeah, we've been on fish, good fish for the past 30 minutes or so. We've been cycling through lures here, trying to figure out what the hell to feed them. They're being picky. Coming up and going down to look, yes, everything in the water. I'll go get them. David, right? Look at them. We're trying. We just threw down a fresh bait. We're on the Berkley Dredger now, stun a shad, 25.5-foot diver. Worm harness will get bit by babies. Maybe. You never know. Sometimes they, when there's a lot of bait fish around and they're full up, they like little morsels, little snacky poos. It's hard to pass up a free meal. Got to be something in your tackle box, right, David? Look at that coming off the bottom here to look at us. He don't care about the baits. He's coming straight for the boat. Where are you fishing today? Richard, we are at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell in north central Montana. This is a water body I'm not too familiar with. I fished it half a dozen times over the past few years with very spotty success. Today so far we've caught one very small, good Lord, look at that mark coming up. We've got one very small walleye. All right, we're gonna start our turnaround. Worm harness is about the best you can get walleye trolling, but some days they won't bite. Yeah, that's what the one that we caught earlier today was off of a hand-tied worm harness rig. One that I tie up. It's a variation of a wally popper with a slow death hook on it. It got bit 2-3 times, but we only hooked up once. So a little, I believe it's a Simon 4.5 millimeter Colorado bronze. Couple of chartreuse beads, a white pill popper, and then I believe these are VMC spin something hooks. They're like a slow death hook, but they have a built-in swivel on the hook itself, so the hook swivels. And that's what got bit earlier off our bottom bouncer, but we went we ran a shallower program for the first 3 hours this morning, and it just was not paying off, so we moved a little bit deeper, trying to find some thicker marks. Like the whale coming up on us right now. What is this? VMC, I gotta start tying my own, just paid $11 for 3 of them. Yeah, there is a little bit of money you're gonna sink into components, but the reality is if you could tie a knot, you have some fishing line and some hooks, you can make worm harness rigs. They're one of the easiest things to tie. Just learn how to tie a snell or an egg loop knot. And you can tie up all sorts of things. I like jig fishing. Yeah, a lot of people do. Again, I do stop from time to time to jig, but right now we're kind of in an explore mode. This is such a big water body. I want to get some of this stuff mapped. I want to record some sonar. I then take it home and I study it afterwards. Seeing where fish were marking, see if I can pick out points, things that make sense of why and where they're holding. And again, the more that I map, then also in the future, I don't have to rely upon a course lock here. We can do contour following, which has been really effective for us so far this year. It allows me to just kind of be hands-free and let the boat take us to the fish. It's like having our own personal chauffeur. And it only tries to run us off cliffs every once in a while. Fish 70 feet bottom of that drop. Yeah, that's that 70-foot drop there, I think, is we're basically right on the edge of the deeper river channel. We just had something surface right in front of the boat. I didn't see what it was, but I see the concentric, the rings coming out from it. Flat as a roadbed now. Yes. Yeah, we're I think right on the edge of the river channel. We're coming back along. We're gonna do a pass right along where we just went. We were marking so many fish over there. We'll keep going through this kind of edge of the river channel here. We've had a lot of fish following us. They're not taken. So we'll change our speed a little bit. We'll change depths on these lures a little bit, I think. That drop right there, yes. Oop. Trying to get some good clean passes with the map here as well. Again, drawing out those contours. There we go. That disconnected. Come on, fish. Let's get back into those pile of them. What's up, D3? Flicker shad? Y'all in your damn flicker shads. You're killing me with the flicker shad, Holmes. Caught my first walleye night trolling Saturday. 18 inches, got that in a fire pattern. Gold and black, purple on top, 11 p.m. Okay, gold and purple. Nice. Yeah, I think I have that flicker shad you're talking about. I think I might actually have that pattern. We ran it the other day and didn't get nothing off of it. Well, there's a coming up a little shallower here. Fishy, fishy. All right, fish whistle time, y'all. Dipsy is out 80 foot right now. 80 foot, and we're doing about 1.9 miles an hour. It's getting us down. I think we're at roughly 40 foot, slightly deeper than 40 foot. We're on one of the jumbos. Brad's KCP or Skinny Mini. Justin, yeah, I have both of those. I think we should run a kokanee cut plug or a Skinny Mini. Gonna go do my next exam soon. All right, Gone Wild. Good luck. People keep saying flicker shad because they get bit. On everybody's pole except for mine, Sage. Have it with 2 hooks or a slow death. Tried any cowbells. No, we haven't ran cowbells at all. No cowbells, no dodgers. We've run 1 worm harness, a few crankbaits. It is time to, I think, switch. This one needs to come out next. No, we just swapped that one. What are we on over here? On our Dipsy. We've had our Dipsy down with the spoon for a while now. Should we throw one of Ed's, Ed's itty bitty little black leech behind our Dipsy? Well, they do catch fish a lot in my experience. Yeah, everybody I know catches a lot of shit on flicker shads. I've run them on stream. We'll run them for 8 hours, 10 hours straight and not get touched on them. I don't know, I might go salmon fishing after my test, then go see the Odyssey. Nice. Smaller may work? You think a smaller spoon? Or just smaller presentation in general? Smaller spoon or a worm harness? Should we throw, actually what we haven't tried, we've never run our pink double wedding ring here. Should we throw a lake troll and a frickin' or pink double wedding ring harness behind our Dipsy? Let's try it. Curious if we gotta find out what triggers the bite. Ed knows his stuff. Or we could try Ed's instead. Chase was saying just run a straight crawler. Have you tried them at this lake though? Northwest, very short periods of time I've run the lake troll with a worm harness. I think I was running a wedding ring of some sort. That's the only thing I've ever caught trout off of here. I mean, we did catch a fat trout last year off of it, but we only ran it for a short while. All right. Pulled big kigs ice fishing with croc spoons. We do have some croc spoons. We've run 2 spoons and had a lot of stuff come and check it out, but nothing actually willing to take it. Just adjusting our course here. 2 guys. Yeah, no 3 rods. I'd have to, if I had a second person on here, we could run Dipsies off the side, downs. We could run 4 rods, but this is what we're gonna throw down. I'm gonna throw down one of our, one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. I have not run it here yet. I'm really well, we got a salad on our spoon. Well, that ain't no good. That ain't gonna catch us no fish. All right, we're just actually gonna run this after the second leader here, get it a little further away from our Dipsy. So now instead of 3 foot, we're closer to 6 foot of line away from our Dipsy. Let's run this out and see if this doesn't get bit. All right, not a fish, it's just me spooling out some line here. Bingo, I really want to do some break wall fishing. The silver buddy blade, something you guys use up north. I'm not familiar with that spot snatcher. Silver buddy blade. Plans to finally make it to get up for my noodles tonight. Kind of wish we could run 4 patrolling. Whoever does your artwork is good. You talking about the channel art, William? That's why they look. Bye. I'll be back after test. All right, gone. Good luck. All right, what's our speed? 1.7. That's why they just looked. Look it up, get some. Never heard of it. Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar to me. I'll have to look it up. All right, so we just put out one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs behind the Dipsy. See if maybe that'll get bit. Look at them, they're great for casting, trolling, vertical jigging. Okay. All right, well, we have, let's see here. We just replaced our spoon. So this is what we were running. It didn't get hit. I don't know how long we were running it with weeds though. So, to be fair, we're gonna go ahead and throw that back in the box. We can maybe try another spoon later. For now though, I think that's it for the spoons. We've run a couple of crankbaits. We are running right now the Rapala, or excuse me, the Berkley Dredger 25.5 foot diver. In Oh, what the hell is that one called? Stunna shad. Erie deary, best trolling lure with crawler. You're surprised how well large size plain white grub does for Lakers. Huh. This looks like maybe a bait ball we're coming on here. One of the first we've seen that isn't getting chased around by something. Silver Buddy's old school winter bass bait, but everything eats it. Okay, Silver Buddy. I will try and remember that. Well, there's something that came up to look at. We'll be running at 25 foot. Nah, that must not be us. I think we're running deeper than that. Both of our rods are running deeper than that.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Looks like a lot of bait with some bigger fish maybe chasing them around. God, a lot of those are coming way up off the bottom to check out what's going on. All right, we need a big drag screamer. Our 5.5-inch fish from this morning that smacked our line as we were reeling it in is not. It's not adequate. It's not okay. We're not going to stand for it. I'm going to go ahead and move this rod over so you guys can see both rods. This one's running our side planer, so I think we should be all right. Give you guys. I think you guys can see that second line. What are you going for right now? Fish whistle 406. We caught one walleye earlier. We've been seeing a bunch of stuff marking deeper. I'm assuming some of it is probably walleye. Some of it is probably lake trout. Maybe rainbows and pike. So we're just kind of exploring right now. I'm about to turn back around so we can map around the area where we've been fishing. I don't want to get too far out of here. I'd like to get some better maps built over here, and we were marking a whole bunch of fish. Oops. Can see both poles now. Okay. Yeah, I know the chat kind of covers it. And again, you guys remember, if you get tired of looking at the graph, you can always turn it off and move it back to full screen, which does give a little bit better view of the poles. Tough fishing new water like that, especially that big. How long do you think it'll take to 88? Honestly, years. It's close enough to me that I wish I could fish it more often. It takes me about 90 minutes to get here, so it's not bad at all. The problem with Tiber is it's up here in the frickin' plains, and you get the wind blowing down off of the Rocky Mountain front, and the wind just tears through here. So the majority of the year, it's not fishable for me in a tiny little boat like this. Not safely, at least. And not, you know, the marathon streams like I like to fish. If I were just coming here to fish for a few hours in the morning, great. Yeah, I could do it often. But basically, for as often as I get to fish it, it's going to take me a long time to figure this shit out. Unless I get somebody that's more knowledgeable that can teach me about it. Ed said he knows a thing or two about Tiber, and one of these days he'll come out here with us. Finally gonna pop in the stream. How's it going? What's up, BW? We're having a fun day out here. It's time to take off layer number 2, y'all. And it's gonna get cold, watch. I'm out here roasting though. Years and weather for that water, yeah.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Good Lord, look at that thing coming up from the bottom to look at us. Went 7 hours to Corpus Christi Saturday. Need to learn how to fish the Gulf. Sage, I've spent some time down in that area. That's there's a big wake, big waves that come in. That's tough fishing. How's the smoke in the air? Poor quality out here. It's not actually bad today. I mean, there's some smoke, but it's not as bad as it's been the past few days. This cold front that came through seems to have knocked some of it out of the air. What's up, Dave Hensel? Dot roaches. My advice technically be inshore, not Gulf. Oh, you're talking to Sage. All right, we've been marking fish all in kind of this little. This is the kind of the belly of the inlet here. This finger that sticks out. So I'm gonna try and get a little cleaner map of in here. I think we'll be spending some time in this area in future trips here. Electric chicken voodoo shrimp. Is that a thing? That doesn't sound like a thing. All right, but we are, it looks like over 60 foot, 58 foot bottom. Water surface temperatures have warmed up a little bit, 68.9 degrees. We just sped our troll speed up a little bit. We're set at 1.8, so it's varying between like 1.7, 1.9. Let's bump it back just a touch. Gold spoon always in my bag. We've ran a black and UV moonshine spoon, and then like a silver and blue and green Dreamweaver. We haven't run a gold spoon yet. Here we go. Look at all these fish we're coming into right here. Good Lord. There's a World War III going on down here. Fish coming up. Is that forage around 15 to 30 foot or coming up to check you out? Yeah, I don't know what exactly is coming up to check us out. It looks like some bigger fish, some smaller schools of fish, some individuals. Big old pile there. But that hazier one coming up looks more like a school of something. Something big coming. It's Nessie, right? There's another school of something coming up to look. Pinfish and tiny reds are eating on the shrimp. Never had success with pinfish. Almost looks like Dipsy hopping and line showing. Those curves you think are the Dipsy? I don't think so. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, Carl. Those are fish feeding coming up for forward schools. Doug, yeah, there's those hazy ones, I think, again, is like a cloud of individual. But there's some bigger solid marks in there as well. We're gonna get turned around here and take another pass. Sun's a 22-inch helipon, fishing the surf. Fourth trout. You ever fished Flathead Lake? Crazy Ginger, last year we fished Flathead for the first time on stream. The plan was to fish it 2 days in a row. The first day was nice. We caught a couple of lake trout. The second day, we only had a few hours on the morning before we got blown off. We had a really crazy swell that picked up there. So we moved to Flathead River for the rest of the day. But yeah, so we fished it a couple of times. Not super familiar with it, but I went there trying to get some fat lake trout. Moonfell Floach. What's up, Moon? I don't care about money. It's made. Now I have to share my job. Wait, like 15 years? Oh yeah, that's right, Moon. You're the one that... What are you talking about? There we go. Here's some nice marks, you guys. Everything is suspended and chasing. You're gonna do good. I hope so. We've been running lures through here for the past hour, and a lot of stuff is coming to look at it, but nothing buying. So we've been cycling through some different presentations. Right now we have one, just like a worm harness rig out there, tipped with a night crawler. That's on our Dipsy diver running the deepest, and then we also have a 25.5 foot deep diving crankbait. Berkley Dredger in Shad pattern, run on lead core. So we got a couple of different presentations out there. Can't have fun in video games, man. The whole shit's full of bugs. Okay. Seems to me like the spring and the fall is the best. Yeah, David. It depends on the species you're after. This time of the year, pike fishing for me trolling usually starts getting real good. We were just at Pishkin over last weekend, or at the tail end of last week, and finally had a good day on the pike bite. This is our first time here at Tiber this year. Like I said before, I've not fished this water body that many times. We're checking out and mapping some new areas here and seeing if we can get into the fish. Gonna happen for sure, just waiting on a window of time. Right, with this many fish in here, you would think it's just a matter of time before one of them smacks something you put out there. Never caught a pike, always wanted to. I hear it's a great fight. David, they can be. The bigger ones are excellent fighters. The smaller ones, You can make them fight, but you can also make them just kind of glitch. They turn and roll in circles. What are we running? Killing, hey, what's up, Kill? We're running, on the outside rod, we're running a Berkley Dredger 25.5 foot deep diver in Shad pattern on 3 colors of lead. On the inside rod, we're running a jumbo Dipsy diver with about a 6 foot leader run to a worm harness rig tipped with night crawler. So a couple of different presentations out there, a smaller one with a worm and a bigger, hard plastic bait. We're running over a whole bunch of fish here, and they seem active. A lot of them are coming to check out our gear, a lot of them are chasing each other around. So we're trying to adjust speeds, adjust depths. Nothing's working so far, though. We caught one fish early this morning, bottom bouncing in shallower water. We caught a little walleye. But we ran that program for about 3 hours and really didn't get much. We've been out here trolling deeper water for about 2.5 hours now, and also haven't gotten much. Translated as absolutely nothing. But we're marking them. We finally found some good fish out here, and like, good Lord, like what we're passing over right now, just marks all over, 20, 30 foot. So our dredger should be right in the ballpark for those, and our Dipsy should be down closer to the bottom here. Finally got to go muskie fishing a couple of weeks ago. Nice, Crazy Ginger. Do you have any luck? I bet pike on the fly rod would be sick. It could be, yeah. I don't know how well popping cork live shrimp works in the surf, but this time of the year, money inshore. Over here in Washington, guys are mimicking kokanee with larger flies and focusing the bays. Idaho record was broken last year on that lake. Pike had like 7 cokes. Really interesting. Yeah, we haven't run any flies today. I do have some bigger flies we could throw down. That was another thing I bought in preparation for coming here. Oh, the crosstalk in this chat is full of great information. Yeah, I love that people are in here sharing strategies and locations, and it's awesome. I learned a lot of stuff in here from y'all. The real question is either of these damn rigs gonna get bit? Last thing, live mud winnows, you can find them. Look at these marks. Dave, if it swims, I catch it, right? Crazy Ginger. There are potentially some walleye out here. We the first 3 hours this morning we ran a walleye program running bottom bouncers and worm harnesses, bottom bouncers and small crankbaits. We did catch one walleye, but the bite kind of died off for that, so we switched to a little bit deeper water out here trying to find some bigger fish. We will probably head back into shallower water to run. Once we get out of the heat of the day here, fish tend to move back up shallow again. Although I've had a couple of people come in here say that the walleye bite in the shallow, while not great during the day, isn't completely shut off. There's a bunch of different species in here though. Pike, walleye, lake trout, rainbows, channel cats. I think there's black crappie, white crappie. I don't know, tons of stuff in here. Your mission is to catch me some supper tonight, otherwise it's ramen. We're trying. I don't know what I would harvest out of here. There's signs at all the boat launches here that recommend not eating the walleye, that there's especially high levels of mercury even in the smaller walleye here. All pike are not recommended except for one per person per month in the 18 to 22 inch range. So I don't know. I mean, I guess the coho salmon, if we manage to get into them, might be eaters. I've never tried coho. You tried blade baits? I have not yet, Ginger. That's one thing I have, I think, one blade bait in my tackle box, and it was one that I found on shore somewhere when I was fishing. It's just not something I've fished with much in the past. I know what they are, Spot Snatcher. I have one in one of my in fact, it might be in my bullshit box here. It's just a smaller one. No, I must have put it away in my other bullshit box. I've never fished with it though. Mostly troll about 50 feet off the edge around the drops on my lake for walleye. And look, do okay, but I just started trolling a few weeks ago. Okay, PA. Yeah, we're out here in a bit deeper water because we're running this Dipsy diver. And because we've been marking so much crap deep out here. Silver Buddy is a blade bait. Oh, okay. Interesting. That makes more sense. Blade baits work phenomenal in springtime when the water's still real cold. And fall, so I hear. Okay. Yeah, it's one I don't have. Silver, we're running the jumbo Dipsy. Oh! Stepped off a cliff there into my bait box, or my bait storage. I think walleye this time of year found mostly 12 to 20 foot water in evening, morning. Crazy, yes, that's exactly, this morning we were fishing 12 to 25 foot, 12 to 30 foot. But again, after about 9, 10 a.m., sun's up high enough in the sky, the marks we were marking kind of dissipated, so we moved into a little bit deeper program. What's up, Danuche? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're marking a whole bunch of stuff, as you can see, kind of all over in the water column. 20 foot, 30 foot, bigger marks down at 50 foot. Look at them down there at 50 foot. When you go Galveston, World War II naval history, Pelican Island, you can spend a full day there. Your rod is bending. Spongy boy, yeah, we're running a Dipsy diver. It stays bent. When there's a fish on there, it'll bend and touch the water, or it will violently jump up and down. You'll also hear it. When there's something on there, you'll hear something like this. When a fish comes and grabs it, the line spools out and the drag screams. It's not a fish, I promise. Zip It lure blade was all the craze up north. Never heard of it. Caught a 32-inch 12-pound walleye a few years ago. Dang, Ginger, that's a nice one. Jig and blade baits, vertical is good too. I'm sure good through ice. All right, come on, fish whistle. We're blowing you. Where are you, fish? There's some nice marks coming up, covering a whole variety of depths. Rod's on the water. I'll be with you all day. Let's get them. Hey, Scuba. Welcome, welcome. I have some of them silver old school lure for sure. Yeah, I've never heard of them. It's weird how many regional lures there are that really don't make the rounds. That or they're just old timer lures that came before I started really getting into fishing. Lots of like-minded regulars here, Rod. You have a cool following. I agree, Sage. There's a good group of people that show up to, if not all of them, most of the lives, or they pop in, say hi. What's up, Alex McLean? Welcome to the stream. Huckleberry Milkshake brings all the fish to the yard. I hope so. It's worked for us our last few trips out. This lake has humbled me more times than not. It drives me crazy. You come to a place like this and you just see marks everywhere and can't get the damn things to bite. Let's bump our sensitivity down a little bit there. Try and clean up our... All right. Clean up our graph a little bit there. Bringing that banana on the boat next, right, Ginger? Sounds like old mining waste. Got like 13 miles away. Has huge walleye. Like, but can't eat them. And pike. Yeah, I don't know why the mercury levels are especially high in this water body. I've never really looked it up to see if there's any, basis for it. But it is posted. All the different ramps here have a warning that says basically, it's got the, the slot size is 18 to 22, 22 to 24, or 23 to 27, whatever, and it lists them down and how many servings per how many, time period, and all of the walleye are do not eat. And then all of the pike, except for the smallest bracket, the 18 to 22 inch, are do not eat. So while this water body does produce very large fish, the big ones are usually not the ones you want to eat anyway. Oh yeah, I love this new GPS and map showing. This is sick. Steven, oh, you haven't been here since we added this? Yeah, I'm still trying to dial in the layout, the scenes here. But it seems like the general consensus is y'all like it. I've added the ability also for our moderators in the channel to using RodBot to be able to change our camera scenes. So they can type, you know, exclamation cam front and it just gets strictly the front camera scene, or exclamation cam space HDS and it pulls up the HDS graph screen and our front screen, you know, double camera. There's also a back camera and a bow camera, but the back camera is only when we're driving in the truck. It's obscured by the phone holder right now. And the bow camera is meant for my GoPro. I haven't got it, I haven't had time yet to get it working reliably. It's been working hit and miss, so we haven't added that to the stream yet. But also when I do boat tours with my phone, the bow camera is what you guys switch to, so I can pan around and show everything without taking our main phone holder out. But we're marking good marks, 20 foot, 40 foot, 50 foot. Big fish all over here. And we're running kind of right in their ballpark. Our crankbait is probably running 25 to 30 foot, maybe a little bit deeper. And our Dipsy, I think, is closer to 40 to 45 foot. The only thing I've missed is you putting the live camera in the water behind lure. Yeah, so the lure camera, we haven't run that yet today. We ought to throw it on. In fact, let's do that. Let's throw that on our Dipsy. Let's see what's going on down there. But that one I can't run live on the stream yet. I need to get a different camera. The inline lure camera works with wireless or Bluetooth, or it just stores locally on the SD card. Bluetooth and Wi-Fi don't penetrate through water, so it only works in Bluetooth or Wi-Fi mode if it's sitting vertically at the top of the water, pointed straight down, not running underneath the water and behind the boat. Jesus, look at these fish. What is this, 30, 40 foot? Just big schools, and so the ones that you see that are swirling are almost certainly chasing those big clouds. Those are bait balls, those big footballs you see there. The swerving ones are bigger fish trying to bust up those bait balls, chasing the smaller fish around, probably Cisco or Shad. Those devil-faced walleye can be tough after a hot weather stretch. Yeah, Anon. We got one earlier this morning, the smallest walleye I've literally ever caught. Which is on par for our live streams. We only catch the big ones when the cameras aren't rolling. But right now we're chasing whatever the hell these big fish are that are chasing around the schools of fish down here. Was that something? We might have just got bumped or smacked against the side of a fish. We took a small dip there. Gonna take my lunch break, cop down in the truck and watch you. All right, Steve. Enjoy your lunch, buddy. We're out here trying to entice these, whatever the hell these are, to come out and play. They're not having it so far. You ever troll any Kitech? Spot, I've not tried trolling the Kitech. I know that a lot of the swim baits, paddle baits like that, the smaller ones, they'll run and they have really good action when trolled at much slower speeds. But it seems like most of them that I've tried running just aren't big enough or can't handle, you know, 1.5, 1.7, 2 miles an hour, what I would like to troll them at. Look at those fish. But yeah, I need to do some research and testing and find something like that that doesn't blow out or, you know, just completely lose its action at higher speeds. Bet that would work. All right, is our trolling motor progressively speeding up again? What is our speed set? We're set at 1.6. Why are we doing 2.1? Learned a lot watching my buddies live. Sonar, 2 big screens side by side helps learn what 2D showing. Yes, Spot Snatcher. Yeah, we're it's like progressively trying to go faster again. Why is it doing that to us? There, it seems to be slowing down. They make fish finders just to piss off fishermen, right? Fake news. They're down here selling the fantasy. We're calling bullshit up topside here. A lot of gold mining, biggest mining disaster of the country, happened 25 miles away, 180 people drowned. Dang, man. Yeah, it's speeding up again. All right, stop it. Course lock. Speed. All right. See if it got that out of its system. Oh, did we just pick up weeds? Or bring this in just a little bit. All right. So we got that out about 90 foot. Jumbo diver. Wants you to finesse the rods, firmware. It could be. Tried to go out to Tiber today to stream, snipe you. Didn't make it though, Jonathan. That's funny. Come on out, we'll be here. Still marking real good fish at 30 to 40 foot. Let me pull out this depth chart for the Dipsy. I don't remember offhand. I think we're about 40 foot, 45 foot. Let me refer to the Dipsy diver chart here. We're on a size. Yeah, 100 foot of line out on setting 3 is 53 foot. We have about 90, so we're 45-ish. Too deep. Let's bring it in just a touch. Let's bring it above where the fish are rather than right where they're at. Maybe gotta try some jigging spoons or whatever those fish are on the graph. Yeah, we might have to try jigging for them here in a bit. Slow down just a touch. Yeah, we could bump it down a little. All right, we're down to 1-4. Hit one with a line. Not that trolling isn't entertainment. Yeah. Like I said before, we're out here twofold mission: catch some fish, make some maps. How did you get the split screen? Did you no, potentially. So again, how you doing, by the way? Good to see you. I am running, like I said, I've been working on this setup for 6+ months. I just didn't feel confident enough in it to roll it out to the live streams. But I was kind of forced to recently. The YouTube app has just been absolutely shitting on me. So no, I didn't get the OBS talent. I'm running a external encoder called Moblin. It's a mobile app. It's a mobile encoder. And then I run an external SRT server that I pipe from Moblin into. And then from there, that kind of handles stream failover, like if my signal gets crappy or I need to take a break, I can force an intermission there. And it also just kind of acts as a relay. So it takes my Moblin output, pushes it through, converts it from SRT output into an RTMP, which it pushes to YouTube. But this is straight, the primary camera is still my iPhone 16. I pull the graph in using RTSP protocol. It's just a peer feed directly through the graph. I don't have to do any kind of funky screen share or anything like that. It's been interesting. It's been working. We've had a couple of kinks and a couple of bugs, and then you have the overlay down here chilling right in the chat bar is one that is part of RodBot, the self-built bot that I have. That you can generate it. It tracks your targets, the catches, social media blurbs. I can, make it do or say anything. It's just an overlay. And then up top, the overlay, there's a couple of them. One is a debug bar that's kind of hidden. That's just showing our bandwidth, our bit rate that we're running at, and how much data has been consumed for the connection. And then right below that is a Moblin bar overlay that's directly from within Moblin that checks from my GPS location, the closest location. It just gives you location, wind data, and time and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been interesting. I can also RodBot I've configured with Moblin to be able to change camera scenes automatically or with the admins. So somebody show potentially. You guys, if you remember King Kai 145, potentially is usually in his streams. King Kai's often on potentially's boat. He's got the real nice Hughes craft. Anyway, somebody do a exclamation cam space front and show him the automatic camera change. Let it run that way for a little bit and then do the exclamation cam HDS to put it back to our split screen. What's up, fishy things? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the star. You getting the whole lake discovered? Yeah, we're out here in the boonies right now. I just kind of am drifting. I really should turn back around and map a tighter section. 150 likes so far. Let's go. Or I guess potentially, I don't know if I have you modded in here. Somebody, anyone, Carl, can you switch the camera for him? Show him our cool shit. Just saves me from having to touch a button. The mods can actually do it. Fishy things, thank you for the jewels. Sparkles. Let's go. All right, y'all slackers. There we go, somebody did it. Cam front, Justin did it. So potentially if you're still here, so I have now in chat command. Yeah, the back is the back side of the camera. It's hidden by the camera case. It doesn't work on the boat. There you go, there's HDS. And then we have a bow camera too, which is, I haven't configured it. But so we have fully automated or manageable camera scene switching by mods in the room. The fully functional dynamic overlay for the stream. That's amazing. Thanks, Fishy. Told y'all I've been cooking some stuff here for a while, trying to get some fancy shit going for the channel. We're slowly rolling it out. I think these are useful features and people might find them entertaining. How you doing? Potentially you've been out fishing? I tried texting Kai, telling him to give you my phone number so you could text me, but he's been busy with his training shit. Yeah, like every night. It's Rod's new toy, not ours to break. No, you're perfect. Thank you for the demonstration. We were just trying to show the different camera views and how they can be switched. Y'all have been doing awesome. Again, when we catch a fish, when something's on the line, somebody, I think it makes sense to probably pop to our full screen if one of y'all, if and when that happens. Downtime, whatever, while we're trolling around, it's nice to be able to see our graph, the down scan, the sonar. We're gonna bump back around here. There's like 9 boats sitting up here by the this cement structure up here. Oh, that was a really sharp turn. All right, Dipsy, don't dump on the bottom. You gave my number. I texted you during the last stream, and I think you did. I? Damn it. Did you see the world record flathead I got? I didn't see that. Somebody was talking about that in one of the streams I was in, Fishy. I haven't had I didn't pop over to your profile to try and find the short for it. You caught a good one though, huh? That's freaking awesome. Potentially, yeah, I will, let me see here. He's got I think he's got my stream phone. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I probably, I don't know why I haven't seen it since then. I'll have to dig through my text messages. But I think he has my streaming phone number, and it doesn't show the pop-ups, or I don't pay attention to them when I'm streaming. But I have no idea why I haven't seen it since then. Look at all these fish we're over. What the hell? Holy Rhino, y'all hate me because I don't fish. I'm in 41 years. Nobody hates you, Holy. You don't have to fish to hang out here. There's lots of people in here that have probably never fished. They like the scenery, they like the tech, they like the conversation. You know, you don't have to fish to enjoy watching something about it. Been watching about 30 minutes now so far, not a single hiccup, no audio sync issues, stream is rock solid right now. Dave, yeah, it's been super stable. We do still have, again, Starlink isn't perfect, and no matter how much tech you have in front of it and behind it, it still will cause issues. But we do have now in place, because I'm relaying the stream through my own SRT server, again, I have the ability to check the quality of that stream or the quality of the connection between me and the relay and YouTube. And when something happens, I can switch to a fallback. So it doesn't just buffer and do stupid stuff, which is where everybody leaves. Besides Rod, you'll occasionally see a creature on the stream. We do catch fish every once in a while, y'all. Shit, today's just not one of them days we're having much luck. All right, we're gonna spin back around here and head back up the way that we came from. Lake creatures. Sometimes they're fish, not always. We've had some weird catches this year so far. So with the technological, like, yeah, why can't people use that to find old Loch Nessie? Oh, people use sonar and technologies like this to find all sorts of shit in water. Try a wedding ring worm harness if you got one. We just did. That's actually what we're running on the Dipsy diver. We're running one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs that has done fairly well at pretty much every other water body we've run it at. All right, we're just getting turned back around here. Rod the Legend, how you doing? Hey, Tommy's Dam, good to see you, buddy. We're doing awesome out here. We're out here playing in the water, playing with our new stream layout. Trying to catch a damn fish, but they aren't cooperating so far. We had one itty-bitty walleye this morning, but haven't had a whole lot of success since then. Do we need to just go back to the shallows and run bottom bouncers and worm crawler harnesses again? Is that what needs to happen? It's hard to not stay out here in the deep. Y'all see here how many damn fish we're marking. America, James Smiles said haha. Plug wire, yeah, plug wire fish. Plug wire fish, the trouser trout. We pulled a diver flag out last year. I think our Dipsy might have set itself off when we turned there. I think we created a little bit too much drag on it. Flicker shads. Oh Lord. All right, we're gonna bring this in. I think our Dipsy got set. Make sure we still have a worm. No, it didn't get set. Let's check it anyway. All right, we're still running good. But that's what we're running. It's one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. They've done well on trout, pike, walleye. We've caught pretty much everything with these. It's a good universal presentation when you're multi-species fishing. But we're running that behind our jumbo Dipsy diver. This one is a knockoff of a Dipsy diver. They're made or sold through Dreamweaver. They're called a deeper diver, but same basic thing. But we just have it tipped with a night crawler. All right, so I'm just gonna let this spool out there. We're gonna run that out to about 60 foot. Thank you, good camera change. Whoever just did that. I saw the command, but not who ran it. All right. So we're running it a little bit shallower here. We're at about 60 foot of line on it now instead of 75 and 80. Ooh. Master pro fisherman. I wish. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Carl and Justin. Y'all are awesome. That's exactly why I built this, is I figured some of y'all would take the reins a little bit and help switch my cameras around. It's so hard to do, you know, wet hands, trying to turn the overlays on and off, configure the buttons, click shit. Y'all are way quicker and better at it. Bicycle needs some WD. Got a cassette tape, New Testament. Oh yeah, Dave. Jig and spoon would have a good chance of getting those fish. Ginger, yeah, you may be right there, buddy. Awesome out there fishing live and sharing. Nobody shares stuff like this live that I've seen. We're trying to be different. We're just out here, above all, just trying to have fun and catch some damn fish. All right, we might need to swap out. We've given our Berkley Dredger there a pretty solid run. What do you guys think should be our next bait? Should we keep out here in the deeper and try a different presentation? A different crankbait? Smaller spoon, higher in the water column? What are you thinking? Rod high. What's up, Nathan? Doing millions of things already. Yeah, there's a lot of things to do in a stream, especially when you're by yourself. Fish, I hope you're having an amazing day. Oh yeah, I hope you all are having an amazing day. We're out here trying to get some. We'll hit slightly shallower water here maybe. I was trying to get close to the pass that we just made, but let's bump in a little bit. Ed, pull flicker shed, 20 foot of water. I did not bring Ed's pole today, unfortunately. Perch color flicker shad when you go shallow. We could try that, PA. How's it going, man? Hope everyone having an amazing day. We're doing good. We've only got one fish so far, but we're playing around. We're mapping. We're trying some different presentations. We're out here enjoying the beautiful weather. We've had such a hot week this last week, and we had a cold snap come through yesterday and then again this morning, and then I think it's supposed to start warming up again. We caught a little earlier this morning. Well, it's probably an hour, maybe 90 minutes into our stream, I think. We caught our first fish of the day. It was just a itty bitty little walleye. It smacked us. I was doing a weed check on our line, and it smacked us as we were coming up. It was like 5.5 inches, the smallest walleye I've ever caught. Last Sunday I saved 12 fish from drowning. Did you? That's it's mighty biggie there, fishy. Countless fish drown every year. But only you can prevent that. Walleye's a walleye, yeah. No, I got the skunk off today, but I was joking earlier. The last time I fished here last year from this launch, similar, like 10 minutes in, it was still pitch black outside. I caught first walleye of the day. Itty bitty little guy, like 10 inches, maybe 12 inches. And then nothing for the whole rest of the day. And we've kind of duplicated that so far here. One itty bitty at dawn and nothing for the whole rest of the day. But it's 12 o'clock. We have probably 9 to 10 hours of fishing left tonight. So we have a fair amount of time to get on the fish out here. We're still trying to learn this water body. It's been a rough curve so far. Smokey the Bear says, smoke them if you got them. Right, fishy. Yeah, I was crappie fishing last night. One of my rods got pulled in by a huge striper. Long gun. Oh, Nathan, that's rough. You didn't have it in a pole holder, or you didn't have your drag loose? Or did it legit spool you and then just keep going? Good fish, marking 20, 30, 40, 50. Anywhere in the water column you drop something, there's fish. And they're all pretending they can't see us right now. Much support from Cali. Thank you, Dan Hernandez. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, my friend? Scarred, it's been a while. Hey, Scar. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. So who paid these fish not to bite my rigs today? I want to know. I need names. We're running over far too many fish for this to be happening right now. Throw a Dodger out, take their excuse up, not seeing it away. Andy, we could. We do just have a plain worm harness out there behind our Dipsy. We could throw either a lake troll or a Dodger. Gotta get shallow. Shallow. So you're saying we gotta stop playing with all these big deep fish we're marking, Sage? Doesn't sound very fun. Bluebird sky, yeah, there's a few wispy clouds, but it's pretty blue. I think it's supposed to be cloudier 6 or 7 o'clock. I think it's kind of some doom and gloom is supposed to move in. Maybe that'll help us. Raw dog that flicker shack. Come on now. We can't do them like that. You think this time of the day, up in the shallows, huh? All right, what we need to, the Berkley Dredger's got to go. Should we throw on a reef runner? We have not yet run a reef runner here. Look at these squigglies. They're chasing down there. Wish I could come support. Yeah, fishy things. At least come say hello. But it's all good stuff. I like all my accounts. That's when you run pike, infested rotters without protection, right? Not like you'll care if you lose them flickers. Justin. Still don't want to lose them. One of these days might be my lucky day, and the flicker shad bite will turn on for me. Yeah, I'm thinking either a walleye deep on the lead or a reef runner 800. Have we tried running super slow well deep? No, we haven't. Should we? We should. We haven't. All right, there's 0.8. I hope that's what you mean by super slow. Rod and chat, work done, chilling now. What's up, Rob? Rob Fox Foxy. RFF. Got to tie it on a no. Gone wild. Oh shit, y'all. We probably just lost Rodbot. Rodbot is probably out of commission for YouTube quota for the day. So we probably only have Nightbot left. Nobody likes that guy. Nightbot. Who let that guy in here? Yeah, we only get about 6 hours usually of token. We burn through it in about 6 hours on average in our streams for Rodbot. Until we can get the quota increased. That's alright though. It does still read, it just doesn't type. Swing and miss, see if they can connect. Well, we're down to 0.8. We're bobbing and weaving down there. I'll say that much. It looks like it gets real shallow up here though. Why does that say 11 foot, 15 foot? We can't do that. We have an Emmy bot, but it mostly just makes snarky comments. Nice fishy things. Sage, what kind of hook was that? Which one, Sage? The hook that we caught the walleye on earlier, or are you talking about something else? I'm confused. I have no idea what's happening. Look at all those fish. Good job. Come on. What is that straight line across the bottom? What is that? Is that our Dipsy? Are we just dragging our Dipsy on the ground right now? Doesn't look like it. 55 feet. We only got 60 feet of line out. There's no way. Yeah, the like straight line at 55 foot. What the hell? What's going on there? Oh. No, it's still there. Are we literally fucking plowing our Dipsy across the bottom? There's no way. Well, I guess we're on 62 foot. We're barely moving. Is it coming up? Let me reel in a little bit of the Dipsy and see if that's it. We just reeled in 10 feet. Did our line raise? Indeed it did. That's our Dipsy. Holy shit. All right. Well, mystery solved, guys. That's our Dipsy. Yeah, at this slow speed, it doesn't really plane behind the boat. It's kind of just being sucked almost straight down. All right, well, that's cool. What do we got marking here? Let's bring this back up too. Let's start a little shallower. We're seeing some stuff higher in the water column here. Let's bring it up a tad. Change our presentation. If we're not going to change the bait, we got to change the presentation. All right, so now on the graph we're running, roger that, speed up. Put it 25 foot. Yeah, what I was just gonna say is if you look at the graph now, we're running right underneath where all the fish are marking. Let's bring it up into those fish. Somebody can switch the camera up here. Let's do another 10 foot. Or net razor too. All right, now we can legit see. We are running at exactly, well, right around 25 foot. All right. Flicker shad, 25 foot. Bring it right above the marks. Most feed fish up. Yeah, we're like right in the, we're plowing through them. Up would probably make sense, but let's bulldoze them here for a little bit. We're above some of them. Yeah, I've never run a Dipsy this slow before. I don't know if this is dumb or genius. We'll see. Definitely lets us see exactly where we're running it, though. Come on, fishy, fishy. Eat the damn worm. It's a worm. Everybody eats worms. Perch on bottom there. Could be Perch or Cisco, or there's probably a half a dozen different little fish fodder feeders in here. Come on, fish. Canadian, correct. I don't. Looks like smaller fish. It's hard to tell sometimes whether they're small fish, big fish. I don't know, the continuous lines of them often make me think that they're bigger fish, not smaller fish. I could be wrong though. If one of them would bite, we would find out. Let's play with it. Let's bring her up a little in the water column. We'll let her down a little bit. Let's just Lure these little things in here. All right, there's 35 foot. Where did that put us? That should have bumped us up a little bit. And of course, now they're all running down at 40 foot. Where's your dew? Clipping, it's his Dipsy diver. So the line is at the middle between the 30, 40, is that your bait? No, the continuous line that just bumped up a little bit and then went down a little bit, right at around 30 foot, is our Dipsy diver. That's where we're running a worm harness rig. The other rod we have out is a Berkley Dredger, 25.5 foot diver. We're running it behind 2 colors of lead core, so it's probably down 25, 30 foot. There's something that just came up to us. Something came, oh, and he went down. Well, you go down, we go down, buddy. We can both play that game. We're gonna follow him. All right, there's 42 foot. Bite Dipsy soon. It's been following for a minute or two. Fish following Dipsy. We're trying. See if we can bring another one back up. There's 38 foot. 35 foot. Oh, did we lose the fish? Looks like we lost him. Hey, Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Thumbs up 158, let's go Flava Dave, thank you, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming hanging out fishing with us today. We're out here trying to catch something, I don't care what it is at this point. We caught one walleye earlier today, the smallest walleye I've ever caught in my life, on stream, 5.5 inches-ish. So it's been the pretty anticlimactic so far today, but we're out here having fun. We're toying around. The thick line you see across the graph going there is our Dipsy diver. You can see fish coming in and out, checking it out, looking at it. We're coming into kind of a pile of fish right here. I don't know if they're coming up or that's fish chasing smaller fish. We're gonna open up our bail here and let our Dipsy kind of slowly feed down and see if maybe we can trigger a bite coming through this pile of fish here. I'm gonna stop it for a second. So that dropped us down to 38, almost 40 foot. Remember to hydrate? Yes, let me finish off. We have a little slobber of, in fact, I'm not, we did this last stream. When dew reaches like 75 degrees or warmer, it's not fit for human consumption anymore. I think we're gonna bust out our first Gatorade for the day. Get some of that magic going. All right, so we're still marking some stuff, 30, 40 foot. Looks like some stuff is chasing down deeper. Got some stuff right above us too. What's up, AJ's Adventures? John Bolton. How's everybody doing? Can somebody explain to me why we aren't catching any of these fish? That's what I'd really like to know. What do we need to put in front of all of these fish swimming around our Dipsy down there? What was that noise? I just heard something. Something like popped or snapped. Yellow 3/4 ounce spoon with red spots. So, you want like a red-eye wiggler? Look at all the fish. Fish must be playing Frogger with you. Right, like, how do you not just, like, snag something at this point? Yeah, it's basically a 5 of diamonds Daredevil, but it's got the little red dots on it. Don't have anything else big that would fit those, that profile. I'd run it. There it is. Lots of bait there, Campfront. We'll back to work. You think we should run it? On our Dipsy or our lead line? Back to work. All right, Justin. Don't have too much fun. Try not to. Yeah, no, that spoon, it doesn't get down deep by itself. We'd have to either throw it on a Dipsy, a snap weight, lead core line. We could replace our Dredger that doesn't seem to be doing anything with it. I do have another Dipsy we could bust out. They are, at this speed, they're super easy to see. Maybe even 4th protectivity. Dave, I don't know what you're talking about. There it is. Be safe. Lost you. All right, market good fish at 40 to 50 foot. Some bait shallower. Decent fish at 20 to 25 foot. Big schools of fish. Yeah, there's a lot of activity down there. Try a snap weight maybe. Yeah, we could do that. What are we running over here? Ooh. Come on, one of these rods just need to frickin' get slammed. All right, so we're putting on a red-eye wiggler. This one usually doesn't come out until I'm feeling slightly desperate. All right, let's try a different scent since they don't seem to be a fan of the pot skis here so far. Trout, kokanee magic, vanilla, shrimp, bloody. Let's do bloody tuna. Let's try a bloody tuna scent on this guy. We're just gonna put some on the inside of these beads. All right, so sorry, that was a Procure bloody tuna. I use this from time to time. They're fairly good, and we've just doused some on the inside of the spoon there. We'll run it like that. We're gonna run a clip weight on this one, probably. Oh God, we need to get down at least 20 foot, 20 to probably 20 foot is kind of right on top of where we're seeing all those. You know what we'll do? We're gonna run it just like our Dipsy here. We're gonna run a heavier weight, being as we're going so slow. We can force it down quite quickly rather than running it way behind the boat. And we'll set the snap fairly close to it as well. Kind of treat basically like a downrigger ball. Oh, come on. And I just hooked our other line as we were coming up. All right, we're good. So we are retiring the Berkley Dredger for now. It was a valiant effort, my friend, but it just didn't happen. We're moving on now. Get this guy put away. I'm going to adjust our, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this still. I hope so. We're going to run that straight out the back. Trying to create some separation here between these two. And this one, I think with this heavy lead on here, we might be able to see this drop down as well. Let's watch and see if we can see that falling. Yeah, see, we're almost straight down here. I might be able to move that back a little bit. There we go. I think we're at 20 foot. Yeah, I think we can see this lure dropping down here. All right, so we're right at 30 foot. We're actually a little deeper than what I meant to go. Let's come up just a touch. Well, that's cool. We got our cheat mode on here. We can see where we're actually running instead of guessing. Ain't nothing biting at these speeds, but And yeah, you can still kind of just faintly see that down there. We're at like 20, 28 foot or so. Fishy Things with the star. Let's go. Thank you, Fishy Things. Fish following it. It looked like maybe there was. Got something playing down there at 50 foot on the other rod. There. I think that's maybe a little bit better. And Tiber, how's it going? What you after? Hey, Daryl Uncle. Yeah, we're out here after walleye, pike, trout, salmon, whatever the hell wants to bite. There doesn't seem to be a lot bite. We caught one walleye earlier today in, I don't know, 15 foot of water, 15 foot bottom, dragging around bottom bouncers. We've moved a little deeper. We're trying to see what else we can find out here. Been marking lots of stuff, but nothing signing up to take the tour. Is there tuna in that lake? Clip? No tuna. Oh, I hope maybe you weren't talking about me. Fish was following harness. Last few minutes it just dropped. Did it? Oh man. There's some fish right in between our two rigs. So we got one rig sitting at like 28 and another one at like 39. Those are those two constants running across. One of them is our 4-ounce clip weight. That's the shallower of the two. And then our Dipsy is the almost 40 foot. There we go. We got some marks in there. Eat it. Eat it. Oh, come on. They're like down there, dolphins freaking playing with their new friends. They're like, hey guys, come check this out. It's like, what is that on Finding Nemo, where they find the ocean channels and they're surfing it? That's like basically what's happening down there with these fish in between our two presentations. Look at that, they're ping-ponging back and forth between them. What is this ridiculous shit? Y'all ever seen anything like this? Fish ping-ponging back and forth between your two lure presentations? We did this at Flathead for lake trout, and this happened so many times. Oh, yeah. They're literally down there ping-ponging back and forth between our two presentations. There's something coming up from a little deeper to check us out. Let's bump up our speed just 1 notch. Go to 0.9 instead of 0.8. Maybe just a little more speed. Oh, there's a fish just surfaced out in front of us. Yeah, right before a bite, okay. Well, we're waiting. I'll take a bite or two. There, a fish just surfaced again. Almost right in the same spot there, too. Do we have to do this the hard way? Do we need to tease one onto the line here? What do y'all want from me? I don't sing and I don't dance, so pick something else. There, fish. 2 of them right over there. 3 of them. Oh my lord, those are salmon. Those are salmon jumping out of the water over there. Shit. Big old silver salmon. Do we need to come up in the water column? Yeah, that one shot, he was clean 4 foot out of the water, like legitimately. Whee! That's one of the highest, like, straight jumps I've ever seen on a freshwater fish. Been at work all day, caught as many fish. Dutch, we just caught one this morning. We're just starting to see a lot of fish activity at the surface, and I just saw what I'm fairly certain is a silver salmon, a coho, blasting out of the water over here. I love that yellow red. Just play with the speed. Up 2, down 2. Yeah, we can bump it up another notch. I'm gonna go straight through where we just saw those fish busting out of the water. Yeah, let's catch those, right, Carl? It's over a spot we've already mapped, but that's all right. We'll go over there and see what we see. All right, here we're coming into... Look at those, every 10 foot, it's another fish. They're like running a pattern down there. Do salmon hunt in organized groups? I think we're doing it the hard way. Usually, Sage. Troll a topwater lure. When you say a topwater lure, what do you mean? I mean, a worm harness rig is a topwater lure if you're not running any weight on it. A spoon is basically a topwater lure if you're not running any weight on it. Yeah, I know they run, like, are they... Holy shit. I don't know what exactly we are over right now, but I'm in it to win it. You guys seeing this right now? Where is your not started yet the season? Rain, yep. Flicker shad, Justin. I'm gonna give you a flicker shad over there, Justin. You ain't gonna like it. Flicker shad. Get out of here. Come on, bro. We're a few seconds late on the graph. Yeah, it is a little bit delayed. I've dialed the delay on it back as much as I possibly can for the moment. What was that? That's our crawler harness on our down rod back there. That's one I think is probably the most likely to be hit. I think we're just going a little too fast. We're trolling too fast. We're 44, 45 foot out there. Spoon or a cedar plug, JB Joe on top, okay. Bryson, how's it been? Had a deer head fall on my foot, nearly took my toe off. Outdoorman, yeah, I saw you say that earlier. That's terrible. That's crazy. I hope you're doing all right. Heal up, my friend. Spooner sear plug on top. Does that map show the lure? Yeah. So our sonar on the right hand side, you can see the straight line at like 30 foot. That's our Dipsy diver that has a worm harness rig behind it. Our other one has a 4-ounce weight on it. I just brought it up. We're probably at around 25 foot. That one shows, but it's a much fainter line. You ever catch the burbot when you're fishing at night? I've tried Dare Uncle a couple of times recently, and we didn't have any luck. I'm still trying though. Burbot is one of my bucket list fish, and there's actually burbot in here as well. I've never tried fishing for them here. I forgot about that. There's burbot in here. There's big burbot in here. Yeah, and then the line below the like 40-foot mark there that kind of swimming up and then going down, that was something that was probably coming up to look at our lure, to look at our presentation. We're getting quite a bit of that, but they just ain't buying. You're about to run shallow? Yes, thank you. No, you're right. That is a steep cliff there that goes up. I mean, not like snag shallow, but way shallower than what we've been fishing. Let's can you guys see that one going down? We're gonna try that one down a little deeper. All right, so you can kind of, I think, see that one go down. I think that one's running at 45 foot now, ish. Sun too hot near surface, I think. Yeah, maybe. Come on, something bite. We got a spoon, we got a worm harness. Do we need a dodger? Do we need a flasher? A lake troll? There's something coming up to look at us. Alright, that was me, it's not a fish. Watch that line go down. We're deploying our Dipsy down just a little deeper. Get it into that pile of fish there. Fish are edging. All right, well, they didn't buy that either. We're down, it looks like now we're about 50 foot. You can see that distinct line kind of. I like Dodgers and flasher fly, but that's because you can see big Dodger from 50 feet. Yeah, Andy, that's a good point. We were staring at a static image, guys. That wasn't our graph. I've been mapping. I'm like, why aren't we getting any closer to that? It's because we're going in a completely opposite direction. Going walleye fishing in a bit. Good luck. Love your stream. Heck yeah, Ginger. I hope you catch some big ones. We'll be out here still trying. Bait balls are high. Might run kite up there. Yeah, let's bring one up higher. We're again running this 4-ounce snap weight, so we're basically right, almost straight down. I don't know if we can see that on the graph. We're running pretty shallow on that one now. Under 20 foot. Let you know if I caught them next time I see a stream. All right, Ginger. Any rig changes lately? We've changed depth a little bit. Let's see, we have worm harness behind a Dipsy now, and on this rod we are running a red wiggler spoon. So we did add that one recently. We've been playing with the depth on it, trying to see what we can get. Jordy, welcome. We've only had one catch so far today. The small walleye this morning. Dot prefix, dot caught, dot catches. The only command that has the exclamation, there's another little fish that just jumped in front of us. The only one that I have currently that has not dot prefix is our cam switching. I made that one different. Another little fish at the surface. Okay, Rod, good luck, cheers. All right, Errol, thanks for stopping through. Always good to see you. Still just the trophy walleye. Yep, just our monster from this morning. A true specimen. It's what people come here to Tiber to catch, is what we caught this morning. Only bigger. I will say, though, at least Tiber was gracious enough to give us one fraction of a fish. We're not completely skunked at this point. Rod, how are you? I'm late today. Busy day, me in and out. Hey, K-Hud, we're doing good. It's been a slow bite, but we was just talking about at least we haven't been skunked. We were fishing super shallow earlier today with bottom bouncers and did get a few bites on our worm harness rig. Landed one small walleye. It's been radio silence ever since, other than we've been marking, as you guys can see, just ridiculous amounts of fish. I'm here now, let the fish roll in. That's right, K-Hud, they've been waiting for you. We've all been waiting for you. Let's bring this Dipsy up. We appear to be running below everything again. There's another fish surfacing next to us. Lots of little stuff at the surface here. All right, so we moved up to 35 foot or so in the water column. Running your rigs at 25 to 30 or looking at 25 to 30 foot bottom, Clippin? Please clarify. Got the old chum chugger out of the water today, eh? Yeah, we did. Got a real beauty this morning. I wasn't sure if I was going to get it in the net for a minute there. And then I realized I don't need the net because it was only 5.5 inches. Oh, there's another little fish surfaced. Oh, another one over here. There's fish, but that's what's happening. We got bait fish that are being chased around from below. You can see those kind of more solid marks below the wispies at the top. I'm pretty sure that's bigger fish chasing this bait ball around, which is why they keep surfacing. They're trying to get away from them. Based upon what we saw here a little bit ago, I think what we're actually seeing there is the coho salmon chasing around bait or something like that. Because what jumped out of the water earlier, I'm almost certain was a coho. We're gonna bring this guy up a little bit more again. All right, we're adjusting as we move through these fish. Running rigs, got the old chum chugger. That's just me, brother. I'd be rocking a flicker and 14-foot bumping bottom. Seem to be hitting top, bottom, top water. No, what we're seeing, I don't think is fish feeding off of the surface. I think we have bait fish down there being chased around by salmon. And what we're seeing at the surface is just those clouds. They're trying to get away from the damn salmon. I could be wrong, but that's what my intuition is telling me right now. They don't want nothing worth putting down there. Nah, deadass, no one is mad at this level. Okay, Moon. Why is it every time I move my rig, the fish move? What kind of garbage is this? You okay, Moon? You never know. Sage. You go up, they go down, you go down, they go back up. I just scared you, right, Brandon? That's literally what it is. Gear fear. Rod doesn't want to lose his flicker shads. I get it now. Justin, that's exactly what it is. You want me to run a flicker shad down there? Is that what we need to do for you, Justin? Must be. What color flicker shad? I will run for 30 minutes a flicker shad of your choice at your choice of depth. Other than we have to go shallow. I want to catch one of these damn salmon out here. 15 foot? You mean 15-foot bottom running a flicker shad? Anything with a flasher if that's a coho? Yeah, I think that's what they are. That they have been busting out of the water chasing these fish. There was one that shot like 5-6 feet, like just blasted out of the water straight up and came down. Probably a solid 18 to 20 plus inches. Good sized fish. Super, super silver. Rainbow flicker shad jointed. I don't have a rainbow jointed. I do have a handful of jointed. They're almost all, you've seen my flicker shad box. It's almost all F7s. I have a selection of jointed. Most of them are flicker shads. Oh, where are you? They're at the bottom of the pile. That's where they are. Jesus. $15-foot, shut us up. Black, silver, blue mackerel. I would run anything with a flasher if that's a coho, $29.99. Perch or that gold one. Do you have a gold ripping redfin? Oh, I might. No, we're doing flicker shad right now. They've been asking for flicker shad for like the last 6 hours, so. Somebody type exclamation cam space bow, B-O-W. And I will show the flicker shad box and you can pick a damn flicker shad. All right, so we have mostly flicker shads in here. Not all of them are flicker shads. We got some lipless over here, so ignore those. These are all flicker shads. These are my jointed flicker shads. We do have kind of a silver brown red eye, silver gray red eye, purple gold, a fire craw, another kind of fire craw, like a freaking vibrant perch. And then we have, I think all these are flicker shads down here. We got white, rainbow. Is that the one you're talking about, rainbow? Probably even some schools of Shad or Cisco. Yeah, they're chasing some kind of bait fish around down there, and they're popping out of the water. The ones that I'm seeing pop over out of the surface are like maybe 6 inches, maybe a little bit bigger than that. I think they're probably Cisco. There's a perch. There's a hollow perch with beads in it. Another fire craw. Solid perch. Second one from the left, Canadian fisherman. This guy, the gold and silver. Gold, black, and silver. Sorry, the lighting is kind of shit here. I'll keep it the same way so it's not confusing. We have a very, like a vibrant, shiny perch. That one's actually more rainbow pattern, rainbow trout pattern. That's like a 3D rainbow. Silver black on the top row. .1.8 to 2.2 for the flicker. That one. The rainbow trout one, this guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a rainbow trout pattern. That would actually probably be a good one to run in here. It's one of the more realistic looking of them. Vibrant, shiny perch. I don't know, guys. That one looks pretty fucking tasty. So we got that and the vibrant, shiny perch. I think those are the two we're... Pick from those two. Silver black on the top row. Silver black. Oh, that's the lipless crankbait on the right there. Is that the one you're talking about, SoCal? I normally jig with those. I don't really troll with those ones very often. They have their connection point on the top. They troll real funny. Rainbow, rainbow, purple, perp, send it. Perch, purple, rainbow, same perch color, hammers, everything for me. Well, so those are our choices. We got rainbow trout or vibrant perch. On point fishing says purple again. Which purple? The purple and silver? Or the rainbow? Get out of the damn light here. It's so hard to show you guys. Rainbow, rainbow, perch left. I catch a lot of fish off both those colors of lures. Got 2 rods, neither one are catching shit. Try something new. Bill. Match the hatch. If you go purple, use the purple gold. God damn it, we can't throw a 4th one in here. These are your choices, y'all. We have perch, we have rainbow, we have pink and silver. 2 to the left of the lipless. Yeah, SoCal, again, the lipless aren't really good to troll. Those would be more for jigging. The connector is on the top of them rather than the nose, so they troll with their back forward. They don't troll right. Perch, rainbow, 3 different rods. According to what I read, FWP, it looks like closest to the natural bait in the lake. Far left on point, perch. Good God, y'all. I need to put up an actual pole. I'm not... Oh, there's a seagull. Just got something. Seagull's catching shit. All right, you know what? We'll solve this problem. We'll run them both. You're aptly put it that you ain't catching shit on anything that's out there, so let's we'll run both of... We will run dual flicker shad action for y'all bums, so you can leave me alone. We're gonna run 2 flicker shads for 30 minutes in 15 foot of water. Just tie on the whole tackle box, no swivel. We'll just run it in one big cluster out there. Now the question is braided line, I'm assuming, not our lead core. You guys want to run braid in shallow and just let the flickers dive. That's got to be the plan, Stan. All right, fine. Telling you, I don't catch anything on flicker sheds. Not once, not ever. It doesn't happen. It is like the anti-lure for me. Maybe today will be different, but I don't think so. Sorry, I don't mean to poo-poo on y'all's parade here, but... All right. Flicker shad in rainbow. All right, we're gonna do this too. We're gonna get real fancy on y'all so we can ride them both on the same side of the boat. We're gonna run it out 30 foot, throw on our planer board. Although you guys probably want further than that. We're gonna start with 30. We're going in real shallow water and we're going slow. Flicker shad number 1 down. All right, here comes our Dipsy. And we still have a full worm. Hasn't been touched. All right, we got a whole clusterfuck of things to put away back here. And we're just, again, letting that deploy out. It's fine where it's fine running out. The erraticness of letting it deploy like that can sometimes trigger a bite in and of itself. All right. Ah, shit, I forgot to dose the other one. We'll give this one some potskis. Fish on? No, it's, we're just fooling. We're just at such a slow speed that it's not pulling it evenly, it's chugging it out. Which again is what I'm saying, oftentimes that erraticness of it, not just a steady spool. Can sometimes make you get a bite. All right, we're plenty far enough away from the boat on that one. All right. Out about 60 foot from the boat on that guy. Probably could come a little bit closer. Sorry guys, give me just a sec to clean up some of this stuff. Hate having so much shit out, and then we will get over into slightly shallower water here. I know we're way shallow right now. Oh, come on. Robin, shit. Don't get stuck to the rope. Don't get stuck. Thank you. Nope. Awesome, our phone overheated. Sounds correct, on point. Are you bringing him? The message, Mike. If fish are jumping out of the water, then troll a fly or a streamer. Yeah, I thought at first they were jumping out of the water feeding. But after watching for a little bit, it looked like salmon were chasing the Cisco, the bigger fish, out of the water. But yeah, we have not tried yet a fly. That's not a bad idea, Mike. 115 out, 115 out for flickers in 10 to 15. Okay, we can let her out more. That's a long ways. Flatline topwater on the surface with a release clip to rod. With a release clip to rod, huh? Messenger Mike, I change stuff way too often. I know it may drive you nuts, but you're pretty much never gonna see me direct tie things. I don't. It's not my style of fishing. 100 foot of crankbait with nothing else on. Okay. We're about 75 foot. David, no, we haven't. We're switching back to a shallow tactic here again. Everybody wants us to get back into shallow water. So we're moving on from all these fat fish we see chasing in the deep over here. All right, we're good on that guy. We're good on this one. All right, now for the shallow water. We are on our way. What time is it? 1:22, so we will give it until 2 o'clock we'll run shallow cranks here. Our planer board looks to be sitting funny in the water out there. I don't know what they did to it. Man. 1.5 to 2. All right, we'll bump up our speeds. All right, there's 1.5. Been MIA, was camping at Sealy for a week, fishing walleye. Nice, how was the fishing at Sealy? On point? One thing about them lures is they get tangled easy. I try to watch, tip a rod, make sure action is still working. Okay. Yeah, our back one looks fine. On the Dipsies, or excuse me, on the planer board is going to be a little difficult. Because we don't really see the action of it on the planer. We'll bring that one in here in a little bit because I only let out a short amount of line before the planer. All right, we found 30-foot bottom here. Let's start turning in because I think it's gonna quickly get shallower here. There's fish hanging out right on that drop off, right on the transition. Got over 100 pike. Nice, wow, on point. You casting for them? You trolling for them? What are they biting on? I've never fished Sealy. But he's killing large rainbows in Idaho, not far away. Trolling flies. Okay. Yeah, I've played around a little bit with trolling flies. I have some smaller, you know, like small flies, and then I have some bigger ones like flasher fly combo. You know, the big ones. I mainly bought them. I was watching some videos, people trolling lake trout with flasher fly combo. Casting musky baits, okay. What's a snubber? All right, there's your 15-foot with a Christmas tree sticking up. Gonna snag both of our baits as we get in here. Over 40 inches. Oh man, that sucks. All right, we're at 11.6 foot bottom. I'm trying to, again, I don't have most of this shallow shit mapped either, so we are absolutely flying blind. I know, I know, on point. He's in 15 foot of water, and those cranks will dive 5 to 10 in most cases, all by themselves. That should put you up above the weeds and strike range. Hopefully, John. Yeah, that makes sense. Or Messenger, sorry, as you're saying it to John. Yeah, I'm trying to find 15 foot again. We went a little bit more shallow. This number is used for softmouth fish like kokanee. Mike, I've been running them for my pike trolling sessions, and I think I've had a noticeable increase in landing. Soft mouths, yes, but also it just helps take some of the impact of head shakes out. The hell is that? With straight line that has no stretch to it. And again, it might be different if I ran Top Shot, which I did order some Top Shot to put on these rods. That might make the difference. But straight braid or straight lead, it seems to have improved even with fish that don't have soft mouths, my landing ratio. Navionics on my phone, I just follow a counter line. Hop back in a little late, assumed you were saying cranks could dive 100. No, I don't know of a crankbait that dives that deep on its own. My deepest diving crankbaits are, oh, what is it? The newest one that I got is called a Berkley Gold Digger. And I think that one goes to 30 foot or slightly over 30 foot. I do run braided. That's what I'm saying, is braided line has zero stretch to it when you're trolling. Again, you're pulling them at usually, you know, a mile, 2 miles plus an hour. When they start thrashing, it's a fixed point that they're fighting from. There's no give to it at all other than your rod tip. And I don't use super rubbery rods. There's fish. Yeah, there's some fish hanging out on the weeds there a little bit. All right, we kind of found our correct bottom again. Recently decided to run a short top shot of fluoro on my rods. It may help a bit at my lake, but I'll probably lose more gear to snags. Maybe. I bet you get a pike on that weed bed. Maybe. That'd be nice. I'll take a pike. Yeah, I run 65-pound Suffix Advanced braid on my Dipsy rods. That's what I built them for, is for running Dipsy divers. And then the lead core rods are 27-pound test Suffix 832 lead core. We have 30 to 40 foot diving crankbaits here for walleye in the Columbia River. Oh yeah? What are they just like local made, or? None of the mainstream crankbaits that I've seen or been able to find run that deep. Always curious to see. I'm curious what they are if they run deeper than 30. Because like my Berkley Dredgers are 25 and a half. I think the Reef Runner 800s are like 27. And yeah, those diggers I think are like 30. I have a handful that run right around in that age range, but not long or deeper. Come on, fish. All right. There's some fish right there, 20, 25 foot deep. Dang, man. Now those look like our walleye. We should be running a 3-4 ounce bottom bouncer through there. I think the XD10 is my deepest diving crank. It says 25 foot under perfect conditions. Yeah. Wouldn't mind trying a crank that would run that deep, I think. I'm looking for fishing buddies over here in Washington. Nice. I wish you luck on point. Time to bring out the yellow pole. Ed, the yellow pole did not make it on the boat today. I do have a handful of your lures that we could try. I had set it aside to bring it, and it wasn't in the pack of poles that I freaking ended up grabbing. Speed up, 2. We can try bumping it up. We started at 1.5. There's 1.7. You think 2? There's right around 2. The craps here. Guided 15 years. Nice. Those probably walleye. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Oh, we are way off the 15. Dang it. All right, let's get back in a little shallower. right, trolling motor just bumped us up to 3. No biggie. Just wants to go fast. You're now cursed since you forgot the yellow pole. Yeah. Must be. Back in a bit, gonna try and sneak over to the pond. Nice, SoCal. Good luck. Don't got a boat though. You're now cursed. This one up, Spokane is choking us out. Could barely see across the lake last night. Dang, John. Alright, so we're heading into a little bit more shallow water. It like gets shallow and then like too shallow. But Messenger, when you're saying the straight braid, no snubber, are you running a top shot? And if so, how long? Are you one of the guys that run like a 30, 50 foot top shot, a fluoro or mono on the end of it? Or are you more like Ed? Well, Ed runs a shorter top shot, but he runs a very rubbery rod that acts as your snubber. 10 to 16 foot, you can see ledges on your graph there. Look for shelves. It's so hard to see on the graph here, you guys. It's easier for y'all in the not sitting in the glaring sun. Oh, there's 12 foot there. Oh, this trolling motor is insane. Sorry, we're beeping over here trying not to run into 2 foot water. You'll see how the yellow pole kicks ass on Sunday. Yes. No braided line only, and just lay it out further. So you're just running straight braid tied to your lure. No, nothing in between. No swivels, no top shot, no snubber. What kind of rod are you running with that? I mean, are you running like a super rubbery, kind of like the ultralight or the featherlight that Ed was running, the kokanee rod? Walleye and the Columbia and snake come up shallow at night. Yeah, this morning we fished the super shallow. We were first 3 hours this morning. We did a shallow program with bottom bouncers. We did catch one small walleye, but that's it. I haven't gotten out since I was back in Montana for a month. Someone in chat convinced me to try 50-pound fluoro leaders last stream. I've been using them ever since. They're awesome. Are you running with clips on, or are you just tying straight to your main line? How are you running 50-pound fluoro? How are you running the 50-pound fluoro? Yeah, I run fluoro leaders on everything that I set up, but it's usually not 6 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, 50 foot. It's 22 inches, 36 inches. I use just a short fluoro leader. Not seeing any marks over there. Yeah, not a whole lot. There's our 50 foot that falls off, or 15 foot that falls off into 30, 50. Y'all running 600-pound stainless with 3 foot of fluoro lead. That's the new shit. Yes, John. 1,000-pound test steel cable with a 6-inch, 6-pound mono top shot. Just enough to take, you know, the fight out all that steel. Saw how it kicked ours and wasn't the rod. Y'all running 600-pound stainless. Oh, I read that. Checking back in a bit. How's the fishing? Bill, it's been slow. We've been marking all sorts of stuff. In the deeper water, we had shit following our rigs most of the afternoon, but nothing biting. We're in shallower water now, running some flicker shads. I'm trying to find 15-foot bottom here. We keep going too shallow. There's no like clean contour over here. Logging chain fluoro leader gets it deeper. I just tie straight to my braid, but there's only 11 inches long. Got swivel on one side, clip on the other. Okay, so just a very short section of it. All right, we're at 1.8 miles an hour. We're over 19-foot bottom right here. There we go, there's 18-foot bottom. We got some short weeds there. We might be moving in, that looks a little more fishy. Coming up on 15, I don't know if it's gonna level off or if it's gonna keep going. Looks like it's gonna keep going, so we're gonna dish back out a little bit. There we go. 15-foot bottom. I don't know how long we'll stay on it for, though. You're running a weed whacker? Use a barrel swivel with mono 4 liter. Yeah, see, that's what Ed does. He runs his main line to a itty-bitty little barrel, and then from the barrel ties on to another short leader for his worm harness rig. Just super simple. I go through so many damn things in a fishing day. I don't tie on. We run clips and swivels on everything. Loud buzzing sound? Anybody else hearing loud buzzing, or is it all in Bill Thompson's head? Mic check. Hold on. All right, check. Yeah, that other mic was dying. Thought it was in my head. Helped for a minute, but now the buzzing is back again. Now it's gone. We getting some kind of weird interference? Still good depth, just not many fish. Yeah, not a whole lot marking in here. We were marking 25-foot bottom. It looked like was holding some fish. They were all the way down to the Fish feeding at the surface. Haven't seen that over here so far. It's good now? Okay. Maybe 8 max. 8 max what? And off a cliff. I know. Seems like all the fish are playing in the deep end of the pool, right, Scuba? That's what I'm saying. That's why I've been banging my head against the wall out there trying to get them to bite. We're really not marking a whole lot of fish elsewhere. They're all out there suspended over much deeper water. We'll keep looking though. We got another 15 minutes of playing around in the shallows here. This lake has nice depth mix. Yeah, there's a lot of difference, a lot of variance. Like those humps, right there, yep. Dropped into that 20, seems like all the fish. That's why you kind of want to look for, I'd turn around and troll back now, but you didn't mark any. Just move on to the next one. Yeah, we're running a pattern kind of down along where we just came through. Trying to find a more static depth here. Humps are good. Oh, there we go. There's another cliff. So we're sitting on like a 15-foot ledge there. Interesting. Walleye love humps. We need Ed's lure. I think that's what it is, K-Hud. We just need to put on Ed's magical lure. Whoa, all right, way shallow. Jumps from 20 foot to 10 foot to 6 foot. Well, I got real shallow real fast. That spot looked killer. You like that? Right now, we just want to see you pull a rabbit out of the hat. We're trying, Jimmy. We're over here trying to learn new tricks for you. Coolest damn live streamer YouTuber around. Thank you, John. Welcome, welcome. Weed edge. Yeah, it's a good weed edge. I don't really see many fish in there. And by many, I said, I mean any. I don't see any fish in there. Big pike right there. You think so? I would think they'd stand out from the weed around them. Check the planer board and recast. Yeah, we probably should. Alright, we're fine on our bearing for right now. We're gonna get out a little bit. Whoa! Fish down! We got a fish, guys! Let's mark it. Oh, is it still on there? I think so. I think we got an itty bitty walleye, guys. Fucking flicker shads. I swear, y'all. Oh, we got some wigglies here. It's a fish. We got action, boys. What was that over? That was 12 foot over the weeds. Yep, shallow with the crankbait. It feels like it might be a little bit bigger than our 5.5 incher, y'all. Can somebody switch it to front cam if you haven't done so already? Stay out. Oh, no. This was on our perch flicker, I think. The right hand, the planer board was our rainbow, I believe. So the vibrant perch. There we go, guys. Look at that. We got a real fish. Let's get the hook out of this guy, but that was on our vibrant perch. Very nice. All right, fine. I won't hate on the damn flicker shads. You know, your fucking flicker shads. All right. Ouch! Knock it off. Oh, don't do it. Quit. Just chill, my man. You're making this so much harder than it has to be. Holy crap. All right. That's it. Out of the boat. You're done. I called it perch. Yeah, all right. Well, they have earned themselves another 30 minutes in the water. This is the one that we did douse with fire gel. All right, y'all, it was a fish. That's fish number 2. Perfect little eater. Yeah, again, this water body recommends not eating any of the walleye out of here. There's a sign at all the boat ramps that all slot sizes for walleye are not recommended for eating. They contain a high concentration, of mercury. 30 minutes, check the planer boards. Yes, we'll check on that now. Fire gel? Yeah, the Potskis fire gel and crawfish flavor is what that one was tipped with, flavored with, Diddy-earled up with. I don't know what you want to call it. All right. Y'all and your damn flicker shads. Now I'm never going to hear the end of it. Flicker shad, flicker shad. Put on some flicker shads. $115 back. Yeah, 115 back on the flicker over like 10, 12 foot of water. There was a weed bed back there. In fact, we'll start turning back around and head over that again. We're just pulling in the planer here to check for weeds and to also dose it up with our fire gel. And I also was only running this like 30 foot behind the planer board, so not nearly as long lined as. Why is it planing the wrong way? What is your problem here? Don't snag our other line. All right, we are snagged up in our other line. That's awesome. Hold on. Go around it. You beautiful bastard, you. All right, I think we're done. All right, that's why we're running funny here. We got some weeds on our planer. Thought that looked funny. $115 bag. You're just ass at you. Thank you, Gone Fishing, for your most helpful interpretation of the series of events that have left us here. I'm just ass at using them. You are 100% accurate, my friend. I am 100% ass at using flicker sheds. I think the main problem is I don't hold my mouth right. Maybe y'all can let me know. Bingo. Now, if you really want to catch them, ditch the clip and don't do this to me. I like the clip. I don't want to tie knots. It's hard. But I hear you. I hear you. Clips aren't catching anything. Not yet, they're not, Mike. Good marks on the sonar. Oh shit, are we back over? Trying to get our lines out. I'm not even paying attention to our depth here. All right, we'll come up here a little further and take a wider pass, get into those weeds there. I like planers in lakes, clip weights in rivers. Makes sense. If you don't got the thread pike there, it's tie direct mono. Yeah, that's the threat of pike here is there's quite literally 30-pound pike swimming around in here. 16-pound plus walleye. This water body is not the minnows that we're catching. That's just what we're catching. You get a good sized pike on, they will bite right through your braid. 100%. All right, we're 115 out. Letting the planer board out. Looking for shallow water. There's our 15-foot ledge again. I bought some Amazon flicker shed knockoffs for $1.50 each. I don't care if I snag or get bit off. Fair enough. Another one in the boat, right on, man. Yeah, we finally caught another one. It didn't make it on the bump board. We didn't get a good picture of it. It was not wanting to participate in today's activities. All right. All right, our planer board is still running retarded. I don't know what I did to it. They're being finicky, getting shallow. Oh, yes we are, wow. Thank you, sorry. All right, speed up, don't snag. All right, we just foobarred that one. How many flicker shads do you think we just tangled up in the weeds? Place your bets now. About time to switch up anyways. Got 50 out and about 12 to 20. What the fuck? What was that? Trolling motor. I'll go 50 out and about 15 to 20 in my snap weights. So you go 50 out in your planer? Nightbot broke 2 walleye so far. Is Nightbot not in here again? No, there's Nightbot. Rodbot is gone. We ran out of credits for Nightbot. We're on a freaking theme park ride here for a minute. Our trolling motor is not, holy shit. Just calm down. All right, quit trolling motor, just quit. We're gonna let you calm down. Like once it gets confused and gets going, it's like a chicken with its head cut off. There's no reasoning with it. What were we doing on that last hit? Was anybody watching? 1-5? 1-2? Was that a good, fun ride, Anon? Walleye on a flicker shad? Shut up, Justin. It never happened. Told you I'm never going to hear this down now. Every stream, you all are going to want flicker shads. No, we got it like 12 foot of water. 10, 12 foot of water over weeds. .8, 1.9. All right, let me bump it up a little bit. Dragon weeds. John, I think you might be right. We're not going fast enough for it to be bobbing around. There is a little bit of chop, but oh, never mind, we're dragging each other. Turning around like that, I managed to snag them up. Awesome. Oh, I need autopilot back. Once we get this portion mapped, we'll be so much better. All right, hopefully it's just one hook. It looks like we might just be a simple snag here. A hook and spun a few times, yes. All right. We just crossed lines bringing it in. All right, let's feeding this back out. We might have weeds on that one. I will check in a moment here. We need to get back over shallower depth. I guess we're at about 15 foot. We're not bad here. Quick cameo. How big was the second one? We didn't get a measurement on it. It was a much better size, probably 14, maybe 16 inches. A little bit more impressive than the 5.5 inchers that we caught this morning. I don't know. What do y'all think? What reels are those? What would you recommend for pike trolling? Mima, these are the Akuma Cold Water A series. And these are, I use these as a great all-purpose trolling reel. I highly recommend them. They're great for trolling anywhere from walleye all the way up to pike and salmon. You did teacup. Yeah, we're still learning the quirks of the trolling motor here. I suck bad at turning around in it. I always go a little bit off the deep end when we're trying to turn around. Been wanting to buy a trolling setup. Yeah, check them out. They're the Akuma Cold Water A series. They make the Akuma Cold Waters. Those have been around for over a decade, probably 15 years. Just last year, they came out with a new version of them called the Akuma Cold Water A series. It's got a redesigned drag in it. They're much nicer. I've had a bunch of the old ones, and I now have 4 of the new ones, and I really like them. Only a problem if you're using divers. You want to buy a trolling setup, only a big deal if you're using divers. One thing I don't like about those trolling motors, it can be a trick staying in the strike zone. With a hand tiller, you can instantly... El Dabo, yeah, that is a very good point. You do have much more control. And if I were using the dongle, apparently the control of it is way easier on the dongle. It uses Bluetooth though, and I was having weird Bluetooth issues on the boat. I was trying to avoid adding any more strong Bluetooth signals into the boat if I could help it. All right, we're gonna go down this away a little bit, and then I'm gonna spin back around and hit up that same patch where we caught the last one. Any commands to see your catches? Dot catches or dot caught, or again, if you look below the chat bar where you're typing right now, there's a banner that flashes the targets, the catches, all my social media links. Spin around, that don't sound good. Yeah, no, I was trying to turn around and ended up having a battle with our trolling motor, and the trolling motor won. What's up, Sebastian? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we had one itty bitty one this morning, and then just like 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, we finally caught our second. Hate to farm chat, but if anyone wants to sub to my channel, might go a couple live streams when I get back from my camp. Oh, heck yeah. If you guys haven't checked out El Dabo, I will definitely check that out. But if you guys haven't already, El Dabo's a good dude. He fishes for some good fish. You like live streams, you like live fishing, go check out his channel at El-Dabo306. Do me a favor, go give him a like and a follow. Go hang out if and when he goes live. Whistle time, I think, yes. Our 10-hour stretch with no fish, I think, deserves a fish whistle. You're right. All right, we are definitely not in the shallows where we are supposed to be. We're gonna spin back around here. Need 50 subs, no content, but I'll put some stuff up soon. Nice. How many subs away are you? Yes, fish whistle. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm still trying to make a fish whistle emoji. I have not yet put one together. So we're not going fast enough, and I need to turn around. Yeah, I think Carl just got his 50 subs as well. So Carl, sometime in the near future, should probably be live streaming somewhere. Are we gonna turn here or what, trolling motor? Feel like I'm negotiating with my goddamn jet motor again. Just said 13. Oh, you got a little ways to go. That's all right. Can't catch the eyes if you ain't highs. Anthony. We're trying. We're working on it. One step at a time here. We gotta get turned around first. The trolling motor does not want to go back the way we just came from. Ever use live bait, brother? Kevin, I never have fished with live bait. No, other than night crawlers and leeches. Most of where I fish, it's not legal. This water body is actually one of the few water bodies that I fish at that live bait is legal. What's up, Bass Lures? Mitch Bailey. Check cabbage on the board. Gentle, yes, we will. We'll give that. Let me get turned around, then it's fish whistle time. Every time I stand up to do something, we end up crashing out here. Trying to get headed back to where we just caught those last ones, or the last one. No, I've never made it to Canada to fish. I've only ever been to Canada once when I was like probably less than 10 years old. All right, we're a little deep here, but we're headed back to where we were going, or where we caught the last one. Commercial fisherman and mass, highly recommend it. What are you recommending, Kevin? Oh, live bait, okay. No, like we're turning around. I think we are turned around now. Now it's fish whistle time, and then it's planer board check. Marking some stuff at the bottom. We're still a little deep here. All right. Oh, my tattle flag's stuck down. That's why it looks weird. I don't think it's actually running weird. It's just my tattle flag's down. right, we're just pulling it in, make sure we don't got weeds, and then we'll let her back out again. No weeds, we're good. All right, we are finding shallower bottom here. We're over 16 foot. We're doing 1.8 miles an hour. We're getting closer to our target area. Fishing college. I've done a few fly trips to Canada, state of Maine. Fun. Oh, that does sound fun. All right, 115 out. Get her. There's our tattle flag. That's why it's been looking weird. Thought it was running upside down or something. Oh. I'll let that out another 50 foot or so. 13 foot bottom. Need to go find that weed bed that we were on. Hooked a large sturgeon on one in the mouth. Shoot those. Need to fish like this at 6 p.m. Well, it's not 6 p.m. Oops. That's why we were fishing out in the basin. I'd planned to do shallow in the morning, shallow in the evening, and basin during the day, but all right, 1-8, we're doing all right. But here we are, right? Gray, silver gray, cream colors, but hot pink too. All right, 12 foot bottom. Steelhead will hammer him. Back for a little bit. Ginger, yeah, we caught one more walleye. We switched Justin and Sage, and a bunch of people wanted flicker shad, so we switched over to flicker shads, and we're back in the super shallows. And we did just catch a small walleye, probably 14, maybe 16 inches. 172 legs, let's get to 200. Heck yeah. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Those of you just joining, we're at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. We're out here trying to get some pike, some walleye, some salmon, some trout, whatever the hell wants to come out and play. They have these chubs in Central Oregon, that color as well. wee bit shallow here. We're right near, I think, where we caught that last one. Here's our drop off. Sebastian with the hearts, let's go. They have these chubs in Central Oregon, so the colors as well. Flicker shad is what I caught my 32-inch walleye. Oh yeah, Ginger? Heck yeah. Good call. Surprised by how good they work. Got my 30-inch eye on a Yuzuri. I have a handful of Yuzuris. I've not taken them out of the box that many times. All right, we got a little bit of a belly here before it gets shallow again. Nice marks on the drop off. Yeah, there's some stuff sitting there in the belly before we start getting shallow here again. Just kind of a little hole there. Trolling shads all summer now, very impressed. They may not produce huge numbers, but I've got like 10 masters on them. Nice, El Dabo. Well, I'm glad y'all have good luck on them. Bigger pike sometimes take them down, but I prefer bigger spoons. I swear that broken back Rapala will catch on one, nothing else. Well, huge German browns in Oregon, hammer them. Any particular color? Like, we do have 4 or 5 of the broken back Rapalas. El Dabo, what kind of spoons are you running? Are they Daredevils, Dreamweaver? Like what kind of spoons are you running? All right, here we got some weeds, a little bit of weeds again. I think we're kind of in that same general area where we hooked up on the last one. Very shallow, almost a little too shallow. Need to get some flicker shads. Y'all and your damn flicker shads. What size do y'all run? Again, most of mine are the F7s. Y'all running the smaller ones, the F5s? I got a whole bunch of them on clearance, the F7s one year at Shields, I think. Spoons I run are called Lunker Lickers. They're small, about 2 1/4 inch long. Oh, okay. Just itty bitty little guys. Going slow, they have a little swagger, but when moving fast, they're swimming. Yeah. Rock 5s. Okay. Run the 5s. Flicker minnow 7s. Alright. Alright, we are a wee bit shallow here. These run 10, I don't think we want to be down 10. Well, maybe I need to pick up a handful of smaller ones. Seems like a lot of people that I talk to that tell me to use flicker shads are always the F5, 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 and I'm like, I got one F5 in my box. Everything else is F7. 10 to 12 inch. Holy shit! Big ol' spoons. Bomber long all. I just picked up a handful of the Bomber long A's. I've run them very little so far. I think somebody in chat had recommended them. Alright, we're off a bench again. From 10 foot to 25 foot. Marking some stuff suspended there again. Not one I've used, but I'll look at them now. 2 crippled up fishing partners dead lost. Gave up hunting and fishing pretty much. I hear ya. Honestly, red ruby eyes, silver, favorite around, they mimic large bait fish like Cisco and mad pike. Make pike angry. Huh. Still got action on that back rod. You catch weeds? Yeah, it's got I see a rhythmic vibration to it. It looks good. Coming up way too shallow. I got another boat passing here. Should be on that break somewhere. We're looking for him. Ah, it's 70.5 degrees at the surface. It's a wee bit warm. F7 runs 11 to 13, F5 runs 9 to 11. Okay. And that's not a fish, that's just the wake that we're going over. When the blue fox Vibrex came up, we were in heaven. What's up, Jorge? Welcome, welcome. Good F5 flickers down 17 to 18. You're running, Sage, you're running them on lead or snaps? No snap? All right, this blue dot we're coming up. The blue mark is where we caught the last one, I'm fairly certain. Caught a lot of pike in Minnesota, Vibramax, straight 6-pound braid. All right, you guys, I gotta hop off the mic here for just a second. Somebody from my office sent me a meeting invite. I'll be right back. We'll stay on camera, but the mic's gonna be muted for a second. They need something from me. All right, we're still waiting. I don't troll but cast and retrieve crankbaits. Every day will get you deepest. Every 2 pounds gets a foot. Alright, just passing over some wake from another boat. Stock rainbows here are basically steelhead, 30 plus inches, slow spinners. The lip reader heard everything that we said. Right? Still not marking a whole lot of stuff over here. We just went over again, kind of that little patch of that weed bed that the last one got cut on. But we're gonna try and stick in these shallower waters where it looks like the weeds are more likely. You know I'm running chartreuse. Blue Fox makes them spinners pretty big now. I like the white and red hair musky killer spinners. Yeah, I've only got some of the smaller Vibrex. I don't have any of the bigger ones. All right, here we go. Here's some weeds. We got some weeds at 12 to 14 foot. Oh, I can't see it. Is that the weed icon? No, that's an anchor. Weeds. Where's the weeds? There. Dear Lord. I should know where those are. Hoping for you to get bit during this meeting. Scuba, don't say that. Y'all are just plotting for my failure over here. I knew it. Alright, we're still at 12 foot. There's some very shallow weeds down there, it looks like. Chartreuse religiously pink and purple. Is it chartreuse or nothing? I tend to lean more towards pike, perch, and white. I don't know, I'll use anything though, honestly. Time to check your lures for weeds. Yeah, probably not a bad idea. The action on it looks good. The planer board rod, you never know. It masks the action of your lure. It feels fine. All right, we've been consistently at like 12 to 15 foot. Get that snubber off. Y'all just hate my snubber. Try trolling for some big pike with lures around 10 to 12 inches. Mima, I like how you think. Yeah, we trolled the bulldog at Fishkin last week for a few hours. It got bit, it got smacked a bunch of times. We didn't get anything in the boat from it. I do have a handful of larger, like musky style lures though. Gotta find a good drop off now. Yeah, I'm gonna try this hump that's out kind of by the point. I've been seeing a guy that's been trolling patterns back and forth through there the better part of the afternoon. And there's some like 12, 15 foot depth. There's just a hump that's gonna got a deeper drop off on one side, a shallow drop off on the other. Those are some good marks down there. Control a lot of points off Tiber if I was there. On point, yeah. So I'm still. I don't have the map for anything yet. We're drawing basically blind out here. I'd done a bunch of mapping last year and the year before, but I had a disaster last year where a bunch of my maps got erased. So I salvaged what I could and uploaded everything that I had to CMap Genesis. So now I can't lose maps anymore because they're all part of the social map. But Tiber is not mapped. The last upload from Tiber was from 2023. Like, nobody maps this lake and uploads it. And there's just like a couple of little splotches marked on it. It's been pretty much useless all day. Feet, everything is still visible around 15 to 30 is when red disappears. Dark days, use dark colors, bright days, use light colors, they say. True and again, odd fact, darker purple blue is last seen in spectrum. I draw a lot of points. Graph was showing more deep, it's fun watching them refuse. Someone else for a change. Andy, yeah, they were not having it. They were following us all over the place out in the deeper waters, but just not interested in anything we were throwing down. Some color blindness, shark colors, intrusive, don't keep sort orange, silver, says Google. Ah. Really big lures for pike. Yeah, they're, I mean, I could bust it out here. They're pretty large, thick trebles. And I think what was biting at them were much smaller fish, which is why they weren't holding well. 1 mile an hour for walleye, maybe I'm thinking about. It depends. So, when you're bottom bouncing, typically you go a lot slower. Oops. Sorry, guys. Forgot you guys that it was paused. Tiber has Cisco's. Yes, it's kind of pissing me off how. Oh Lord, Moon. Crankbait looks like it's hoping. Want to see my rod? Don't like the action. Well, we got one hit off of it. It's more than we've had in hours. What are we running? 1.9? There's a little bit of wind. What time is it? 2:47. Just need a nice even bounce. Sage, don't the bigger 30-inch walleye ever cut that 5-pound braid? A lot of people tell me that they never fish with heavy equipment for walleye, even the bigger ones. But I then immediately say, well, what about the giant pike that are in there? You don't worry about losing your lure to them? I guess not. Or losing them. All right, we're just running this in to check and make sure that we're not fouled up, that we're not dragging around a salad. And since y'all hate my snubbers, we'll do it. I hate doing it. I lose more fish. But maybe catching more fish is more important than losing more fish. Alright. Y'all, snubber is off on this one. We just have it's like I don't know, a 22-inch fluoro leader in between our main line and the crank. 6-pound braid jigging for walleye with leader. Messenger sometimes. All right, here's some fish. They're deeper than we are. See, once we get down to like 25-foot bottom, there's all the fish. I think we just need to adjust our presentation down and fish at the damn depth that the fish are at. Don't y'all agree? No? Get him, Rod. Got 30-inch pike on just 6-pound braid. I think you should jig them. What's up, the Lego Brick? Welcome to the stream. Whoa, I'm not even paying attention here. I'm out 175 foot instead of 115. Dear Lord. $120, close enough. All right, where are we? We're in much deeper water again. So we're cutting kind of across this deeper area to get over where this shallow hump is over here. Just troll bottom bouncers. Yeah, that's what we were doing earlier. And I was thinking about switching to like a 3 or a 4 ounce bottom bouncer. We could run those down over the fish that we just saw. But we'll try over here on this hump and see. I'm gonna head on the lake in an hour, so see a couple more walleyes. El Dabo, we are trying. We're looking for them. Troll 0.3 to 0.9. Yeah, we were, the bottom bouncers when we were trolling earlier, we were doing like 0.8 to like 1.2. We were just running 1.5 ounce bouncers in anywhere from like 12 to 20 foot, 25 foot of water. Dare, we did catch one walleye. We're still running 2 flicker sheds. We haven't been bit since the 1 walleye. We're headed over to a different area now. Look at all these fish out here. Trying to play guitar from the pain. Oh, that's rough when you got cuts and wounds like that. Me too, pour my own bottom walkers. Nice, Messenger. Dare, I know. Every stream, everybody wants the the flicker shads. Now we're never gonna get rid of the flicker shad. All right, so we're cutting across this basin now to get to the other side, the humpies over here. I'm gonna start making my own jig heads, mostly cast plastics and worms. Nice. Got bit by a 29-inch walleye the other day. Happened real fast. Barely felt my finger got wet. Oh man, yeah, they are. They're sharp, and it just takes a nick to really do a number. Yes, Bray. I always get those in the damn crease of my hands when I'm tying rods up, or even the fluorocarbon leader. I get it. Braid worse though, for sure. When I used to have dedicated pike casting rod, I used 50-pound braid and sometimes a short titanium leader. Yeah, I used to use just the cheapo steel leaders. I did for years. They work. I just get they get kinked, they get damaged, and then they run funky, especially when you're trolling with them. So I switched. I run mostly fluoro leaders now. Rod Hardcore. What's up, Bambi? How you doing? Trolling bottom bouncers is for walleye, fishing for dummies. Yeah, on point. That's again what we did for the first 3 hours this morning. It produced one walleye for us. Flicker shads have produced one walleye for us. We're still out here struggle busting it. But I do believe we have tied my personal lake record for Tiber. We've caught 2 walleye. That's as many as I've ever caught here in a single day. Excuse me. Fish deep, 15 to 30. Yeah, that's kind of where they've been hanging all day. That's where we're running our rigs through earlier. We're headed towards some of these shallower humps over here. But I think, yeah, we may switch to a little bit deeper fishing here shortly. One walleye minnow. Yeah, one about 5.5 inches, one about 14, maybe 16 inches on a good day. Somebody get out their fish stretcher. Ooh. Well, that was almost disastrous. Got a little bit of stuff shallower out here. We just have a little bit further to go before we get into the shallower stuff. Super impressed with my 50-pound fluoro leaders. Caught like 38, 40-inch pike without a single bite off. And when I lost was on a snag. Yeah, fluoros, it's surprisingly, in the heavier weights, it's surprisingly durable. They do get nicks and cuts in them. But again, when you got 50, 60 pounds, a little nick like is not that big of a deal. They're fairly durable though. I normally, it's not often that I replace them because they're damaged. I either run them till I lose them or... Or I still have them. Saw a small one early this morning. I didn't get to see the bigger one. Yeah, it was, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. A little over an hour ago. Alright, here we are. We're headed into slightly shallower water. Hopefully we can get back into them. There's some shallow points over here. I don't have this mapped real well over here, but we are running fairly shallow, so this is kind of the ideal setup to be doing some shallower mapping anyway. Says the Colorado, I never passed my beats past the end of the Colorado. You only put on as much as the blade. Okay, so that's your whole bait body. You've seen smaller? All right, Bambi. That's the smallest one I've ever caught it for a walleye. What length of fluoro leader do you prefer? I generally run shorter. 22 to 36 inches kind of the range that I run most of my leaders. Unless I'm running a lighter leader, you know, like for something behind a Dodger. You know, those could be as short as 8, 10 inches. But I don't often go longer than 36 inches either. Floppy, very small. The first one was like 5.5 inches, like itty bitty. The second one was 14 to 16 inches, possibly. How about, I like using 10 to 12 fluoro leader for walleye. Yeah, on point. The worm harness that I was running earlier, I want to say is probably 25-pound test fluoro. Caught my PB smallest walleye a few days ago. It wasn't much bigger than a minnow. Oh yeah? Did you snag it? Yeah, we definitely wouldn't be placing in any tournaments around here with our bag today. Are you currently using 2 rods, one more? Yeah, 2. There's a planer board rod that's our outside rod, and then the down rod in the back is running, well, it's more just a flat line out the back. Oh yeah, I'm sure I've caught pike on ridiculously light gear in the past. I just have lost a ton of pike on ridiculously light gear in the past too. All right, we're slightly shallower water. We're headed towards this point over here. Believe it or not, I rarely lose pike on stuff like that. I don't know why. Dang, you're lucky, huh? I always joke with people and tell them I used up all my luck in a game of pool. That was it. I'm done. No more luck. Only forgot to retire after a couple of fish. Rod ever a flat bungee off the stern with a roller release clip for topwater lures? JV Joe, I've never seen or heard anyone describe that before. Bungee off the stern, roller release clip for topwater. I've never tried that. Second one was like 14, maybe 16 inches on a good day. All right, here we're back into 15 foot of water. This is more the area we're looking for. There's something down there. Some kind of commercial setup where they winch, hand bomb. Whoa, really shallow. Holy shit. Well, that came out of nowhere. We just hit the iceberg. No snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy. What just happened there? How did we end up in? Good Lord. All right, well, I think we might have got turned around before we went over it. Maybe, hopefully. Ah, we're ticking bottom. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, I'm gonna have to bring that one out and shoot. Looks like a good spot to cast jigs in the shallow. I hate losing lures. I'd be double pissed if I had 3 rods out. Rod, I just ordered a trawl net. Do you have a PO box I can send this to? You'll have to run it at night so you don't get sent to federal prison. I'm pretty sure that one of my recent trips to Holter, there were a couple of boats out there trawling, and I don't think there's commercial fishing there, so it seemed highly suspect. But yeah, at this point, that seems like it might be a valid strategy. All right, I'm just bringing these in, making sure. A little bit of weeds, get off of there. Oh, come on. We just got a tiny bit of salad, but a little bit is too much. All right, get this guy back out there. Ouch! Ow! Public service announcement from Rod. Just a reminder, folks. Hooks are sharp. Hooks are sharp. Fire is hot. Water is wet. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Ouch. Alright, god damn it. We're gonna Titanic this shit again if I don't pay attention to where we're at. Good info to know, thanks. Happy to help. Welcome everybody joining. We're here at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell in north central Montana. We're out here on the prowl for some walleye, some pike. There's trout in here, there's salmon. There's all sorts of fishies running around in here. We're trying to run some flicker shads. I'm about over these damn flicker shads though. We did catch a fish, which is not a bad thing, not at all. I like catching fish, it's nice. But now we need to get back out. I'm turned around again. We ran over the Titty of Doom back there and it sent us barreling out into the deep over here. So I'm gonna turn back around again. We'll take a wider pass at the humps over there and not try to cut through. We found a wall. Fish? No fish. Non-sharp hooks to avoid hooking yourself, right? So we get on that. It's like chat GPT it or something. All right, just making sure we don't have cabbage on this. We had a code brown back there for a moment. We're just gonna check our drawers here. Make sure we didn't soil them. I think Berkley flicker shads are way over silver. Is this some feud that I wasn't aware of that happens in the fishing community? You're either team flicker shad or not. All right. She's got a little itty bitty. She took a sampling of the Tiber cabbage cuisine, but not too much. I think that would still get bit, but we'll clean her off anyway. We're gonna run these a little bit longer, and then I think we might go to a bottom bouncer program or something different. But we gotta at least try it over this humps over here. I've been trying to get over to the humps for like half an hour now. We're gonna at least fish deep. Why are we fishing shallows again? Goaded for Xander. Silver today might be, depends on the waters. I call it user error if you don't know how to use a flicker shed. Maybe. We were just not born with the ability to flicker shad. You know how some people just can't whistle, some people can't snap their fingers, some people just can't flicker shad. And I fear I may be one of them. Look at these fat fish down here. Why aren't we fishing for these fat bastards? Why are we up in the shallows catching minnows? Don't one of y'all want to know what these big ugly marks are down here? I do. I can tell you what, it ain't a 5.5 inch walleye. That's what it ain't. I don't know what it is, but I do know what it ain't. Little Jimmy take a dive? No, Jimmy's not been down yet today, bass lures. Them deep fish ain't biting. They got a worm. Yeah, maybe. They seem active as hell down there, though. That's what I don't get. Small lures, fish deeper. We were fishing deeper. We fished small, we fished big, we fished medium. All right. One more deployment for the flicker shed before she goes back in the box. All right, we need to get turned around here. Those look like Lakers. You think so? Yes, there are Lakers in here. They're an uncommon catch from what I understand. I've never caught one out of here, but there are sizable Lakers in here. Not as big as Flathead or some of the other places, but they're in here. Everyone in the less non-pressured lakes, Berkley flicker shads are great, but try trolling them around pressured waters, and the big fish just said nope. Yeah, we had one little guy buy in. He bought a ticket on the flicker shed. Alright. That's about enough of that. We get it. You're far away from the boat. Look at you. Lakers stay deep. How about some pike lures? We did run a Berkley Dredger for a while earlier, which is a good pike lure. We ran a smaller Rapala original floater earlier today, which is decent pike. But yeah, we haven't, other than the Berkley Dredger, and I guess we did too, we ran a Rapala dives too, the DT16. What was that? Any 30-inch walleye chasing you too? I hope so. Could be marking. Yeah, we've been marking big fish like that all day long. They chase our shit up and down. We just can't get any purchase. Nobody biting. But we're fishing way too shallow for these guys right now. Those are all 20-foot plus deep. We're fishing 10, maybe 13 foot down. Biggest bag I've ever seen caught a walleyes was out of Tiber. Yeah, On Point said, I'm pretty sure the thing that I was reading last year or the year before, and I think it's true for this year and last year's tournaments, out of all of the walleye tournaments, the Tiber Reservoir walleye bags have been the biggest in walleye fishing history, like anywhere. This year, I think the top bag, it was like an average of 14 pounds per fish out of 10 fish. Last year, I think there was a team that it was either 15 or 16 pound average. There are absolutely monstrous fish in here. I have no idea how or where they're catching for them. I would imagine everybody's jigging. I don't know. They're are huge walleyes in Tiber, but people don't know about it. Well, they do now. It's been all over walleye news for the past 2 years. The bag sizes that it's been producing. I don't know how many people it's drawing out here for them. That might have been something. We're almost dead calm here. Am I just too loose? Why is my tattle flag not doing anything? I think I'm just too loose. Too loose. No bueno. False alarm. Marking fish. Yeah, 25 foot plus of water today. We've marked fish pretty consistently everywhere. It's been the shallowers that we haven't been marking much, but we've caught both of our fish. Go figure. All this equipment and you catch the fish that you can't see, not the ones that you can. What's up, Les? Welcome, welcome. They eating the Ciscos. Yeah, that's what those, I'm assuming it was the cohos earlier. We're blasting out of the water, chasing the Ciscos. Alright, so now we are heading past the hump here. And I think into... Okay, this is where we ran into the wall before. Yeah, we're right back where we got turned around. Walleye and the Columbia are insane. Alright, I need to think what our next program here is going to be. We're going to bust the Dipsies back out and start playing with these deeper fish. If we want to go try and maybe jig somewhere. We'll run these flickers, what time is it, 3:15? Probably another 15 minutes or so through, maybe a pass or so through this shallower water over here. How far is Tiber from Great Falls? 90, 100 miles, a little less than that maybe. I think it's around 90 minutes from 90 to 100 minutes. Bottom bounce 15 to 30. Rod is the outboard running. JB Joe, no, we've been running all day just on trolling motor, our electric trolling motor. All right, we're over a little shallower here, 25 foot bottom. Let's be careful here. This is where we ran into the wall before. I'm gonna start gradually turning here. That's just my turn, that's not a fish. Catch another walleye, flicker stays out. Well, she's got 13 more minutes to catch us something. That's not a fish again, we just turned. Our trolling motor's speeding up a little bit. How fast? We're only going 1.3. We're not going fast at all. Received a gift membership. Tim Dow, let's go. I missed it. Tim Dow with 10 gifted. Want to see my rod memberships? K-Hud, Shane Ruggles, Handle Moms, Dipsaha, On Point. No, On Point says I'd rather troll cranks all day than bottom bounce. Fair point. I just, again, maybe something a little different than the flickers. Mrs. SoCal Outdoors, Vic Morrison, Delorious, Nolta, Jared Harder, Matt Talley. Congratulations, you have 1 free month in the Rod Squad. Thank you, Tim Dow, for your continued support. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Hope you're having an awesome day in the house after a 13-hour day at work. Man, that's rough. And we are shallow AF. Why do I keep doing this? How do I keep getting so shallow? Oh, because we haven't written this part of the map yet. Alright. There is a shallow hump with no fish on it. He just hates flicker shads, not going to try the F5s instead of the F7s. I only own one F7. I found it on a bank when I was fishing in Loma, Montana. If I had some F5s, we could run them, but we just have one. I want to run something like a Husky deep or Husky jerk deep or something like that. Use flickers and huge flats where depth changes less than a foot and 100 yards. We carefully control running depth so occasionally bump bottom. Yeah, that would make a difference running it like that. Just going on. Hope you've been a good day. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, we're having fun out here. We've caught 2 fish. We're out here fishing. Anytime we're fishing, we're having fun. This is a water body that I've been struggling with for a couple of years, trying to figure out where the hell to fish, how to fish it. We still haven't come up with a good strategy. We've caught 2 though. We're doing all right. You know, you're running 15-ish, 15-foot depth. No, I don't think we're hitting. We might be. I think it's closer to 10 to 13, 10 to 12. Wouldn't mind if somebody likes silver. Alright, let's get back into we're on the deep side of this hump here. Let's cut in and get a little closer and see if we can figure out where the hump is. The old map that's written here the depths don't seem to be accurate at all. Shelf snagged up at the strike zone, which is walleye pretty much on the bottom. Right. Yeah, we've picked up a little bit of weeds, but that's absolutely right. If we were running 15 with the flickers here, we would have found bottom a long time ago. What's the water temperature? 72.2 right now at the surface. Alright, trying to come in a little more shallow here, curve back around. Yeah, we're getting real shallow here real fast. Saw that planer rod tugging when you came into 10 foot and thought you were down there. Oh, okay. No, the flicker shad, the F7s run 10 to 13 foot, I think, is what they're rated for. And we're running a little slow, so I don't think we're even getting the full dive depth out of them. What other fish does that lake hold? So there's walleye, very big ones, northern pike, very big ones, lake trout, moderate sized ones, rainbow trout. Supposedly there's Gerard strain rainbows in here. I don't know about that. That's what somebody at the marina had told me. There are coho salmon, there are channel catfish, shovel-nosed sturgeon, smallmouth bass, burbot, mountain whitefish, common carp, white sucker, probably at least one other kind of sucker. There are a whole bunch of species in here. Yellow perch, Cisco, probably half a dozen little, small bait fish type fish. If you've been shallow to deep, how about slow to fast? The fastest that we've run today is probably around, I don't know, what do you guys think? 2 miles? Maybe 2.1 miles an hour, but only for brief periods. Other than when the trolling motor decided it wanted to spaz out. So that is one thing. We haven't really tried a fast troll. I don't ever see anybody fast trolling here, though. I don't know. Maybe that's the ticket. What is a Gerard rainbow? So there are different strains of rainbow trout that are cloned and reproduced all around the world. Most of the water bodies here in Montana are stocked with Arley strain, Eagle Lake strain, and a handful of other. They're basically locally grown, produced strains. Gerard is a strain of rainbow that I don't know where the hell they come from originally, but they're known to produce very large, dark-colored, and very good fighting rainbow trout. What's the other one that everybody's always after? Oh, I forget what the strain is. There's a couple of strains that are stocked in not all, but some water bodies here in Montana that are basically trophy producing strains. They grow much larger and faster than some of the typical strains they stock in the majority of our water bodies. But they don't stock them in a lot of water bodies, and they don't stock them very often. But they're the ones most of the time when you hear somebody say, in Montana I caught a 25-pound rainbow trout, they're normally, a Gerard strain, or there's one other one that off the top of my head I'm completely forgetting about. You ever trolled any Rapala tail dancers? Yeah, Silver, I do have a handful of tail dancers. I've had moderate luck with them, I would say. That's what I need to get something out here. I'm trying to think where the hell my husky jerks are at. Those are... Walleye divers. We should run a damn reef runner. That ain't the box I was looking for. Alright, we are nowhere near the shallows. I'm off in the abyss out here. Pop gear. You think so, Dave? We haven't tried running pop gear. I know where some big rainbows are like that in Montana. Oh, yeah? Air pop gear, net crawler. Yes, Dave, we do. Trying to Rapala or anything purple. We're running 2 Rapalas right now and not a jointed one, though. What about this? This one's brand new. I just got it out of the package. A Berkley Hit Stick 15 in, it's like silver shad. That kind of looks like those Ciscos, doesn't it? Jointed Rapala, anything purple. Location, I know someone who caught 23 pound. It's a lake on the reservation. Nice. Hit sticks work good. What about like a rainbow trout quick fish? I think those salmon would snag a quick fish. Let's bust those two out. Those ones look interesting. I haven't run either of those yet. Those are both brand new lures. Wow. New to the... Oh, look at all these fish. Yeah, I'm taking these. What time is it? It's 3:31. We're taking the flickers off. It produced us a fish. That's awesome. But let's switch gears again for a little bit. We've been playing with flicker shads for 2 hours. Maybe when it cools off a little bit, we can try them again. What depth are we at? Those are 40, 50 foot. Let's get these, I'm gonna get a Dipsy back on one of these rods. Oh, are we wrapped up? What the hell? We snagged our other line, bringing it in again. Not, we just crossed over it. No biggie. There we go. All right, flicker shads are going off, and we're gonna run a couple of different things here. quick fish. Oh, we're gonna get some bloody tuna on this one. We'll run this one raw for a little bit. And if we don't get hit, I'll throw a snap weight on it. Let's get that one out. Just a change of pace here. We got to try something different. Thanks for humoring us with the flicker sheds. No problem. Hey, put a fish in the boat. I can't say I've never caught anything off a flicker shad. Once upon a time, I caught a walleye on a flicker shad. Wasn't a big walleye, but it was a walleye. You're welcome, Tim. Tiber Reservoir. Yeah, we're at Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. This is a destination fishery for walleye. People come here from all over to fish for walleye. One of the big walleye tournament series comes through here. We're sucking at it though. We have not yet figured out how to Tiber. We're trying real hard. So we just put out a quick fish and rainbow trout pattern. They're kind of an oddball lure. They got a really erratic wobble on them. I'm gonna try running in like that 25 to 35 foot range that we were sitting in earlier and kept passing bigger fish. That's kind of where right now that I typically am targeting for pike at Pishkin. So we're gonna move to, we've done super shallow, we've done super deep. Let's go do some middle of the ground. Good Lord. Sometimes those are so hard to get on there. All right, this one we're gonna do pot skis. One of them the bloody tuna, one of them the crawfish. All right, we're gonna let this one out 50, throw the planer board on it. Look at all these damn fish. God, I can't read anything on the screen here. Try the F5 next time, you'll catch two. I need to buy some F5s. I only have one F5. Did we stop moving? Why do I feel like we're not moving at all? Why are we going half a mile an hour? I don't remember oh, Jesus, scared me. Count is right, lots on finder. Yeah, that's down at 30 to 40 foot. Only 7 feet. All right. We are deployed again. Rod, you're trolling too fast. You think so, Silver? We're trolling too fast? We're trolling too deep, that's all I know. We're trolling too deep. What are you running now? Just got back. We just put on a Berkley hit stick in like a silver shad pattern with a black dot on it. And also man, it's getting hot here. a quick fish in rainbow trout pattern. Turn some main line, retide my leader off to the river. Good luck, Rod. Be back in a bit. All right, Justin. We'll be here. Look at the bottom. Let's go. Yeah, we're not running nearly that deep. This hit stick, I think, runs it's like 15 or 18 foot. And the quick fish is, I think, a little bit shallower than that. We'll probably throw either a snap weight or a Dipsy on that quick fish here. I don't know. Let's get into a little shallower water. We've played with these deep bastards all day. They don't want to bite. What rods are you using? I use the Kuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. The planer board series. It's they're one-piece telescopic rods. It's a medium, moderate fast action. Two variants. My lead core are 8'6" that collapse down to 7'6", and my Dipsy rods or planer board rods are 7'6" that collapse down to 6'6". They're pretty nice rods though. They're a good all-around rod. They're got enough sensitivity to them that you can feel smaller fish, but enough backbone in them that when you hook up on something good sized, you're not underpowered. Did the stream die? I don't know. Oh shit, batteries. God, I'm not even thinking about batteries. Damn it, did I? Man. battery should be fine. Needed to switch one battery, but not both of them. Is the stream dead? Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see the stream. Otherwise, I will restart it. Could have been me. Let me check on my other line here. We're good? Okay, cool. Thank you. I was like, what the hell? I didn't get a message. I don't see my interrupt screen. Fish on? I wish. I don't see a fish on. That really wiggliness there is the wobble of the quick fish. Gonna get the same rods as you because I'm not the greatest at making combos. Yeah, it's been a really nice combo. I keep buying more of them. I like them. The rods are a little hard to find though, but yeah, it's the planer board series, the Classic Pro GLT planer board, and you gotta make sure that you find, if you're trying to get these ones, they're a one-piece telescopic rod. They're not a two-piece. Any of them that are listed as two-piece are not the ones you're looking for. But again, they come in two variants. The 8'6" to, I think it's 8'6" to 7'6". They collapse down a foot, and then the 7'6" to 6'6", and it's a medium, moderate, fast action. Need a set of downriggers. Yeah, downriggers would be nice. It's more weight, more things to figure out how to mount, more shit to trip over. I keep telling myself, no more shit on this boat. If you need more shit, you need a bigger boat. And I keep adding shit to my tiny little boat. So hard to see the screen right now, you guys. Sorry if I'm missing anything. Oh, there's something just jumped out there, a little itty bitty. Again, it looks like what we were looking at earlier. A lot of it looks like bigger fish chasing around schools of bait fish. I think a lot of that down there is frickin' salmon. I don't know why they don't bite, but do we just need to run a flasher fly through here? Like, what the hell do the salmon bite on here? Smart on the telescopic rods. I have 14-foot eel claw, difficult to handle. Yeah, two-piece. Me and two-piece rods don't get along. I've broken or lost or just been frustrated one too many times with two-piece rods, casting them, and the end of your rod goes launching, and it just drives me fucking nuts. They never seem to. I mean, granted, I've never fished super expensive, nice rods, but they've always driven me nuts. I switched to one piece for everything. One piece or telescoping is kind of where I'm moving. Took forever to upload. A lot of fish down there coming into golden hour. Frying my damn face off right now. What are we doing? 1.8 miles an hour? It's not too bad. Hate roofing. Oh, dang, something just jumped right next to the boat again. I feel like we just need to switch to a lake troll and a freaking worm harness for one of these rigs. I've tried and true. Oh, this water body kicks my butt. I don't know why. Well, I'm actually at the boat. Walking out, bottom my ladder. Told for that shit. We've been fishing all day, lots to see. All the fish caught. VJ Biggs, yeah, we've only caught 2 fish today. It's been a very slow morning. What time is it? Heating up. I don't know if this sun is warming us up or what. I think we're good. All right, here we go, fish all over in the water body. We're fishing let's fish like 25 to 35 foot bottom. Like to welcome you back. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I think we had another Starlink blip there. Was the intermission good? Did you guys enjoy the stupid pictures and even stupider music? Back pull. Nah, that's just that's again the quick fish that we have on there. It's a flat fish. It's kind of shaped like a potato chip, and they have a really aggressive wobble to them, and that's just the action you're seeing on there. At 44, I feel better today than when I was roofing at 16. I have arthritis in my back. Yeah, jobs like that are real hard on you over time. We're all part of a club, 40. I'm 46. Yeah, me too. Club 40. Non-stop 16-hour days. This is easy. I'm on ladder jacks, ladders and lakes. I'm doing small pump house. Oh, I thought it was supposed to get cloudy. What happened? Got any spoons you like? I got a whole bunch of spoons, none that I've been particularly successful trolling though. Why are there so many roofers in here? I don't know. Roofers like to fish? I don't know. Ted, you can type just .fc for forecast. All those marks are no fish I know. They're just taunting us. Guess forecast doesn't work, thought it did. It does, you spelled it wrong. It's F-O-R-E-C-A-S-T, or just simply type .fc, it works better. Coveted keepsakes, I get it. There's like a tiny bit of shade here next to this cliff, and I almost want to go spot lock in it. But then we would probably lose our damn signal next to the cliff. Use another beat? What do you mean, Vex? Alright, we are rapidly coming up in depth. So we have found a point here off this cliff. "15-foot ledge here. No snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy. Lots of chevrons on the screen. Little current, little shade. We just need a little breeze or a little frickin' shade, yeah. The clouds. Little cloud, little breeze. It was supposed to, I thought the forecast said it was gonna get a little gloomy here, but max winds 9-6, sunset 9 o'clock, so in 5 hours is sunset. How can you do wrong? Bumping our speed up a little bit too. Give me a couple of minutes at 2.5. We'll have to tighten our drags, but you got it. .5 miles an hour incoming. We're definitely gonna have to tighten these drags up. We're gonna start peeling some drag off there. Canopy. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with something that'll work like that. We're moving our Starlink Mini. God, that quick fish. I don't think quick fishes are supposed to be trolled at 2.5 miles an hour. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's an erratic action. Looking for a little bit shallower ground here. Let's go. Looks fishy. $49.99 super chat from is that from Zach Manning? Born 22. Sorry, Canopy Fund. Thank you, Born. You are awesome. I appreciate your support. Yeah, once we get the Starlink moved from the canopy, or excuse me, from the camera pole, I'm gonna try and rig something up either on top of the camera pole or on this new, there's 25-foot depth. There's kind of what we were looking for. On, I just installed a new aluminum tubing, a 1.5-inch handle that the Starlink's gonna mount to. I'm gonna try and mount some headlights or some floodlights on the front of it, and maybe something off of the back of it to try and give us a little bit of shade. I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not, but it would be interesting if it did. But Born, you are awesome, thank you. Every little bit goes a long ways. All right, we found way too shallow of That's just me. I'm fighting with the trolling motor here, trying to get out of the shallows. All right. Trolling too fast. Let's go, Born 22. You're using lithium battery for that trolling. Zach, yeah, so we have a Vader. In fact, somebody do me a favor and switch our camera. I'll give you guys a little boat tour here. It's been a little while. Somebody type exclamation cam space bow, and we will pop open the bow camera here. And I'll show you our trolling motor and battery setup. Exclamation cam space bow. There we go. Oh shit, freshwater, you're not, it has to be a mod. I appreciate y'all who just tried. I don't think any of you guys are mods though. I will do it. There we go. There we go. All right, so yes, we're running the Lowrance Recon trolling motor, 54-inch. It runs either 24 volt or 36 volt. Ignore it. It needs a bath. It gets real dirty under the rock cover that I put on it. But that runs off of our Vader Vatrier 200 amp hour 24 volt lithium battery. It's self-heating. But you can run the lower ends either 24 volt or 36 volt. When you run at 24 volt, it runs at 95 pounds of thrust, and then I think if you run at 36 volt, it will run at 125, 115 or 125, I forget. But anyways, what I'm talking about doing is, so right now we have the Starlink mounted up on my camera pole. I just mounted this guy. It's an aluminum, very solidly mounted into our bow. Big bolts and washers I put on there. But that runs up. I'm going to move the Starlink from our camera pole up here and kind of dish it forward to get it out of the way. That then leaves me, I can toss an umbrella, something to give me a little bit of cover here. Or I'm thinking about building some arms off of here to give some kind of canopy. We will see though. But yeah, we installed that, and I have it kind of rigged, trying to see if I like it where it's at. The cooler was moved. The cooler used to sit back here where the bags are. But we now have it sitting up here. Gives us a lot more room to move around back there and actually sit in the chair. But there's from the captain's seat. We're trolling too fast right now. We had a request for a few minutes at 2.5 miles an hour. This quick fish I think is definitely not meant to be run at 2.5 miles an hour. We're gonna bump our speed down just slightly. Let's go 1.95. Got a separate battery for the electronics. Yeah, so we run in the back of the boat here. I guess I could give you guys a more proper boat tour. We run a pair of Optima AGM. They're, I believe, 60 amp hours. Got a crank battery and a house battery, and then this little box here is called an ACR, an automatic charge relay. So we run 50 watt solar panels on both sides of the boat. So those produce a little bit of juice back that comes into the batteries. When the outboard is running, that produces a little bit of juice that comes into the batteries. What the ACR does is it senses when the house battery is full enough that it has excess charge. So all charging sources go straight to the house battery first, because that's what all of our electronics are run off of. But when it gets to be 13 volts or higher, it combines the two batteries, and then any juice flowing in goes into both of the batteries. The only thing that runs off of our crank battery is quite literally our crank. It's a idiot-proof setup here. And then if you want to manually combine the batteries, say your crank battery does die, you can manually combine your batteries here and start off of your house battery. And then I have a kill switch here. But yeah, it's a pretty advanced setup for a itty-bitty little boat like this. We got nice wiring in here. We got all the legal lights that are required. Some little itty-bitty courtesy lights. We have our nav light up front, our anchor light in the back. We're constantly building and tweaking on here. Somebody want to switch it back to our HDS camera? All right, we're out in the damn nosebleed section here again, trolling way too fast. Let's turn around and get back on our path, head back where we've been catching the fish. Thanks, brother, that was feeding. We tried. Sometimes you just gotta. Got a Humminbird Explorer 9 with that side scan. Trying to figure out if I should designate better for trolling or additional. Yeah, if I were you, I would get one that does nothing but troll. Get a larger amp hour battery than you think you need, and run nothing off of it but your trolling motor. They can draw a lot of juice depending on how big your boat is, how fast you're running, how windy it is. Six setup, thanks for showing. Never thought of solar panels. Holy shit. Yeah, they're they're 50-watt panels, but they're absolutely terrible orientation. It's so hard to fit them anywhere on a small boat like this. So I only get like maybe 25% of their rated value, maybe a little bit more if it's a really nice clear day. But it helps. We're running 2 phones, 2 graphs, you know, lights, sometimes charging an external device. Like there's a lot of power draw on the boat here. So to be able to offset some of that is really, really beneficial. Rod, charge those batteries at home? Yeah, it was, so every time when I go home, I put, I usually first charge my trolling motor battery. It takes 1 to 3 hours to charge. Most of the time, even after a 2-day session, I come home and my battery's still, you know, 50+% charged. Takes 2-3 hours to charge my trolling motor battery, and then I throw it on a slow charge on my AGM batteries back there, and I keep those charging basically in between fishing trips. It's always on the charger. Checking in, hope it's been a great day. What's up, Steve McMahon? We've been having fun out here. We have 2 walleye. It's been a very slow day. But we're waiting on this sun to die down a little bit, hoping we can get back into some walleye here at some point. Let's go, Steve McMahon with the $19.99 super chat. Lots of fish on that screen. Yes, there are. It's an absurd number of fish we've been marking out here. Thank you, Steve, for your continued support. You are awesome, my friend. Hope you're having an awesome Tuesday. Took pictures of Bilbo. I'll show you on Discord. All right, Carl. Thanks, Steve, for supporting Rod. I do. I appreciate y'all that come and hang out and fish with us. Those that they gifted memberships and the little stuff. All that helps pay for the Starlink Mini. There is the Starlink, or excuse me, the Verizon bill for the cell phone that I stream from. A little bit of gas. But y'all are awesome. It definitely helps reduce the cost of operating the channel. So thank y'all. Ledger, Montana. I'm blind as a bat. Yes, it's Tiber Reservoir. It's right outside of Ledger, Montana, or Chester, Montana. His is like 9, but his is 2 foot longer and has a console. I hate this console. It's one I wish before I started adding all this shit, I wish I would have tore it out and built something more solid, more stable, a little bit higher. Someday. Man, look at all that shit on the down scan. Or, excuse me, the sonar. Wind picked up, cut the sun into the wind, and then back and zag. Is it time for Jimmy? It is. It is time for little Jimmy to make his appearance. Let's do this. Thank you for the reminder. We are going to bust out our fan favorite here, little Jimmy. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with the tale of little Jimmy, we made an online purchase of a crankbait one day. I like crankbaits. Y'all know I like crankbaits. We run them all the time. I thought, well, that's an interesting looking crankbait, and I put it in my shopping cart and I bought it, and it got here in the mail, and I said, what the actual F is this? That's not a crankbait. Where's the rest of it? This is little Jimmy. Little Jimmy is a Hot Shot 90 series in rainbow trout. So I scoffed, I threw it in the tackle box and chalked it up to I should probably read the descriptions before I buy shit, because I would have saw that it was a inch long crankbait. But on a day like this, we were streaming and I was telling people about this stupid purchase that I had made. And somebody in chat said, well, put it on. See if it catches something. So we did. And you know what? Little Jimmy was born. Little Jimmy caught a fish. The only fish. So we've been playing around with little Jimmy. We bust him out from time to time. Little Jimmy gets to come and visit the stream every time we remember. At 4:20, little Jimmy comes out and gets a chance to catch himself a fish. Little Jimmy caught us a fish last week at Holter. I apologize, that was little Timmy. Little Timmy came out in little Jimmy's stead last week. But let's do this. At 4:20, little Jimmy here is going to go down. And that is something, watching it on the catch camera these past few times, little Jimmy likes to do somersaults. We need to fix little Jimmy's eye here. It's crooked. Alright, I think we're straighter. Whoa, we're shallow. Sounds fun, little Jimmy, the mascot of the channel, pretty much. Does he have downriggers? He doesn't. No, I don't have downriggers, unfortunately. We have snap weights, we have Dipsy divers, we have some different ways that we sometimes take our baits down deep, but no Dipsies. We're gonna pull in our flatfish here. We're gonna leave out the Berkley hit stick, and we're gonna put Jimmy down. Man, these flatfish, or quick fish, sorry, like a flatfish. It's a quick fish. I was just, you guys see how much this is vibrating? I feel like I'm laying on one of those hotel beds that vibrate, you know. I feel like my voice should be vibrating. All right, so we got Big Jimmy out. Which is kind of funny because this is basically the same lure, but way bigger. Quick fish and rainbow trout coming out. And we're going from Big Jimmy to Little Jimmy over here. And Hot Shot 90 series in rainbow trout going out. We're gonna get some, let's get some potskis here. Give Jimmy a little bath. It's like a baptism here for little Jimmy. There we go. In the fire gel you go. Let's see how Jimmy runs. Damn it, Jimmy's still spinning. Why? What's wrong with you, Jimmy? All right, there we go. There's a line between changing and staying the same. It's crazy talk how deep you fish with You fish this down outriggers? What? Uh-oh. Was that English? Gotta go again, check back later. All right, Steve. Thanks for stopping in again. All right, we're out 3 colors on little Jimmy. Should get us down to maybe 15 foot or so. We're gonna run little Jimmy for let's say 15 minutes at 3 colors and 15 minutes at 4 colors. How's it going? Hey Dave, welcome back. We're doing good. We just got little Jimmy down for his first outing at Tiber. I think this is little Jimmy's first deployment at Tiber, guys. Everybody drop a W in chat for little Jimmy. About to catch its first monster. Needs tuned up. He's got a hit of the whistle and chill out, right? All right, in memory of, there we go. In celebration of little Jimmy's deployment, I urge you all to bust out the fish whistles and wish little Jimmy luck here. Maybe little Jimmy will catch his first coho. That'd be cool. I wouldn't complain. Huge W for the Jimmy. Let's go, Steven. Thought so. Saw your vids. Have limited experience with downriggers with easy mode though. Sage. Yeah, I'd love to get one on the boat someday, or a bigger boat that had them. They seem to offer a lot of precision that you just don't get with the other methods. Little Jimmy got this? Yeah, he does. Little Jimmy's gonna get us a fish. Let's do this, Jimmy. But thank you all for coming out and hanging out today. This is Tiber Lake. Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. I don't know, why do they name things 2 names? Who does that? What was wrong with the first name? Anyways, we're out here fishing for walleye, pike, trout, salmon, whatever the hell wants to bite. We've put two walleye in the boat so far, an itty bitty little 5.5 incher this morning, and a 14 to maybe 16 inch small one this afternoon. We have not got into the pike. No perch, no trout, no salmon. We did see salmon. They're chasing around the little Cisco. They're blasting out of the water after these damn things. But so far, no other fish. El Dabo, good luck. What did I miss? Heading out on the lake. Talk to you later. All right, El Dabo. Safe travels. Catch some fish. Nothing yet on point. We just put little Jimmy down. We're trying to fish a little shallower, 25, 35 foot bottom. Moving around a little in the water column here. Rapala floaters down to 35 feet with zero concern if you're getting down. I think we should dump the Rapalas down there on a Dipsy. Hope you brought your dew. Yes, we've polished off one dew. We're working on Gatorade #1, and then we'll probably crack a water or another dew. Fish is so slow in Kansas right now. Yeah, it's been a little slow here today too. Just last week, Thursday, we did pretty well at Pishkin with the pike. Got 13 pike and a couple of little walleye, or excuse me, not walleye, perch. All right, these are some interesting marks here. Social will put a lot at your feet. You're on good foot, bro. Oh, thank you, Anthony. American Spirits and Mountain Dew. Yeah, that's kind of what we run on out here on the water. Marks need to get hungry. That's what I'm saying, Ted. If you want fish, get more old schoolers to be tubed. Yeah, we've put out the call. We've invited people to come and hang out and show us what we're doing wrong. The only person we've had respond is Ed. He's definitely showing us a different way to do things. I meant to bring his rod today with the lure attached. I had set it in a second pile. Or I thought I put it with the right pile. I've got like 3 piles of poles in my shop. And I ended up with 2 of my casting rods instead of 1. I mistook one of those for Ed's rod. I'm an old school? I don't know, Anthony, are you? Got any fish yet? No, 2 walleye so far today. One very small one, 5.5 inches, and another one that was about 14, maybe a little over 14 inches. Marks need to jump in the boat like flying carp, right? 55, I wanted to submit that hotel bed vibrate thing 5 minutes ago, but my boss just walked in. Silver. Those hotel beds that vibrate, they call them magic finger. That's what you're saying. Magic fingers. Look at all these marks. What time is it? 4:27. What do you think? Should we send little Jimmy down deeper? I think we should send him down deeper. Let's put Jimmy out 4 colors. Keep the 14. All right, little Jimmy's down a little deeper, probably 20 to 25 foot. So he should be now down in there, battling it out with whatever the hell that is. Little Jimmy is not afraid. Little Jimmy got this. Little Jimmy ain't worried about it. What's up, Burning 47? Welcome, welcome. Did I keep the 14? No, we threw it back. There's at all the boat ramps here at Tiber Reservoir, there's slot sizes and then like the recommendations for daily consumption because of mercury poisoning, and all the slot sizes are filled with do not eat. This water body is known to have a high level of mercury, for like an extra high concentration of mercury. They have the same for northern pike next to it, and one of the slot sizes, 18 to 22 inch, it says 1 serving per person per month. So the walleye are basically not something that most people are, or at least they don't recommend harvesting them to eat. Worm from the bank, wish I could cast further, got boat, went back towards shore than post. Right, Anthony? See so many boaters out here. They get in their boat, they travel somewhere far away, and then they are basically parked on the bank fishing. Autumn face, little Jimmy. Mining? What do you mean mining? I don't know if there are any X-Files fans here, but there was an awesome X-Files episode about vampires with magic fingers in a hotel. I've seen a lot of X-Files. I don't know if I've seen that one. Look at all these damn fish. Long-time X-Files fan. Yeah, it was a good show. A little cheesy, but still good. Good Lord. Why are these seagulls making those god-awful noises? Can y'all hear that? Jesus. He was pissed. Time for the fish whistle. Chase birds. One just swooped behind the boat. They're over there. There's like 2 of them over there losing their goddamn minds, and then there's like 100 of them over here being perfectly silent. Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, now there's 3 of them back there being belligerent. I don't know what their problem is. Got mercury poisoning once. Thought I was gonna die. Really burning? How'd you manage that? Because they're seagulls. You can hear it. They want you to feed them. Maybe. Is that what that was? Oh, now there's 4 of them. They're calling in the horde, I guess. Ever noticed how much a bald eagle sounds like a seagull? Kinda, yeah. I don't know. Come on, something bite. What do we got? 432. Little Jimmy, let's do this. Going a little shallower water here, we'll see maybe. All right, here we go. We got a 30-foot shelf here. We got a whole bunch of fish, 25 to 30 foot. We got little Jimmy right down there in the mix of them. Dark Forest Dave, or when I was in high school in North Wisconsin, we had bald eagle nest 200 yards from our house. I'd hear them every morning. They do not sound like seagulls. Do you believe in aliens or Bigfoot? I do, for the record. I don't know. Maybe. I don't say it's impossible, but I haven't seen any real proof of either. John Matheson said hi. What's up, John? Trolling along. Jim, yeah, we're trolling. We were trolling bottom bouncers earlier. We caught one walleye. We trolled some flicker shads in shallow. We got another walleye. Right now we're trolling over a little bit deeper water. One little micro crankbait and then one longer, it's called a Berkley hit stick. It's one of the bigger ones. It's like probably a 7 or 8 inch minnow bait. But we're trolling about 1.9 miles an hour over roughly 30, 32, 36 bottom. Don't leave fish to find fish. There's fish all over here. Maybe they want it fast. It is summer. We did troll for a little bit at like 2.5. Trolling, I don't know how fast people normally troll planer boards. I know the Dipsies you can troll rather fast. They're meant to be trolled, 2+ miles an hour. The planer boards seem a little funky when you start picking up speeds past 2. Hiding aliens in the closet like Roger from American Dad, right? Alright, I need to find a pack of... There, yeah, that's where my smokes are. I didn't have to go far. I found my smokes. I plan ahead. Like, where am I going to be when I decide that I need a pack of smokes? And then I just throw a couple of packs there. It's working out. Caught bass, burning the jig fast as I could, like half balance on top. Just skipping the jig across the top of the water. Live in central Wisconsin, have a nest of chicken snatchers living across from my house. Bald eagles sound like seagulls, especially the young ones. Oh, is it the babies that sound similar? I don't know. What new software do you got? What's up, King Kai? How you doing, King Kai? We're running an external encoder right now. It's called Moblin, M-O-B-L-I-N. It runs on your cell phone. So my cell phone is the brain of the encoder and does all the processing. And then I'm pulling in my Lowrance HDS10 Pro. We also have somebody, in fact, Kai, you're a mod. You can type in the chat !cam space front, and it'll get rid of our graph, and it'll go to a full screen of just our vertical here. Or you can type !cam space HDS, and it brings up this graph screen here. Or we have a bow cam. You can do !cam space bow and switch to a third camera. Yeah, there you go. So with Moblin and my rod bot, I've added a bunch of stuff here. I have dynamic overlays that have my catch count and targets and location and all of my social media. It's what's hiding underneath the chat bar. And then I have a weather bar up top. Some of that's from RodBot, some of it's from Moblin. It's actually insane. How do you switch it back? So type !cam space HDS. That's just what the scene is called that I've defined in Moblin. And that'll switch back to our split screen that has the graph overlay up top. There we go. So it switches, and then kind of like how you guys is set up on the boat is, I have a small degree of camera follow here on vertical that I've been able to add. But yeah, it's just all through Starlink and Moblin. So I'm not using the OpsBot Genie or whatever it is that Searsy is running, which is a cool setup. This is just, it's different. It's all just through my phone. Well, I'm glad you like it. We've been toying around with it. I'm still trying to get the overlay positions right. Get our, like right now, I kind of hate it because I'm hiding behind the chat. I've prioritized the down scan, or excuse me, our graph as kind of the focus rather than me. Fishing the bottom. Anyways, I'm out of here to do training. Super pumped with what you're doing. Heck yeah, Kai, thanks for stopping through. Good luck, keep at it, train hard, kick some ass, my friend. Good to see you. I think the flasher flies soon. Carl, I think it's not a bad option, honestly. We have not tried flasher fly. We've tried spoons, we've tried cranks, we've tried a few worm harness rigs. Can you zoom out what you've covered today? Yeah, let me, sorry, Anthony, I missed your chat there. Nope, too much. Yeah, so the stop sign that's coming up that you guys see, kind of the top right hand corner, that's the boat launch. And we've just kind of been fishing this channel inside. It's just a small little section of Tiber. Break out the bulldog. It's well put together. I've seen some stuff. Yeah, we're playing with some new stuff. It's been really solid. It solved a whole bunch of the problems that we were having with. I was having a whole bunch of audio drift, stuttering, and buffering. The YouTube mobile app, just streaming directly with it with Starlink, it just stopped working. Our stream quality went from being pretty decent and fairly reliable to just shit every stream. So I finally had to bust this out. I've been working on this Moblin setup for a while now. But yeah, so we're just, the section here that's got all the black lines over it, that's kind of where we've been focusing, this little arm of the water body. It's huge though. It's big. We're in one itty bitty little section. Yeah, we put in at South Bootlegger. We've basically just been trolling mainly the inlet that leads to the South Bootlegger launch. We've gone upstream a little bit towards the concrete house thing, the building up there, pump house, whatever the hell you want to call it. But we've mainly been, again, you can see we're just in one tiny little section. It's a 15,000 acres. It's a pretty big water body. I'm on maps checking the lake from Ohio. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me get rid of that. Scroll back in so we can see what the hell we're doing. Seems like every time I'm here, Ed, everybody and their brother comes from this launch or the VFW launch, and everybody goes just straight upstream. Everybody to that concrete house and further up. Everybody's just like in the shallows jigging. I mean, I assume they do it because it works. They just, I don't know. What percent do you have of the lake? very little void. It's unfortunate. I had mapped a bunch here last year and the year before. And I had an issue with the SD card with the maps, and I ended up accidentally deleting or corrupting all of the maps that I had created, and I didn't have backups of most of them. So all of the recording that I had done at Tiber prior today was gone. So we're starting back over again. But after that happened, I salvaged whatever maps that I could find, backups, copies from transferring it around. And uploaded it all to CMAP Genesis. This water body, there wasn't any. They all got nuked. So now we upload at the end of every trip. I dump all of my Sonar recordings and downscan and the CMAP Genesis map files that I create to the website. The lake I fish is 500 acres. That's crazy. Burning, yeah. So Pishkin, where we were at last week, is 800 to 900 acres, and the side of the lake that we fish is about 4 or 500 acres. So it's 15,000. It's just like, where do you even begin? And for me, it's, well, at the boat launch. No sense gallivanting 3/4 of the way across the water body to start mapping and figuring out what's what, when you have no idea what's right under your feet when you're launching. You're in the right spot. I troll in front of the concrete structure and bays west of South Bootlegger on the river mouth. I use top waters at night in the bays and have done well. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of, we just came from that area over there. We're going to run back up that way here in a little bit. I was trying to take a little bit closer pass here. In this little mouth area, here's where we've caught both of the walleye today. Granted, they were quite small. Yeah, it seems like everybody goes up that direction, and that's, again, probably because that's where the fish are, where the fishing is good. Bays west of South Bootlegger. Top water at night, and the bays have done well. Yeah, we'll probably head back over that way here shortly. CDA is 50 square miles at this speed. How long would it take for you to fully map this? Like, Boyd, I don't know. I'd have to sit down and calculate it, but I would say hundreds of hours. Though you can map it. I can create decent quality maps doing, 10, 12 miles an hour. Anything more than that, then it doesn't create the greatest maps. It seems the contours are a little funky. But we're trolling around at, 1.9. But yeah, that's kind of what I do, is I just, every time I fish somewhere, I pick it away at spots that I haven't mapped before, and we grab finer detail and add it to our maps. But yeah, at this speed, you're probably talking easily 200, 300, maybe even 500 hours of meandering around in here. So we just do sections at a time, or areas that look interesting. I usually try to start out with, one band around an area and then take another pass, next to it, and just kind of concentric circles from there on in. And it kind of fills your, kind of like how a spider crawls around its web to fill into the center. It takes some time. All right, it is 4:49. Little Jimmy is on his last leg here. We'll probably give Jimmy 10 extra minutes, since He's got skipped a couple of streams here, but little Jimmy's time is running short. It's time for him to catch a fish, and then we need to figure out what the hell we're putting down there afterwards. Yes, we are still at 2 walleye. We're not having the greatest luck out here. It's like trying to map the ocean, right, Burning? Lake trout gather in that area October, November. Bring a rifle. There smasher mollies in those coulees along the shore. They don't see a threat coming from the water. Oh yeah? That's funny, Ed. Maybe time for the tried and true wedding ring. Bill, yeah, we might have to throw down our lake troll and the wedding ring. Oh, is that what we should rig up? We should. We have not. We haven't run that in a minute. Feel like we should be trolling deeper though. We did have them following us around a bunch. Let's do a different lake troll. Oops, damn it. Burn some gas and troll that engine. Fish music. You think so? Is that what we're doing wrong? Oops. Alright, we're going to troll a little bit different. So we're going to go with the half and half silver and gold cowbells. And these aren't baby cowbells. These are full-blown cowbells. Standard cowbell, I think is what it's called. All right, 3 years later. So this just has four blades on it. They're silver, they're brass, silver gold. A fin that helps it run straight in the water so it doesn't spin too much. And these just spin and they thump in the water. They create a flash, they create a thump. We haven't run these at all today, so we're gonna throw them out there for a little bit and see see what happens. Excuse me. We've at Halter Lake, Hauser Lake, we often have pretty decent luck with these. God dang it, I forget. Oh, I gotta add a damn snap clip to them. 9 million connections later. Let me get a worm. All right. So this is what we're gonna put out. Our Lure Jensen standard cowbell lake troll in silver and gold, and our hand-tied worm harness rig, pink, silver hammered Colorado blade tipped with a little chunk of a crawler. We're gonna get little Jimmy in. All right, I feel like we have to catch something with this. Little Jimmy, thank you, my friend, you're coming in. Your time is up. Oh, little Jimmy had weeds. No, little Jimmy. Little Jimmy was defeated. All right. All right, we're out 2.5 colors on that. Maybe that'll get us something. Whoa, we are way shallow. Almost 200 likes. Hit that like and subscribe. Enjoy the stream. Appreciate y'all. Little Jimmy was feeling like salad today, I guess. Couldn't help himself. All right, I gotta check the lake levels, y'all. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back with you. Alrighty, we are back. I see grass, best check and rescind. Just check the pool level myself. Nice, Carl, nice. Probably check your other rod too then. Yeah, we should. No weeds, we're good. All right, we are reset. What are we over? 35-foot bottom. All right. Where do you think you're heading next? I don't know yet. Ed was talking about maybe going back to nylon on Saturday. I gotta check the water levels and see if they've dumped a bunch more out of there. It was getting almost unlaunchable in my boat. Peshkin gets better every time we go from here on out this year. I would like to fish somewhere else though. It's nice to get out to Tiber and nice to get out here. We haven't been out here at all yet this year, so. Guess this water body seems to be a bit tricky. It's not like we don't see the fish on the screen. It's a bit confusing. Ted, I know. They're all over the place, and that's one of the frustrations that I found with this water body is that you mark fish all over the place, and oftentimes you just can't get them to do much more but follow. And we've had a lot of that today. When we were running, especially when we were running the Dipsy diver, we had big fish, little fish, all sorts of fish following us around. Easy now, dude. What's up? It's me. Josie, where are you? I don't know. I haven't seen Josie in a minute. She's been around. Hope she's doing good. 40, 50-foot bottom. Like every little ledge here, every drop down's got fish on it. Every depth change. Drag, drag, drag. She saltwater fishing with anything? Oh yeah. Big mark, 38 foot, 39 foot. Pike are eating ducks off my lake, are they? Yeah, I've heard of them do it. I've never actually seen them do it though. I'm not bored. Now I'm out here. I'm always looking at these damn graphs and trying to figure out what the deal is. It's been toasty out here today though. What time is it? 5 o'clock? Man, I could have sworn it was supposed to get partly cloudy. This doesn't feel or look like partly cloudy to me. Got a little bit of a bug hatch, it seems. I've been seeing small swarms of bugs here for the last 5 minutes or so. They found me. Before the day ends, let's try the traditional lake troll with crawler on one hook and power bait in its stomach. Well, that's what we just put down, Ted. A lake troll hammer, a Lure Jensen standard cowbell lake troll in silver and gold. It's a half and half. With our wedding ring worm harness and a little nub of a worm. I don't have any power bait on the boat. Got some pike below Tiber with the muskrat in it. Oh yeah? They're eating the little muskrats? That's crazy. Oh, damn it. Wrong button. Gone fishing for life. No one wants to see your rod. I don't know, man. At this point, millions of people have seen my rod, quite literally. How you doing, gone fishing? Well, before the end of the day, which I read that. Sorry, I was talking in my radio for a few minutes, so I missed it. Oh, that's okay, Ted. Honestly, this is the best you can get for live fishing. Hope y'all get it now. Thank you, Chase. Yeah, we're trying to figure some stuff out here. Sometimes when you go fishing, you don't get a whole lot of fish. Well, we're always marking, we'll always find spots to come back to and dig around a little more. Big pike to eat a duck. Got another one. How big was it? Another minnow. Gone. It was bigger than the one this morning. It was little, maybe a little over 14 inches. Somewhere between 14 and 16 inches. It was, she was real zesty. She didn't want to sit still, so it got back. It went back in the water before we got it on the bump board. No pictures, no nothing. It just smacked me around and we threw her back in. Yeah, it's been a fun day out here. Not a super productive day, but it's been fun. Seems like almost all the boats that were here have been gone for hours. Most of the boaters left between like noon and maybe 2. So we've been out here a few hours now. I think there's 1 or 2 other trucks down here. Not many people. A lot of people do camp down at the VFW and come all the way up though. Get some power bait. You're out next time. It's never failed me. I've never. I fished with it on the shore. I have some in my tackle box at home that I stopped bringing on the boat. It's mainly bank fishing stuff. I don't know how well it stays on the hook trolling it around. Boy, you only picked up 1 more walleye. I know. What's the barometer? It is. It's high and steady. It's we had a storm front come through yesterday. Today it's just been kind of steady, and I think it starts dropping tomorrow. But again, the wind was like 40 miles an hour yesterday, and like 25 tomorrow, and it's like 8 today. So we get the day that the lake is calm and boring, not when we're out here sailing the high seas. We don't need none of that. Got 3 pike at the river, all around 26. Nice, Justin. Seems where you're fishing has a good amount of pike. Where are the kings running? No idea. We've been seeing fish all day long, but they don't want us. They don't like us. They don't want what we're serving. I'll recon nylon tomorrow or Thursday to see if we can get a boat in there. I may throw my boat in just because. Yeah, it was launchable, and again, those rocks were avoidable that we bumped into if you know where they are. I mean, shit, I went in and out of there twice in the complete dark and didn't run into them till it was broad daylight out. But it did look like they were dropping nylon fairly rapidly. So, hopefully they haven't let too much out. If they haven't let too much out, I think we'll probably easily get a boat in. Yours, I think you can kind of launch no matter how low it is. Pain in the butt, but mine, I can only back my truck so far down before it just gets stupid. It's almost at that point right now. Yeah, not a whole lot of clouds in the sky out here. Just some thin wispies. There's a little bit in the horizon. I don't know which way the wind is blowing right now. Feels like maybe from the northwest. So none of this stuff that's behind us, I think that's all being shoved. Pretty day out here though. It has been one of the calmest days I think I've ever fished Tiber. We normally get beat up here. The forecast looks, you know, good to moderate, and we get here and it's not. So it's been nice that we've actually had a calm day out here, not all hectic. All right, we need to change something here. It ain't work. Ooh. Well, I guess we did just put our lake trolls down. We need to change depth. We need to find the damn fish. Buck Norris, where are you at? We're in north central Montana. This is Tiber Reservoir, or also called Lake Elwell. We're out here fishing for walleye, pike, trout, salmon, a bunch of things in here. Do you have access to the digital maps for your electronics? I see you mapping. Yeah, so I use CMAP Genesis social maps. Pretty much every water body that I fish, I create my own maps. Some of them do have maps that are come with the machines, other ones don't. Whoa, shallow. God damn it, we ran into that wall again. Or a different one. I got real shallow real quick. Nylon at Augusta. Flickers back at 14 foot, just in it. Alright, we got way shallower than I expected there. And this is again why I like to have good maps, so you can actually see where you're getting stupid shallow and don't start snagging stuff up. It's a fun pond. I'm not sure about getting a boat in there. Chase, yeah, we fished there a couple of weeks ago, and it was low. I was able to get my boat in, but it was low. Just got a 30-inch pike at Horseshoe Lake, Colorado. My kayak last week. Nice, Buck. Congrats. That's a good fish. Maybe the lake needs a little wind to make them bite. Maybe, Spot. Maybe it's just a little too nice. Seems to be the case when the weather's nice for us up on top. The fish don't want anything to do with it. I'll run right out to the west side this fall for grayling and kokanee. Heck yeah. Kokanee are fun. I've never caught a grayling. They're such neat looking fish. I've seen pictures of them. All right, we're way more shallow than I expected us to be. We're probably dragging this poor one on the ground. Let's check. I think we bounced it off the ground. Nope, we're good. Alright, there's a little bit deeper water. Love your maps. We're trying. We're getting there. What's your speed? 1.3 miles an hour. 1.4 miles an hour. It varies as we turn. And we've kind of been bumping it all over the place today. All right, I need a cold dew. Look at the top map. Yeah, so on our graph, you can see a lot of that data. I know some of it's a little hard to look at, but top right-hand corner is what our speed is set at. In the top black bar, 1.28 miles an hour. In the navigation map, our speed over ground is the top number, 1.3 miles an hour, and that's what varies. If you go down, then we have the depth, 28.1 foot, structure, 28.5, surface temperature, 72.4. Then there's some amperage, some battery, voltage supply, stuff that's not really relevant, just troubleshooting. Look at the top of the map. I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. What tips do you have? Blah. I mean, you gotta get yourself a good stand, a decent phone to stream from, and a good mic setup, and have fun. If you're not having fun when you're streaming, nobody's gonna have fun watching your stream. What kind of fishing you planning on doing? From the bank? From the boat? Ed, you still here? He's been lurking, I think. Smoked anemone is awesome. Whitefish? I've never eaten whitefish. Everybody tells me it's good eating, though. What's on the line? We are running... our down rod out the back is a lead core line. We have about 2.5 colors of lead core, and then we're running a lake troll, a Lure Jensen standard cowbell in silver and gold, followed by a pink wedding ring rig. On the other line, we're running our planer board, and we're running a Berkley hit stick in it's like shad pattern or something like that. Kind of a white and silver and black. So a crankbait, then a worm harness rig. All right, gonna get a drink. I need to tighten my drag on that. Well, I'm gonna do kind of camping, boat fishing, fall salmon, steelhead fishing, ice fishing, maybe some camping videos, some fishing as well, maybe some upgrades to the boat videos. Nice. Yeah, I would say start small. Don't go out and run out and get a whole bunch of equipment. You don't need it. Get yourself a good camera, preferably, again, if you're gonna live stream, a good phone. The iPhone 16s, the iPhone 17s make excellent streaming devices. The mics I use are the DJI Mic 3s. I've had problems with them and the YouTube streaming app. They're great for recording content, but they're a bit finicky with YouTube when using the YouTube app. Ever since I switched over to using Moblin, they have behaved almost flawlessly. How deep are your rigs right now? So we have 2.5 colors out. Each color on the lead core rod is 5 to 7 foot, so you're looking at 12, 15, maybe 17 foot depth on our lake troll. Though the lake troll does have some weight and some drag, and it does pull it a little bit deeper. We're not going super fast, so it's not pulling it up in the water. We're probably somewhere around 17 to 20 foot, I would estimate, on our worm harness, the wedding ring, and the lake troll. Our other rig here on the planer board is a Berkley hit stick, one of the bigger ones. I think it's got a dive depth of somewhere around 19 foot. So we're kind of in that same, just right above 20 foot on both of them. Which is where we've been seeing 20, 25 foot. So we're sitting, you know, at or right above where a lot of these marks we've been getting are at. I appreciate you. Thanks, Scuba. Oh, I appreciate the $5 super chat there. Thank you, my friend. 201 likes. Let's go. Hope you guys are having fun. I'm having fun out here. One of these days I'm going to figure out Tiber. We're going to catch more than just a fish or a couple of fish. But like I said earlier, we are now tied at our lake record of 2 walleye in one day. Though, to be fair, we probably shouldn't count the 5.5 incher this morning as a fish. That was hardly a minnow. Green for luck, let's go. Thank you, Ted. I appreciate your support. You are awesome. Thanks, Scuba, HBO, help a brother out. Thanks to What Bait. I'm not gonna say it, Justin. You tell him. God. Thanks to What Bait. We caught one, all right? We ran him like 2 hours. We need something though. This is I don't know why Tiber hates us. Do we have to do what everybody else does? Do we just have to go sit next to the bank and jig? Is that the only way to fish Tiber? How can they have such fat fish in here and they won't bite off a troll? Thanks for the support, Rod, Scuba. Baby turkeys almost to the garage door. HBO. Thank you again, Scuba. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate y'all. If you want to donate a fish, we would definitely take a fish at this point. I don't know how you're going to manage, but manifest something onto the end of one of these rods over here. YouTube needs to introduce the superfish. $200 likes. Yeah, Carl, we just did it. Thank you. What's up, McGill? Welcome to the stream. Oh, Lord. Where are the fucking fish? Why won't they? We've been everywhere. Good marks down there at 30 foot. Get enough subs to do live stream yet? I think so, yeah. I think these fish graduated from Tiber University and you're just not gonna fool them. Maybe Marcello, I don't know. Got the DJI Osmo 5 chest camera. Hopefully it shoots some nice video. Yeah, I think DJI makes some decent cameras. Blah. Manifesting a fish. Damn it. Let's go, Ted. Been working on cars and roofing. Marcello, you may have a good point. You did just haven't been fishing. But yeah, we need another fish on one of these rods here. It'd be nice. I'd love to get one of those cohos that was jumping earlier. Those were neat. They're really pretty. I've never seen a fish jump so high out of the water in person before. It was ridiculous. I wish the camera was pointed that way. Y'all missed it. 3MD, summer up here pretty soon. Fall, snow starts. Oh, damn. I'm not ready for a winter. I need a break from winter. If I ever get to 50, I'm going to have to get a Mint or T-Mobile phone stream from town, no service by the river. Yeah, Justin, that's why I run Starlink everywhere. For the first like 3 months that I tried streaming, I would drive around for hours and hours and test signal and try and find somewhere that had water, fish, and a cell signal. And you'd be surprised how very few places have all three of those. So we ended up with the Starlink. It's the only way that I can do it out here. Go back to shore and stream yourself eating cigarettes on the bench. Days, we'll get right on that. That would probably definitely get some views. Look at all them fish down there. Dang. Been trying forever to figure out how to donate, but I suck at tech. Couldn't remember my password either. Good now, though. Happy to be able to help support the best fishing channel on YouTube. Thank you, Scuba. That's funny. I know the feels. You're like, God damn it, what is it? Then you can't get the password reset to work, and it's just a whole bullshit mission that you never wanted any part of to begin with. But thank you, Scuba. I appreciate you. It's awesome of you. Been marking heavy fish all day. 25 to like 35 foot, 25 to 40 foot. We're not running that deep right now. Where did we go out? Did we go to 2.5 or did we go 4? I thought it was 4. No. Let's let this guy out further. All right. It's time. It's been time. This needs to happen already. Dedication, dedication, location. Yeah. You gotta be on the fish to catch the fish. We've been on fish all day. I don't know what they want from us. It's quite obviously very little is what they want from us. Nothing at all. There will be some fish catching Sunday morning. Gonna fill up the smoker. The yellow pole will work its magic once again. All right, Ed. We'll go down the yellow poles and get her done. So, you know, Rod, Sage pulled that same flicker shad shit on me. I said F it, and we tried it, and it worked. Some days are a grind, but they put fish on the boat. Right, no, I hear ya. We just, we moved out of the shallows for a little bit. We'll probably end back up there here in a little bit. But figured we might try this lake troll out here. Over a little deeper water, maybe these fish that we were marking earlier might respond. Rods and boat pics posted on Discord to check out. All right, Carl, we'll check that out after the stream. Squabbles, whistles out. I mean, we're consistently 20, 25, 30 foot. Lots of fish in here. I think it's about time for that hit stick to come out, though. We need a new lure. I'm thinking the Dipsy and something else needs to come out again. Let's try one more time with the Dipsy. What do you guys think? Hey, how are you? What's up, Land? Land of B-ball. We're doing awesome. We're out here north central Montana fishing Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. Caught a couple of walleye, nothing too impressive so far. But it's been an absolutely gorgeous day out here. Zoom out for today's trip scan. Oop. Yeah, so that's what we've done today. Not a huge area, but we've gotten a decent map of this little inlet other than the edges. Miguel, what kind of boat do you run? We're on a 16-foot flat bottom aluminum john. It's by a company called Weld Tech. It's the Landau series. Not really a boat built for big water. It's just what I happen to have. All right, let's zoom back in. Look at all these fish. I did also get 8 flicker shad 3-packs at Walmart for $5 each 3-pack. Oh wow, that's cheap. Doesn't hurt when they're cheap. Yeah, I did get a couple of years ago. I picked up a dozen or so of them on clearance at Shields, but they're all F7s. 30 horsepower Johnson with a jet drive. Oh, it's a 75 horsepower. Sorry, 75 horsepower 1985 Evinrude Johnson Evinrude 2-stroke. With a jet foot conversion. Didn't seem as big as watching. Yeah, it looks pretty small. It is pretty small. Just a little tin can. Gets us around though. We've done a ton of fishing in this little boat. Gary, we are at 2 walleye. That's it. Nothing else. 2 walleye. Here in a little bit, we'll probably go back into some shallower water. We will run probably 1 bottom bouncer and a crawler harness, and then maybe a crankbait. Maybe we'll run another flicker shad for you. I don't know. Beats a skunk. Oh no, it's been a fun day out on the water. It's just been slow. Tiber doesn't like to give me very many fish when I come here. Marking at 20 foot, 25, 35. Yeah, we need to run something behind. We need to run a damn spoon behind our Dipsy. Let's run a little spoon. Cannot decide on spoon. You know what? We're not running a spoon. We're running a flasher, a Dodger fly. Let's do a Dodger fly. On the Dipsy. Holy crap. That's a lot of gear. Dodger fly on the Dipsy. So something done completely different than what we've done today. All right, so we're taking off the Berkley hit stick. It's orange, silver, white, black. I forget what the pattern is on this one, what it's called. We are gonna throw on our Dipsy diver. And a flasher fly or a Dodger fly. Time for UV spoons and flasher flies. Carl, yeah, that's gonna try a flasher fly here, I think. We haven't run one in a while. It's a lot of rigging to put down. Alright, so we're gonna run a flasher. You guys haven't seen me run any of these yet. We're gonna run the flasher behind our Dipsy, and then we're gonna run that to a fly. All right. So this is a lot of rigging. It might be a little confusing. So we start with our Dipsy diver here. This makes it dive down and dive away from the boat. Then we have a snubber, a leader, a flasher. The flasher does big loops in the water, and then a fly. That then basically spins the fly and whips the fly around. So it's a little bit of a complicated setup. It's a common rigging for salmon in some parts of the country. I don't know that many people use them around here. I've not seen many people run them here in Montana. Can somebody switch it to the bow camera and I'll show you what this stuff does? Let me get it running here. Exclamation cam space bow, B-O-W. Perfect, thank you. So, yeah, what we have running here is we have the fly at the end, and then the flasher goes down. You want to make sure you let them out slowly. Then our Dipsy's going to drag everything underneath, but as it drags it, I don't know how well you guys can see that. That whole flasher does just big circles down there and drags the fly around behind it. I don't know if I can zoom on this or not. Yeah, you guys can't see anyway. But yeah, so that just does big swooping circles and whips that fly around behind it. Can you switch it back to the HDS camera? Thank you, whoever did that. Y'all are awesome. I'm digging this camera control shit we can see. Exclamation cam space HDS. Ed, yeah, fair enough, makes sense. I won't ship too much, a pain in the ass, an expensive rod. Can video maybe how to do it, help everyone out. Thank you. So we should be able to see, yes, we can see on the graph there. Oh, that's probably far enough. All right, let's do a little bit of switching around here. This rod is now going to be promoted to our side rod. And our Dipsy is going to come up and over to this side. All right. What depth are we at? Did we go too deep with that? Carl, you almost broke it. All right, so we're running at, oh, our Dipsy disappeared. What happened to our Dipsy line? Running at about 40 foot. Jeebus rod, I didn't think you were a side rod sort of dude, Justin.